August had just begun, and rain came pouring on the ground. The rain was so heavy that the raindrops could bounce off the floor. In the quiet school compound, 1 or 2 students were sprinting towards the dormitory under their umbrellas. Yet, a student was sitting outside of a pavilion at the side of the lake as rain fell on him without any mercy. Within seconds, he was all drenched from the rain. "Hey, I'm poor." The young man stared at his reflection in the lake with a pale face. He felt a sense of bitterness when his reflection was distorted by the falling rain. Why is God so unfair? A mocking expression surfaced on the young man's face. His name was Wang Xian. When school reopened, he would be a second-year student at the University of Rivertown. Since a young age, he stayed with his younger sister and grandmother. But his grandmother had passed away a few years ago. Wang Xian and his younger sister, Xiao Yu, were left to depend on one another. Both of them were smart students. Wang Xian had enrolled in the renowned University of Rivertown, with excellent grades, while his sister had gotten into the same school this year. Besides having an adorable younger sister, Wang Xian also had a like-minded female friend. Even though neither of them spelled out their relationship, they were as close as a couple. Hence, Wang Xian was satisfied with his life despite having to spend all his spare time working part-time just to earn a living for his younger sister and himself. The girl whom Wang Xian shared an intimate relationship with had been working part-time with him all along. However, she had left him for a man with a luxury car yesterday. In a cold voice, she said to him, "I'm sick of such a poor and miserable life. I want a brand new life now." Wang Xian could still remember the scorning and disdainful sneer drawn at the lips of the luxury car guy when he left with a girl in his arms. Reality and money. Heh. Wang Xian showed a scornful expression as he stared blankly at the lake in front of him. Getting drenched from the rain was nothing to him. Buzz. Wang Xian dug out his phone when he heard the buzzing sound. A faint smile surfaced on his face when he saw the message sent by his younger sister. "Hi everyone, I'm Louis Koo. And I'm Nick Chung. Tan Wan is a brand new game that you have never tried before. Just 3 minutes, and you will love this game as much as I do." Drops of rain fell on the screen. As he unlocked his phone, a pop-out was playing loudly. "Lousy phone," Wang Xian's expression was full of bitterness. The shoddy phone which he got as a gift for topping up his prepaid card often had pop-outs. He closed out of it. After he cleared the away, another one popped out again. "Start the round as a dragon. At the later stages, you can roam the universe." "Are you bullying me too?" Wang Xian grasped his phone with force. Rumble. A clap of thunder was heard suddenly as his hands went numb. "What's going on?" Wang Xian felt pins and needles in his body as his expression turned apprehensive. Splash. A silvery-white thunderbolt landed in his hand without any warning. Wang Xian's body went stiff and plunged into the lake. "Start the round as a dragon. At the later stages, you can roam the universe." The continued to play on his worn-out phone. With a stiff body, Wang Xian realized that the screen was giving off lights. An image of a divine dragon appeared on his phone. It was letting out a silent bellow before it sprang out from the phone. Yes, the divine dragon sprang out unbelievably from the phone. Wang Xian saw the palm-sized divine dragon went right into his head. "Start the round as a dragon." He suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Soon after, he was shocked to see the image flashed out in his mind. Name, Wang Xian. Race, human, with ability to transform into a dragon. Level, 1. Dragon energy, 1/1000. Superpower, dominate the marine animals, ability to rule any marine animal that is lower than your own level. Devour any form of living, for extraction of dragon energy. Art of cultivation, divine dragon transformation. What is happening? What are all these things in my head? Just as Wang Xian was astonished about what he saw in his mind, he realized he could actually breathe in the water. I can breathe and talk in the water. This, with his wide-opened eyes, Wang Xian felt more comfortable in the water as compared to living on the land. What does transform into a dragon means? Does that mean I can turn into a dragon? Wang Xian stared at the image in his head and murmured in shock. Start the round as a dragon. You can become a dragon. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Wang Xian was dumbfounded as he said unbelievably, I can become a dragon. A dragon. Voila! At this moment, Wang Xian realized that his body seemed to undergo a massive transformation. He moved and shook his body slightly. Wang Xian felt that he had turned into a long creature. He lowered his head and realized he had 4 claws. On each of the claws, there were 9 toes. The claws were similar to eagle claws while the palms were like those of tigers. Fish scales were all over his body. I'm really a dragon? Wang Xian stared with his eyes wide. He had horns that looked like a deer's, a head like a camel's and a pair of rabbit-like eyes. Besides that, his neck moved like a snake, and his stomach was like a clamshell. With fish-like scales, eagle claws, tiger palms and a pair of ox's ears, this is the divine dragon of the Chinese legends. Wang Xian slightly moved his body, and he could easily swim 7 to 8 meters away. A divine dragon. Wang Xian was excited. But I'm only baby-sized now. As a fish swam past him, a message appeared in his head. Little shark belly, level 0. Extractable dragon energy, 0.001. Wang Xian hesitated before he moved and swam at a fast speed with his mouth open. Devour. Before the little shark belly could react, it was swallowed by Wang Xian. Dragon energy was increased by 0.001. A notification showed up in his head, bringing a halt to his movement. Since I can become a dragon, can I change back to my human form again? Asked Wang Xian. Yes. The voice in his head sounded off. What's the use of dragon energy? Dragon energy can be used to level up and cultivate your superpower. It can also be used to upgrade marine animals. Cultivate superpower? What do you mean by upgrading the marine animals? Asked Wang Xian immediately. The divine dragons are one of the most formidable living beings in the universe. Their power comes from their dragon energy, as the energy can enhance their bodies and cultivate their superpower. The divine dragon transformation is all about the use of the dragon energy. Divine dragon transformation. Wang Xian thought of the skill that he possessed. Divine dragon transformation. At this time, an imposing and mighty voice echoed in his mind. Soon after, divine dragons were circling around within his head. Among which, there was Inferno Divine Dragon with its red-hot body in flame, Frosty Divine Dragon that was covered with thick frost, and Azure Dragon which possessed unlimited vitality. There was also a dragon with a charcoal-like body that was burning in black flame, Black Dragon, and one that can sweep up a windstorm with its wings, Wind Dragon. A myriad of divine dragons circled and eventually formed 3 great and majestic words, Divine Dragon Transformation. So this is Divine Dragon Transformation? So powerful. Wang Xian was feeling the various types of divine dragon and their aura which seemed to be looking down on the rest of the world. His eyes were filled with astonishment. So this is how dragon strength is used. After some time, Wang Xian exhaled gradually and a tinge of excitement flashed past his eyes. Art of cultivation. Divine dragon transformation was the cultivation arts of the divine dragon. Moreover, it was also the strongest cultivation art. The methods of gathering and using dragon strength were within the divine dragon transformation. Dragon strength allowed him to possess Inferno superpower, Frosty superpower, Wind superpower, and various other types of superpowers. Based on what was explained in the divine dragon transformation, dragon strength was the highest tier energy. It could be transformed into a lower tier energy. Lower tier energies referred to elements like metal, wood, water, fire, and others. Dragon strength could even strengthen one's body. Another strong ability of dragon strength was to upgrade marine animals. Every divine dragon had their own dragon palace with crawfish soldiers and crab generals. Dragon strength could gift ordinary marine animals the ability to evolve and gain great strength. Haha. I would never have imagined that I would have such an incredible encounter. Wang Xian showed excitement on his face. After turning into the divine dragon, the illness in his body was automatically eradicated. Now that I have become a divine dragon, I'll be able to gather the clouds and summon rain with a wave of my hand after I get stronger. I'll become the strongest existence in the entire world and build the strongest dragon palace. Wang Xian wriggled his own body and was filled with lofty ambitions. Once the divine dragon's body got stronger, my self-body would get stronger too. Let's start absorbing some dragon strength first. Wang Xian thought in his heart. There are two methods to absorb dragon strength. One of them was to devour other living things to gather dragon strength. The other method would be to gather dragon strength based on the description of the divine dragon transformation. Let's start by devouring the surrounding living things. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. There was a significant amount of fish in the lake beside the pavilion. As the lake was only 2 to 3 meters deep, there weren't any large fish. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of encountering strong living things. Wang Xian wriggled his body and headed directly towards the lake. There's a small grass carp over there. Wang Xian saw a grass carp that was similar in size to him. Moving his body, he swam directly towards it. Grass carp, level 0. Extractable dragon energy, 0.05. Devour. Wang Xian swam over, opened his mouth and devoured the grass carp that was of similar size to him. He obtained 0.05 dragon energy. Let's continue. Wang Zhang felt extremely excited as he moved around and started devouring the surrounding living things frantically. Grass carp, carp, lobsters and mudfish. These fish were all level 0. Even carps that weighed 3 to 4 jin were level 0. 1. Wang Xian's devour was extremely strong. Even if the fish was twice the size of him, the fish would shrink and directly enter his belly as he devoured one with each bite. Subsequently, he cornered all the fish to an area before devouring them in a frenzy. Heavy rain was pouring constantly and 700 to 800 fish gathered in the middle of the lake in the school. A golden-colored body was devouring them rapidly. Growl. A weak and soft dragon roar propagated. The growl was very soft and was even softer than the sounds of the rain. However, this growl was filled with endless awe. I have gotten only 20 dragon energy after devouring all the fish in the lake. That's really little. After half an hour, the golden-colored Wang Xian swam to the edge of the lake. He looked around him and found that there was no one. Looking at his clothes at the edge of the lake, a naked Wang Xian surfaced without much thought. His eyes flashed nobleness as a dragon while his body beamed golden light. The naked body looked extremely strong and was full of muscles. I better put on my clothes quickly and get out of here. Wang Xian wasn't in the mood to admire the great changes to his body. He quickly scooped up his clothes from the lake and put them on rapidly. He also scooped up his phone at the same time and ran towards the dormitory. Bam! Wang Xian closed the door to his dormitory room with his body fully drenched. A tinge of a smile surfaced on his face. My strength seems to be several times that of the past. My body also feels stronger than before. Wang Xian clenched his fists tightly. Subsequently, he looked at his wet clothes, took them off and changed into a set of dry clothes. So handsome. Standing in front of the mirror, Wang Xian looked at himself in an almost narcissistic way. It was the summer break and there weren't many people in the entire dormitory building and he was the only one in his dormitory room. My level is still too low currently. I will have to practice diligently from now onwards to become a strong divine dragon as quickly as possible. Wang Xian clenched his fists tightly and took a look at his elemental attributes. Name, Wang Xian. Race, human, ability to transform into a dragon. Level, 1. Dragon energy, 20/1000. Superpower, dominate the marine animals, ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than your own level. Devour any form of living, for extraction of dragon energy. Art of cultivation, divine dragon transformation. It seems that 20 dragon energy isn't of much use, either. I'll have to reach level 2 as quickly as possible. Wang Xian thought to himself. Buzz buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian suddenly heard his phone ringing. What the? The phone is still working after falling into the lake. Wang Xian was surprised. He walked over immediately, picked up his phone and saw a message from his sister. Unlocking the phone, there wasn't any rubbish this time. Brother, I'm done with my work today and am accompanying Xiaomi to go shopping. I earned 200 today from tutoring. Brother, let me buy you a shirt. Brother, why aren't you replying to my message? And why aren't the calls getting through? Brother, what are you doing? Are you still working? Please reply to me immediately when you receive my messages. Seeing 7 or 8 messages from his own sister, a smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He immediately replied, your brother is busy now. Go shopping and buy whatever you want. Your brother has enough money for your school fees and you won't have to worry about the living expenses in the future. I still have a sister who will be attending the University of Rivertown with me. Let's see if I can give her a surprise before she arrives. Wang Xian's heart softened at the thought of his adorable sister. Now that I can transform into a divine dragon, what are some ways for me to earn money? Should I head to the ocean and catch some fish? Wang Xian thought to himself and recalled about that girl. His eyes were filled with determination as he mumbled to himself, I must become a rich man in the future. Only when I have strength and money can I get what I want. He had been working on temporary jobs before and could earn approximately $100 a day. For this summer vacation, he found a rather good job and earned $4,000 in 20 days. Currently, he had over $8,000 in his hands. This was sufficient for his and his sister's school fees but wasn't enough to cover their living expenses. His sister was also sensible enough to start working during the summer vacation. She found a job as a home tutor back in their home village and could be considered as being well paid. I will definitely not allow my sister to suffer after she enters university. I have to turn her into a little princess. Wang Xian made up his mind to not allow his sister to become like him in the past where he had to work part-time while studying. Growl. I'm so hungry. This is weird considering that I had devoured so many fish. At this moment, Wang Xian felt pangs of hunger. He took his umbrella and headed out directly. Endnotes. 1 jin equals approximately 500 grams. During the summer break, the entire school was plunged into quietness as not many students stayed back in school. Hence, the school canteen was not opened. Wang Xian would usually have his meals outside of school. The University of Rivertown, unlike other universities, was not situated in the desolate suburbs. The university was situated within Rivertown College Town, which had 3 universities and 3 vocational schools in total. The area surrounding the University of Rivertown was extremely robust with an old street. Even though it was known as the Old Street, everything was new inside. It was a street that was full of buildings that were imitations from the ancient days. The Old Street was the most robust street within Rivertown as it gathered all the students from the 6 schools. With a few high-class residential areas surrounding it, many people were there even though it was summer break. However, there was not much of a crowd on the street as it was raining today. Wang Xian looked at the restaurants around him. Let's have something good today. Previously, he was so thrifty that every meal would not cost him more than $15. Most of the time, he would settle his meals with instant noodles. Even though Wang Xian was as broke as usual, he thought of ways to earn money with a golden opportunity he chanced upon today. So, he decided to splurge for once. Wang Xian observed the restaurants around him and fixed his gaze on a restaurant that was called First Grade Seafood Restaurant. First Grade Restaurant was the most expensive restaurant on the street. Wang Xian's roommate mentioned that 2 people could spend almost $600 to $700 for a simple meal here. Average spending per person was about $300 to $400, which was a price that he could not afford before. Yet, at the same time, this restaurant served the most delicious food on this street. This is it. Wang Xian decided to have a sumptuous meal. Welcome. The 2 greeters at the door bowed welcomingly. Sir, you can leave your umbrella here? The waitress on the right said to him with a crisp clear voice. Sure. Wang Xian nodded. Eh. However, he revealed a surprised look on his face when he looked up to the girl. Seeing Wang Xian staring at her, the girl smiled at him politely. Guan Shuking. She's Guan Shuking, the hottest girl in our major. Wang Xian recovered from his state of shock. The girl who was greeting him was also a student from the same year as him. A pretty girl who was also among the top few beauties in the school, Guan Shuking. However, they were not from the same class. Hence, she would not know a nobody like Wang Xian. Guan Shuking had many admirers courting her in school. One of the most epic incidents was that a rich man's son drove a Ferrari with a full trunk of flowers to woo her, but was rejected. Never would I expect to see Guan Shuking working as a part-timer during the summer break. Wang Xian was thinking to himself. A pretty girl like her would gain easy access to money if she needed it, just like how she, but now. But probably, this was the reason why many people took a liking to Guan Shuking. Wang Xian shook his head. He did not care about the gossip in school, so he was unaware of her situation. Sir, how many of you? A waiter walked over and asked. 1. Sir, this way please. The waiter led him into the restaurant. Wang Xian observed the crowd that was dining in the restaurant. The business here was extremely good. After getting himself seated, Wang Xian studied the dishes on the menu. It's indeed the first-grade restaurant. They even have twin abalones that are worth $200,000. Wang Xian stared at the price on the menu. Apart from the high-priced twin abalones, a portion of sashimi cost $700 to $800 and a portion of caviar cost a few $1,000s. On top of that, an Australia lobster of 3 to 5 gin cost $2,000 each. That is simply expensive. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He ordered a plate of oysters, 2 cheap dishes and a soup which cost him over $200 in total. Sir, please wait for a moment. The dishes will be brought to you in no time. The good-looking waitress said with a sweet smile. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. Good restaurants simply had better service. Even the waitresses are all young and beautiful. Soon, the dishes were served to him. Wang Xian began to tuck in his food excitedly. Previously, he had eaten all kinds of artificially flavored instant noodles including stew beef, tomato beef, Sichuan spicy beef, and pickled vegetables. He almost wanted to puke. Today, he could finally upgrade his meal. After a hearty meal, Wang Xian burped with satisfaction and took a few sips of tea. The food here is really delicious. When I'm rich in the future, I'll bring my sister here every day. Wang Xian told himself. Excuse me, can I have the bill? Wang Xian called out and foot the bill of over $200. A meal like this was equivalent to more than 1 week's worth of his meals. After footing the bill, he was about to leave with a smiling face. Bang! Ah! When he got up, he heard something shatter and a fearful scream coming from the entrance. Wang Xian wondered for a while, but he was not bothered by it and continued on his way out. When he was at the door, he saw a fish tank that was about 1.8 meters long, 3 fish and some water lying on the floor. A middle-aged man was yelling anxiously, "Get some water now! Hurry! It can't die! It can't die!" As he was yelling, he walked to the 3 fish. 2 of them were fine while the remaining one was looking half dead under the broken glass of the tank. "Boss, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't see you just now." A greeter in her uniform who was standing to the side was apologizing to the boss with an ashen face. "Don't apologize to me. You'll be lucky if the arowanas are fine. If anything happens to them, you can't even compensate me even if you sell yourself away." The middle-aged boss was howling at the girl with anger. The girl paled immediately with her eyes red. "Gosh, Mr. Lee, how did this happen? Why are the 3 arowanas on the floor?" At this time, an elder walked over with a surprised look. Mr. Lee looked up at the elder and replied quickly, "Zhao, a young lady accidentally broke the tank when the workers were moving it." "Do these 3 arowanas belong to old Wang?" They are worth $5 to $6 million. Old Wang treated them like precious jewels. How did you borrow the fish from him? Zhao squatted down and examined the 3 arowanas. At the same time, the employees from the hotel fetched a huge basin of water. Zhao began to examine the condition of the 3 arowanas. The greeter at the side got even paler when she heard the old man. Wang Xian was stunned by the old man's words too. 3 fish for 5 to 6 million? If 3 fish are worth 5 to 6 million, each of them would have cost 1 to 2 million. Wang Xian was aghast at hearing the price. He looked towards the greeter and frowned immediately. Guan Shuking. These 2 fish should be fine, but this one might have some problems. Within the first-grade restaurant, old Zhao frowned as he looked at the half-dead arowana. He touched the body of the arowana and continued, this red arowana probably had a worse fall when it dropped down. It probably would be. Zhao did not complete his sentence, but it was clear what he was trying to say. This arowana might not survive for long. Mr. Li looked extremely unhappy when he heard the words of Zhao. With a heavy face, he said, I asked old Wang to lend them to me for a few days to change the feng shui of the shop. Who would have expected? As Mr. Li spoke, he stared at the female greeter. These are arowanas that are worth several million. To cause their death by dropping them, you are really too careless. That's right. The greeter probably wasn't paying attention and knocked into one of the few deliverymen who was shifting the goods. That's really careless on her part. At this moment, the customers were gathering around the scene. They were pointing and commenting on that arowanas as they felt sorry for the incident. Some of them were even pointing at Guan Shuking as they explained the incident to customers who had just joined the crowd. Guan Shuking had her head lowered all along and tears were streaming down. She looked extremely pitiful at this moment. What are you crying for? I'm the one who should be crying. A red arowana that costs 1 to 2 million is killed by you. Mr. Li looked up angrily and walked in front of Guan Shuking. His finger was pointing angrily at her head as he scolded. Guan Shuking kept her head down and her body was shaking slightly. She raised her head slightly, revealed an expression that drew sympathy and said, Mr. Li, I didn't do this on purpose. I really didn't do this on purpose. Not on purpose? Will it be fine if you just apologize after breaking something that costs 1 to 2 million? Huh? Can you afford to compensate me for it? The angry Mr. Li grabbed and pulled Guan Shuking's clothes. He looked rather hideous at this moment. Hey, Mr. At this moment, Wang Xian could no longer stand the sight of Mr. Li, who seemed to be acting irrationally. This lady didn't do this on purpose. Moreover, isn't this arowana still alive? Who is this brat? Mind your own business. If you want to interfere in this, compensate me on behalf of her. Mr. Li turned around immediately and yelled at him after hearing what Wang Xian had said. Wang Xian heard Mr. Li's words and frowned slightly. He took a glance at Guan Shuking before turning his vision towards the red arowana. Arowana, level 0. Extractable dragon energy, 1. I could extract 1 dragon energy from it? No wonder this arowana is worth more than 1 million. Wang Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he recalled the applications of dragon energy. He looked towards Mr. Li and said, as a man, don't make things difficult for a young lady. I'm confident I can cure the arowana. You are confident? Mr. Li looked at him in doubt. Hey brother, this is a red arowana that is worth 1 million or 2. Are you sure you could cure it? Old Zhao looked at him with suspicion. You will know after you see it. Wang Xian didn't elaborate further and walked directly towards the red arowana. This was because he wasn't 100% sure of it either. If you are not sure, don't touch it, warned Mr. Li as he looked sternly at Wang Xian. How would you know if you don't give it a try, replied Wang Xian without looking up. He extended his hand over and touched the fish. Mr. Li had a stern look on him but didn't try to stop him. This teenager in front of him was so confident and might be his only ray of hope. Dragon energy? With just a thought, he injected dragon energy into the body of the arowana based on how he would upgrade other marine animals. Something magical happened. Wang Xian could fully sense the internal constitution of the arowana, and he realized that he could make upgrades to the arowana through the dragon energy. Truly magical. A surprised look appeared on Wang Xian's face. He discovered that there was a little blood clot within the red arowana, and it was exactly this blood clot that made it lethargic and on the brink of death. Dragon energy nourishment. Golden-colored dragon energy streamed past and the blood clot within the body dissipated. He retracted the dragon energy and realized that he had only exhausted 1 point of dragon energy. Flap flap. At this moment, the previously half-dead red arowana was wriggling its body in the basin. It seemed to be extremely active. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face as he swung his finger in front of the red arowana. The red arowana moved along with his finger excitedly. Wang Xian put on a front by squeezing the body of the red arowana. Wow! So magical! It has recovered. For real. The arowana looks fine and it seems to have really recovered. The surrounding crowd looked towards Wang Xian with astonishment after seeing the red arowana swimming freely in the water. Old Zhao, who was beside him, made a detailed examination of the red arowana. He gasped with surprise and blurted, "It has really recovered. Of course there's no problem with it. It just had a little blood clot within its body previously. Just a small issue." Wang Xian stood up, cleared the dust off his hands and said to Mr. Li, who was standing by the side, "Come take a look. There's nothing wrong with it now." Mr. Li was stunned for a moment before rushing over. He looked carefully at the red arowana. "Old Zhao, is it really fine?" He looked towards the old man beside him and asked with uncertainty. "It should be fine." Old Zhao nodded his head. "Great, great." Mr. Li finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "My brother, I'm really, really grateful for this." "You're welcome. I just hope that Mr. Li will not make things difficult for the young lady." Wang Xian waved his hand. I won't. Thank you, young man. Come in. Have some food before you leave. This is my restaurant. It's all right. I just had my lunch. Your food are really delicious." Wang Xian shook his head. He looked towards Guan Shuking, who was standing on one side, and noticed that she was also looking at him. He smiled at her, bade goodbye to Mr. Li and left directly. Guan Shuking looked at the back view of Wang Xian with gratitude. She hesitated about going up but was halted by the manager beside her. "Arowana, ornamental fish." Wang Xian walked out of first-grade restaurant. He opened his umbrella and sank into deep thought. The 3 arowana that were worth more than 1.2 million gave him some inspiration. Perhaps I have discovered a way to earn money quickly. The edge of Wang Xian's mouth arched upwards as he carried his umbrella and walked forward. After walking for several hundred meters, his vision turned to a shop to his left. Aquarium shop. An aquarium shop was a place that sold fish bowls and ornamental fish. When Wang Xian walked into the shop, a middle-aged man and 2 young female attendants were standing in the shop. There were no other customers. "Hey handsome, are you looking to buy some ornamental fish?" A female attendant smiled and asked this the moment he stepped in. "Just browsing." Wang Xian smiled at her and replied. "All right, feel free to do so." The female attendant didn't seem to be too concerned if he was interested in buying, as she replied with a smile. "Grass tank, sea tank, and this is the ornamental fish section." The entire aquarium shop was huge and separated into 3 sections of grass tank, sea tank, and ornamental fish. The grass tank and sea tank sections were mainly about the background setting and had a few fish. As for the ornamental fish section, it was mainly a section that showcased various types of fishes. There were common goldfish, parrotfish, and angelfish. Besides those, there were also the more expensive goldfish and koi carp. The most expensive koi carp is worth $150,000, while the most expensive arowana will cost about $100,000. Wang Xian was observing the ornamental fish in the aquarium store. The 2 most expensive fish cost only about a few $100,000 in this shop. He looked at the fish and realized that most of them were at level 0. Only the arowanas and the koi carps possessed slightly more dragon energy. But those arowanas and the koi carps in the fish tanks were indeed beautiful. The scales on the arowanas were glittering, and they had prominent foreheads with long whiskers. Bright and colorful patterns were all over the bodies of the koi carps. As they swam in the tank, they looked as though they were living pieces of art. "Hey, pretty, your arowanas and koi carps are quite expensive." Wang Xian smiled to the salesgirl beside him as he struck up a conversation. "Do you think this is expensive? You must have not seen those koi carps and arowanas that cost millions of dollars." "Our price is considered to be at the mid-range," said the salesgirl smilingly. Wang Xian listened to her reply and asked immediately, "Pretty, how do you differentiate a good koi carp and arowana?" "Red arowanas are the most valuable breed among the arowanas, while chili red arowanas are the most precious breed among red arowanas. Koi carps are more expensive, in particular, from the island countries. Those that are larger in size with bright colors are worth a few $1,000,000. The salesgirl explained to him smilingly. Wang Xian pondered as he nodded. He asked, "If I want to buy koi carps and arowanas that cost a few $1,000,000, where can I get them in the river town?" "Koi carps and arowanas that cost a few $1,000,000? You can check out the flowers and birds market of the ocean town. But a few $1,000,000 of koi carps and arowanas are not common. Moreover, not many people will purchase such expensive ornamental fish. Those that cost a few $100,000 are for sale though." The pretty salesgirl continued. "Okay, thank you." Wang Xian nodded with a smile. He pulled out his phone and did a simple search. Just like what the salesgirl said, koi carps and arowanas that cost a few million are uncommon and not easy to sell. But people would buy a few $100,000 ones. Wang Xian ran through his thoughts. He smiled at the salesgirl and left. "It's just noon. Let's check out the flowers and birds market." After Wang Xian walked out of the aquarium store, he headed to the flowers and birds market by cab. The flowers and birds market was situated at the East Ocean district of the river town, and it was not far for him. After a 20-minute drive, the car stopped at the entrance of the flowers and birds market. The flowers and birds market of Rivertown was a more substantial market since many wealthy people resided in Rivertown, because it was one of the top second-tier cities. Wang Xian went into the market. He followed the signs and strolled towards the fish viewing area. On the way, he saw a pet shop selling pet dogs for $50,000. A pet dog can be kept for dozens of years, but a koi carp or an arowana can be kept for one's entire life. There's a reason for the hefty price tag on the ornamental fish. The flowers and birds market was well maintained with wide and clean pedestrian roads. There were stores on each side of the road. Due to the rain today, there was not much human traffic. Wang Xian went to the fish viewing area and began to skim through the individual aquarium stores. There will be a 2-day goldfish fair starting tomorrow. It will attract many local people and those from other cities. The exhibition will bring a large amount of human traffic. So, let's do a proper cleanup today. Goldfish Fair? Is it the exhibition jointly organized by the Jinhua Goldfish Farm, Longlian Goldfish Farm, and other large-scale goldfish farms? That's right. The exhibition organized by these goldfish farms will attract many customers. After all, these goldfish farms are among the market's top list. I wonder what kind of goldfish they will be exhibiting tomorrow. Will there be rare goldfish like red-capped brown oranda? Hard to say. But given the resources of those goldfish farms, there might be red-capped brown oranda. When Wang Xian walked into one of the aquarium stores, he overheard the conversation in the shop. He was stupefied for a moment. Goldfish? Goldfish was the most commonly seen ornamental fish breed. Even though they were common, rare breeds could fetch up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. The red-capped brown oranda they mentioned could sell for $300,000 to $400,000. It was known as the most expensive goldfish in the world. If there is a goldfish fair tomorrow, he raised his eyebrows and looked at some of the goldfish in the store with an idea. Give me some goldfish, boss. What kind of goldfish do you want? The goldfish that I have are premier grades, incomparable to those goldfish stalls from the flea markets. The middle-aged store owner chuckled as he spoke after hearing Wang Xian. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and observed the goldfish in his store. He realized that the goldfish here were indeed costly. Some cost $40 to $50 each while others cost a few $100s each. Boss, give me 2 of this, 3 of this and 3 of that. Wang Xian observed the colors on some of the goldfish as he spoke. Sure. $4.50, please. Pal, I'll give you a fishbowl for free. The store owner put up a smiling face while speaking to him. Thank you. Wang Xian smiled and handed the money to the store owner. It's quite expensive, but I would reap profits thousandfold if I succeed. Radiance flickered in Wang Xian's eyes as he lugged 8 goldfish out of the door. He took a cab and headed back to school. On the way, Wang Xian researched a lot of information on goldfish. After doing research for the entire afternoon, he realized that koi carps had the highest value, followed by arowanas. Wang Xian wanted to improvise some arowanas for sale. But the goldfish fair spoiled his plan. Even though arowanas had a high value, it was more than 10 times bigger in size than a goldfish. Hence, the consumption of the dragon energy would be high. His current level of dragon energy was still quite low. Besides, the value of the goldfish was not bad either. Tomorrow is the goldfish fair. There must be buyers. I can use my dragon energy to upgrade a few goldfish that are of high worth. Wang Xian thought to himself as he hugged the goldfish under the umbrella and headed towards the dormitory. The rain was still as heavy as before, and there were only a few students in the school compound. That seems to be him. As she entered the school gate, Guan Shuking was holding onto an umbrella when she saw the figure who was pacing briskly past her. She stared at his umbrella and the clothes he was wearing with radiance flickering in her eyes. Guan Shuking hesitated, but she quickly caught up and called out, "Hey, you!" Hey. Wang Xian looked back in complete bewilderment when he heard a voice from behind. It's really him. Guan Shuking recognized Wang Xian's face with an astonishing expression on her face. It's really you. Thank you for your help today, Guan Shuking walked over and said gratefully. Guan Shuking. Wang Xian was slightly stunned, but he nodded with a smile. Do you know me? Asked Guan Shuking, surprised when he called out her name. How could I not? You are also from class of 2020? Which department are you from? On the small path in the school, Guan Shuking looked at the boy with shimmering eyes. A height of 1.7 meters wasn't very tall. However, he had a unique aura around him. His determined face carried with it a tinge of stability that students didn't possess. She was full of gratitude towards the man who had helped her in the afternoon. If it wasn't for this man, she really couldn't imagine the consequences. I study business administration. You can call me Wang Xian, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Business administration? Our classrooms are close to each other. You're not going home for the summer break either. Guan Shuking continued, I'm really thankful for your help with the incident today. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what would have happened to me. You don't have to thank me for it. It was just a simple act. Wang Xian smiled before continuing, no, I'm not going home this summer, found a summer job outside the school. Oh really? What a coincidence. Sadly, I got fired by my boss. Guan Shuking pouted slightly. Hee, Wang Xian looked at her and smiled, my dormitory is right over there. Talk to you next time. Wang Xian waved his hand as he spoke. All he was thinking about was the ornamental fish and making money. He didn't have the additional energy to think about chatting with a beautiful girl. Wang Xian walked away directly. This made Guan Shuking a little shocked as she looked at his back. Then, bye-bye. You. What? Asked Wang Xian as he saw her stop suddenly despite having things to say. Can I add you on WeChat? It's all thanks to you that the incident in the day was settled. Let me buy you a meal sometime, said Guan Shuking. Alright. Wang Xian nodded his head. However, he smiled bitterly after looking at the fishbowl and umbrella in his hand. My phone is in my pocket. I'll give you my number and you can add me with that. Alright. Guan Shuking nodded her head. She took out her phone and added Wang Xian on WeChat. Alright, I shall not take up more time of yours. Goodbye. Guan Shuking waved her hands at him after sending the friend request. Goodbye. Wang Xian nodded his head before walking quickly in the direction of the dormitory. Did I lose my charm? Guan Shuking touched her face as she looked at the back view of Wang Xian at a loss. If it were any other man that had helped me, perhaps. What a unique man. Could it be that he already has a girlfriend? Guan Shuking mumbled to herself. She hesitated for a moment before taking out her phone and sending a message to a classmate of hers that was also in business administration. Xiaoya, is there a guy called Wang Xian in your class? Wang Xian? Yes. What's the matter? Don't tell me he's wooing you. That can't be. He's a pretty introverted man. After several tens of seconds, she received a reply from her classmate. Introverted. Guan Shuking looked at the reply messages from Xiaoya and sank into deep thought. She replied, no. It's just that this man really helped me out today and I would like to find out more about him. He is a little different from others. Huh? Really helped you out? Oh Goddess Shuking, are you thinking of marrying him to show your gratitude? I know a little about Wang Xian as he is in the same dormitory as my boyfriend. From what my boyfriend told me, his family background's conditions are really bad and his sister is all he has as family. Not only has he got to work for his living expenses, he still has to raise his sister. He didn't join any group outing in his first year in school. In fact, he rarely joined his roommates in any gatherings. He's really poor. Poor. Guan Shuking felt a little confused when she saw Xiaoya's reply. But he went to first-grade restaurant for lunch today. Did he have something to do at first-grade restaurant? Guan Shuking was confused but subsequently replied, alright, I got it. From what you said, this man is pretty good. Oh, my Goddess Shuking, you can't be serious. You have to think thrice about it. Don't read too much into it. I'm focusing on my studies right now. Wang Xian had no clue that the it girl of the school was scooping around about him. At this moment, he was back in his dormitory. He locked the door of the room and stared excitedly at the 8 goldfish in the fish tank. I wonder if the exhaustion would be huge. Wang Xian scooped up one of the goldfish and thought to himself. With just a thought, he injected dragon energy into the body of the black and white goldfish. The breed of this goldfish was Ranchu and it had cost $120 for one. It could be considered rather expensive. He was preparing to upgrade the goldfish to the most valuable red-capped brown oranda. Therefore, all the goldfish that he had chosen were of similar colors to the red-capped brown oranda. As the dragon energy entered the body of the goldfish, a controlling force cruised within it. A faint smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. The dragon race had absolute control over marine animals and dragon energy could even upgrade other marine animals. He picked up his phone and upgraded the goldfish according to the picture in the phone. It's done. Looking at the modified red-capped brown oranda, Wang Xian's face was filled with excitement. The red-capped brown oranda which was upgraded using dragon energy was much more beautiful than those in the picture. Moreover, it had a nobility aura around it as though the fish was from a noble race. Besides that, this red-capped brown oranda looked extremely lively. When compared with other red-capped brown oranda, this was definitely one of the highest tiers. It's so beautiful. However, upgrading one red-capped brown oranda would exhaust 2 points of dragon energy. This exhaustion is a bit high. If I am to upgrade larger size fish like arowana and koi carps, it would probably take 20 to 30 dragon energy. Wang Xian frowned slightly. He had only gained 20 points of dragon energy after devouring thousands of jin of fish in the entire lake of the school. After helping Guan Shuking in the afternoon, he was only left with 19 points. Let's make some money first. I can gather dragon energy by devouring fish in the lake or oceans. Besides that, I can also gather it through cultivation practice. Wang Xian thought to himself. Money was still very important to him. He continued his upgrades using dragon energy. Soon, several red-capped brown orandas were created. Looking at the lively and nimble red-capped brown orandas in the fish bowl, excitement filled his face. 8 goldfish. If we go by the current market price, these would be worth more than 2 million. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. If he could really get 2 million, he wouldn't have to work part-time in the future. He would also be able to allow his sister to truly enjoy her university life. Name, Wang Xian. Race, human, ability to transform into a dragon. Level, 1. Dragon energy, 3/1000. Superpower, dominate the marine animals, ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than your own level. Devour any form of living, for extraction of dragon energy. Art of cultivation, divine dragon transformation. I have exhausted 16 points of dragon energy and can clearly feel that I have been weakened. I've got to cultivate diligently from now on to reach level 2 as quickly as possible and become a true divine dragon. I will also have to build my own dragon palace. Looking at the information about himself, Wang Xian's eyes lit up. With a casual jump, he jumped onto his bed and immediately sat with his legs crossed on it. Divine dragon transformation, directing dragon energy into the body. Cruising in the high skies. Not too bad to gain 20 points of dragon energy after one night of cultivation. The next morning, Wang Xian stared at the level of dragon energy he gained over the night with a flash of radiance in his eyes. Given his speed, it would take him 50 days to up his level to level 2. According to the divine dragon transformation, one can only reach the first transformation after level 9. The first transformation of divine dragon transformation could allow Wang Xian to roam the ocean and dive into the clouds. He would be a dragon, a baby dragon, after the first transformation. It's still far. After earning some money, I'll head out to the sea. As Wang Xian wondered to himself, he washed himself up swiftly. I'll ride Dahai's scooter over. After some thought, he picked up the keys that Dahai had passed to him before the summer break. Wang Dahai was the best friend of Wang Xian. They were quite close, likely because they shared the same last name. Wang Dahai was a local. Knowing that Wang Xian was poor, he often took care of him. The funniest thing was that Wang Dahai offered to bring Wang Xian to one of those sauna-covered brothels after knowing he was still a virgin. Eventually, Wang Xian turned him down speechlessly. Wang Dahai was slightly plump and lazy. Other students bought bicycles for themselves, but he said he was too lazy to paddle. So, he bought a scooter. Wang Xian hugged the fish bowl down the stairs. The rain had already stopped with the sun shining brightly. The summer air after the storm was refreshing. Wang Xian came to the car park and started the engine of Wang Dahai's scooter. His scooter was slightly more massive as compared to the AIMA scooters. A stout person like Wang Dahai could ride this scooter comfortably. Wang Xian placed the fishbowl on the leg rest and drove to the flowers and birds market. I hope I can sell all of them. Wang Xian grinned. Throughout the 30-minute journey from his school to the flowers and birds market, his ride was smooth and steady as he was trying to prevent the fishbowl from toppling. Almost there. Wang Xian checked the location in front of him and noticed the massive crowd at the flowers and birds market. He also spotted a lot of cars with non-local car plates driving in slowly. Looks like many people are coming for the goldfish fair. Wang Xian sped up a little as he drove towards the car park of the flowers and birds market through a side lane. Vroom. Vroom. Suddenly, he heard a vroom coming from behind. Soon after, Wang Xian saw a few heavy-duty motorcycles dashing in from the junction at a speed not less than 80 km per hour. Wang Xian then noticed 4 heavy-duty motorcycles were charging towards him at a fast speed. Vroom. Haha. Sorry, I'm first. At this time, a heavy-duty motorcycle at the forefront braked swiftly, and the bike stopped steadily. The cyclist laughed out loud as he took off his helmet. The rest of the motorcycles behind braked and stopped quickly too. Oh no! One of the bikes did not manage to brake and skidded suddenly. The road was still wet after a day of rain. Hence, The bike hurtled in Wang Xian's direction. Wang Xian was slightly appalled. He quickly dodged to the side when the bike came crashing in. Bang! The scooter that he was sitting on was sent flying back for 3 to 4 meters. After the motorcycle hit the scooter, it stopped. Damn, the bike actually skidded. A young man on the bike took off his helmet and spoke embarrassed. He got down off his motorcycle and checked out the front of his bike. Upon seeing there was not much damage, he heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the bike is intact. Wang Xian pulled a long face when the young man ignored the scooter that he hit and examined his own motorcycle the moment he got down from his bike. If Wang Xian was not strengthened by the dragon energy, he might not have dodged the hit in time. Oh no, my goldfish! Wang Xian hurried over, and his face was even longer when he saw the broken fish bowl. The fish bowl was shattered, and all 8 of the red-capped brown orangas were struggling on the ground. 2 of them were crushed under the wheels and had died immediately. Another 4 of them were half dead. Seeing the shedding fish scales, the fish must have fallen and knocked themselves. Wang Xian sulked as he looked at the young man who behaved as if nothing had happened. With a darkened expression, he walked over. How could you drive like that? And don't you have to check my scooter after knocking it down? Her. The young man turned to the scooter that was lying on the floor as soon as he heard Wang Xian. Okay, lad. I'm sorry. How much is your scooter? Tell me. I'll compensate you, said the young man with a smile as he paid no serious attention to the scooter. What's wrong? You didn't knock someone down, did you? At the same time, those juveniles who were also on motorcycles came from behind and checked on the young man. Nothing. Just a scooter. Heh, seriously, the quality of this custom-made Harley-Davidson was no joke. The young man replied laughingly as he turned around. Wang Xian stared coldly at the young man who did not care about anything. He went straight to the young man. Hey, aren't you going to compensate me for the things you damaged? Her. The young man looked at Wang Xian and smiled. Of course, I will. It's just a scooter, isn't it? Tell me how much it is. Heh, not only the scooter. My goldfish, too. Wang Xian replied nonchalantly. Goldfish? Haha, there were goldfish, too. Just name the price. Upon hearing it, the young man laughed and took out about 5 to 6 bills from his wallet. As he spoke, he dug all his money out from it. Here's about $6,000. This should be enough. Get going. 6,000. Wang Xian looked at the money in his hands with a mocking expression. You can't even buy a fishtail with that amount. Lad, are you trying to extort? The young man asked coldly as he turned and glared at him. What? Are you trying to put the bite on us? The 3 juveniles walked over at this time as they glared at Wang Xian scornfully. Some of the people at the entrance of the flowers and birds market crowded over with curiosity when they saw the accident. Lad, you don't need to stare at me. $6,000 is more than enough to cover that run-down scooter of yours and those pathetic goldfish, the young man said as he peered at Wang Xian who was staring at him. He pointed at him with much displeasure. Take the money while you can. Otherwise, you'll not get a single cent. Seems like the young man who rode the heavy-duty motorcycle accidentally knocked into the young lad on scooter. Is he all right? If he is all right, 6,000 is not a small sum. Yes, he's all right. But, that fellow seems discontented. Those few people who were riding the motorcycles were going too fast. The engines were roaring loudly just now. It's a Harley-Davidson. That motorcycle is so cool. It must have cost a bomb. At this time, the surrounding spectators were whispering as they watched the group. Trying to send me off with a mere $6,000. Wang Xian sneered at the young man. He turned to his scooter and picked up the red-capped brown orangas. Wang Xian placed the red-capped brown oranga on a piece of glass and walked straight to the young man. 8 goldfish. I'm afraid your 6,000 isn't sufficient at all. I'm calling the police now to let them handle this accident. Wang Xian looked at the young man and spoke coldly. The young man in front of him was acting too arrogant and conceited. If he had apologized the moment he alighted, Wang Xian might not have been too calculative with him. After all he had to do was to exhaust another 16 points of dragon energy. However, he was so arrogant and Wang Xian naturally wouldn't just let it go. What he didn't know at this moment was that he was gradually gaining the imperious nature of a divine dragon. Brat, you must be trying to make a fuss out of this. How much could your thrashed motorcycle costs? How much do your petty goldfish cost? I'll compensate you for them. Don't try to get more out of this. The young man walked over and spoke coldly when he saw Wang Xian take out his mobile phone. Hey brat, are you looking for trouble? Several young men behind him walked over and surrounded Wang Xian in all four directions. Hey, don't be so rash guys. Let's talk this over. An old man at the side saw the commotion, walked over and shouted out of goodwill. Son, look at what you've lost. These young men aren't being unreasonable. They would compensate you the right amount. Don't be greedy. Wang Xian took a glance at the old man before turning his vision to the four young men around him. I don't need you guys to compensate me for the damaged motorcycle, but my goldfish. Wang Xian paused, placing his 8 red-capped brown orandas on the floor. He looked at them coldly before remarking, you have to compensate me for my goldfish. There's a total of 8 red-capped brown oranda. As for the value of each fish, you guys can look it up online yourself. What bullshit red-capped brown oranda are you saying? Hey arrogant brat, don't spout nonsense in front of me. Let me tell you this. Don't even dream of getting a cent today. The young man pointed and spoke coldly after seeing how Wang Xian had acted. What? Red-capped brown oranda. However, the old man who was trying to play the mediator was shocked. He looked at the goldfish beside Wang Xian and ran over immediately. These are really red-capped brown oranda. They are real, exclaimed the old man as he saw the goldfish in the broken fishbowl after running over. He squatted down, feeling a little heartache before shouting, these are premium red-capped brown oranda. These 2 fish should be fine. Hey guys, hurry over and take care of them. Red-capped brown oranda. Are those really red-capped brown oranda? Several old men standing behind the crowd exclaimed as they walked over in shock. These are really red-capped brown oranda. They are the nobles among the goldfish. What a shame that 2 of them were crushed to death directly. Looking at the condition of these fish, they could even be considered to be among the best of the red-capped brown oranda. Each one of them would be worth at least $300k 400k. Some citizens exclaimed and shook their heads when they walked over and saw the goldfish on the ground. $300k 400k. The group of young men, who were standing at a side, heard what the old man and the others said. They were completely shocked as they looked at the goldfish on the floor with disbelief. These goldfish are worth $300k 400k, they asked in shock. Not these. The old man lifted his head and said to the group of young men, each of them is worth $300k 400k. Look at their appearances, they wouldn't be cheaper than $350k. These 2 fish are crushed to death directly and the scales of these 4 are damaged. 6 fish would cost no less than $2 million, an old man replied. Red-capped brown oranda are extremely hard to breed. Now that there are 8 of them appearing at the same time. What a misfortune for them too. As the middle-aged man spoke, he shook his head constantly. More and more citizens were crowding over. They were all here for the goldfish fair today and were goldfish lovers. Naturally, they were able to recognize the nobles of the goldfish breed, red-capped brown oranda. As the young men heard the sigh of the crowd, their jaws dropped. Wang Xian looked at the young man and said coldly, I believe it would be best to let the police handle this incident. You can't get away with less than $2 million. There's a goldfish fair at the Flowers and Birds Market today. It would be easy to assess the losses once the professionals are here to do an assessment. The old man shook his head and continued, Hey son, you should have been more careful when you were riding. What a shame that these goldfish were The young man opened his mouth in disbelief. The other young men behind him were also standing there in shock. They would have never expected that the goldfish that they had killed would be worth $2 million. When the young man saw Wang Xian took out his mobile phone, his face turned black. This incident was entirely his fault, and there would be no doubt that the final verdict would be that he had to compensate at least $2 million. However, how was he going to take out that amount of money? If the old master in his house was to know of this incident, it would be an even greater disaster. 1. Hey brother, please don't call the police. The expressions on the young man's face changed rapidly as he spoke to Wang Xian in a hurry. I'm fine with not calling the police, but you have to compensate me, Wang Xian replied, looking at him coldly. The young man looked at the group of young men with embarrassment. Shan He, the best we could do is $100,000. You should also know that, the group of young men behind him had helpless looks on them as they continued, why don't you ask your... I can't. The young man shook his head immediately. He definitely couldn't let his family know about it. He looked at Wang Xian, gritted his teeth and said, brother, why don't I compensate you with my heavy-duty motorcycle? Heavy-duty motorcycle? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and turned his sight to the imperious-looking motorcycle at the side. My heavy-duty motorcycle was custom-made recently and is worth $1.53 million, the young man said reluctantly. A heavy-duty motorcycle that costs $1.53 million. Wang Xian frowned and doubted his claim. You can check it out on the official website. Moreover, I have records of my order here. The young man took out his mobile phone and opened up the record. This heavy-duty motorcycle is an exclusive custom-made version of Electric Glide. The total cost of it was $1.53 million. Even if it is $1.53 million, it's still not enough. Moreover, this is a second-hand heavy-duty motorcycle. Wang Xian said sarcastically, if we just take the value of 6 red-capped brown orenda, the value would at least be $2.20, $2.30 million. The young man was embarrassed at the words of Wang Xian. He walked over to the small trunk of the Harley heavy-duty motorcycle and retrieved a box. I'll include this pair of shoes. The young man opened the box and revealed a pair of shoes. Nike Mag, Back to the Future 2. There's only a limited 81 pairs in the whole world, and each pair is worth approximately $70,000. Wang Xian was slightly shocked as he looked at this pair of shoes in disbelief. Shan He had bought these shoes to show off to others. Now, the other young men couldn't help but feel their mouths twitching. This accident alone has pushed him back to the time before he became free? Wang Xian frowned. No matter how great a $1.5 million heavy-duty motorcycle or a $700,000 pair of shoes were, they weren't as great as money. You could sell the heavy-duty motorcycle away and there wouldn't be a lack of buyers for this pair of shoes. The young man said reluctantly. If you want cash, I don't have it. Moreover, your goldfish were worth $2 million, just like the worth of my items added together. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head, but he was clearly not very pleased. End note. One old master usually refers to the eldest or the one in charge of the family. This damn motorcycle and shoes. Wang Xian came out from the vehicle administrative office with a darkened expression as he looked at the Harley motorcycle and the pair of shoes. The young man was acting like a scoundrel. He, too, took out $2 million worth of goods as compensation since the goldfish were worth over $2 million. A Harley motorcycle and a pair of shoes made up the sum quite nicely. But there is one good thing. Judging from the reactions from the flowers and birds market, I should be able to sell away all my goldfish. Wang Xian mumbled. The crowd began to multiply when the people around them found out about the red-capped brown orandas that were crushed under the wheels. At that time, someone expressed an interest in buying them, but he was afraid that the remaining fish would have implications after the accident. Hence, he did not dare to complete the purchase. Subsequently, Wang Xian followed the young man to the vehicle administrative office to transfer the ownership of the Harley motorcycle. At the same time, The young man got him a heavy-duty motorcycle license through some ties. This motorcycle. Wang Xian gazed for a short while before he rode on it. He knew how to ride a motorcycle, but this motorcycle was too high class for him. Wang Xian started the engine and headed back to school with much caution. This is way too fast. Wang Xian pressed gently on the accelerator, and the motorcycle simply dashed out. Just now, he tried to find out more about this Harley motorcycle. In general, most of the heavy-duty motorcycles were worth about a few $100,000. One of their unique features was the ability to get modified and custom-made. A custom-made Harley that cost $1.5 million was possible. The most unique feature for Harley motorcycles was that they were cool and extremely flashy. Any man who rode on one would be full of charisma. Besides, Harley motorcycles made their appearances in many US blockbuster movies. Wang Xian could sense the curious gazes from the pedestrian when he rode the bike on the street. Gosh, this Harvey motorcycle is still far from a sports car. Wang Xian complained to himself. After all, sports cars could act as shields for the drivers and passengers, whereas the heavy-duty motorcycles work the other way around. If he were to be thrown off the bike, he would sustain serious injuries. For a first-timer in riding such a heavy-duty motorcycle, Wang Xian was riding it slowly as he valued his life very much. However, he was in a light-hearted mood today as he had found a way to earn money. Shan He, you gave that lad your favorite vehicle you just bought and your flashy shoes. There goes almost everything you've been saving up for when you were studying overseas, said a juvenile to Shan He, who had a gloomy look on his face at the entrance of the vehicle administrative office. What else could I do? The young man, Shan He, replied despondently. That's true. The rest of the juveniles looked at him pitifully. Shan He's family was known to be strict in their discipline. His father could not tolerate any mistakes. Back then, Shan He got into some trouble, and his father kicked him out of the country for 3 years. Finally, he made it back. If he got into trouble again, he would be sent away again. I should call my sister and ask her to come, and she doesn't need to work part-time anymore. After Wang Xian parked his bike behind the dormitory, he brought his shoes back to his room cheerfully. With the ability to earn a living, his younger sister didn't need to work anymore. Wang Xian entered his room and hurled the pair of shoes onto his bed. He took out his phone and called his younger sister. Xiao Yu. Brother, what's up? I'm tutoring Nanan. Xiao Yu's voice came from the phone. Let me tell you this. You don't have to work part-time anymore. Come to me. I have earned some money that is enough for our living expenses. Wang Xian chuckled as he spoke. No way, brother. Nanan's parents just gave me my wage in advance today. Besides, tutoring Nanan is a relaxing task. On top of that, Xiao Mi and I had plans to go to Rivertown together. His younger sister, Xiao Yu, continued to speak on the phone. Wang Xian knit his eyebrows slightly. Xiao Mi was the best friend of Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu was staying at Xiao Mi's place now. Both of them were enrolled at the University of Rivertown. Alright, I will send you some money, so you don't have to be frugal. I'll give you a surprise when you come to school, said Wang Xian after pondering. Brother, you don't have to. I still have $5,000 with me. I won't have a chance to use yours. Alright, I need to explain a question to Nanan now. Do. This girl. Wang Xian shook his head and laughed. When you are here, I'll prepare a great present for you. Wang Xian chuckled as he made up his mind. If it weren't for that young man, I could have earned another 2 million. 2 million. Radiance flashed in Wang Xian's eyes as he gathered his thoughts. He decided to sell some red-capped brown oranda tomorrow again. At most, I can only sell the fish one more time tomorrow. Otherwise, someone will sense something amiss if it becomes too frequent. Wang Xian was thinking that it would be fine if he did it just once or twice. However, he would definitely attract unwanted attention if it continued. He would get into trouble if he lured the attention of some crooks. Wang Xian was still a meticulous man. Continue with the cultivation. Once Yen crossed his legs on his bed and began to practice his divine dragon transformation. He could earn a few $1,000,000 with just a dozen points of dragon energy. Because of divine dragon transformation and the ability to turn into a divine dragon, once Yen was full of confidence for his future. In the future, he would not have to worry even for a little sum of money, and he could pursue a better life. Another night of cultivation passed. When he woke up, he read his profile. Name, Once Yen. Race, human, ability to transform into a dragon. Level, 1. Dragon energy, 47/1000. Superpower, dominate the marine animals, ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than your own level. Devour any form of living, for extraction of dragon energy. Art of cultivation, divine dragon transformation. Over 40 points of dragon energy. I feel my strength growing stronger. Once Yen sensed a change in his body and smiled. Given the past, his current condition could win a fight against 7 or 8 of himself. I shall go and get some goldfish first. Once Yen gave a thought and looked at the pair of shoes on the bed. I better find some time to sell this away. A $700,000 worth pair of shoes is just too. After he stepped out from the dormitory, he stood in front of the Harley motorcycle with the keys in his hand. The corner of the lips was slightly drawn. This bike is just awesome. If I ride on this after the school reopens, it will be way too cool. Once Yang grinned as he rode on the bike and headed towards the old street. I shall grab some breakfast first. He walked into a decent breakfast shop and made his way to the same aquarium shop after his breakfast. I'll get 3 goldfish and an arowana. Once Yen thought of upgrading an arowana to a premium arowana to earn his last fortune. The arowana cost $3,000 while the goldfish was only $50. Once Yen went back to his dormitory again to upgrade the 4 ornamental fish he'd just bought. Premium chili red arowana. Mine would not lose out to that chili red arowana that was sold for $3 million online. Once Yen looked at the chili red arowana in the fish tank with brightness in his eyes. The bright red fish was giving off a classy radiance. If he could sell this fish away, he would not crack his brain for money anymore and could concentrate on cultivating his dragon energy. So that he could become the divine dragon that could roam the universe. Vroom vroom vroom. On the second ring road of Rivertown, Once Yen was riding his Harley heavy-duty motorcycle. He had a styrofoam box tied around his body as he rode towards the location of the flowers and birds market. To prevent the incident of yesterday from happening again, he had made the effort to find a solid styrofoam box for today and ensure that the 5 goldfish and the arowana were well preserved. While cruising down the road with his helmet on, there was an indescribable extreme pleasure. However, Once Yen didn't ride too fast and simply maintained a speed of approximately 60 km/h. It was indeed more satisfying to ride on a heavy-duty motorcycle that cost over $1.5 million than Wang Dehai's motorcycle. Oh poor Dehai. I dumped his motorcycle near the flowers and birds market yesterday and it's probably gone by now. However, I'll let you ride my Harley when school reopens. Once Yen thought to himself. He could already imagine the exhilarated expression on Wang Dehai when he saw his Harley. The speed of the heavy-duty motorcycle was much faster than taking a taxi. After approximately 10 minutes, Once Yen had reached the entrance to the flowers and birds market. Under the shocked looks of the security personnel, Once Yen parked his Harley in the car park before carrying the styrofoam box and walking into the market. The number of people today is substantially less than yesterday. Once Yen looked at the people in the flowers and birds market and saw the directional signboard prompting where the goldfish fair would be held. He immediately headed towards it. The goldfish fair was to be held in the center of the flowers and birds market. After entering the place, Once Yen noticed that there were several hundreds of people around. At that place, there were some signboards that gave introductions about the various goldfish farms and the goldfish on display. Once Yen walked further in and saw a row of fish bowls placed neatly on the table. Within the fish bowls, there were all kinds of goldfish that were extremely beautiful. At the center of the table, there were 2 larger size fish bowls. Within these fish bowls, there were only 2 to 3 goldfish. Once Yen saw that there were 2 red-capped brown oranda in them. He looked towards the price tag at the side which showed $430,000. Calm down. Seems like I made a huge loss yesterday. Once Yen was clearly displeased after seeing the price. He looked around him and saw goldfish that ranged from $40K, $50K and also some that ranged between $10K, $20K. He looked around for a while before heading to the service counter of the organizer. At this moment, there were 4-5 people sitting in front of the reception. Among them, there were some middle-aged and old men and also a young beautiful attendant. "Hey, pretty, I would like to ask, what should I do if I wish to display my goldfish for sale in this place?" Once Yen asked the service attendant. "Huh? What? You would like to display and sell your goldfish?" The service attendant looked at him with a little disbelief and noticed that he was carrying a styrofoam box in his arms. "Yes." Once Yen nodded his head. "If you would like to display your goldfish for the goldfish fair to sell them, you would need to provide the fish farm quality certification as proof. All the participating fish farms for our fair are successful goldfish breeding farms. Secondly, you need to have valuable goldfish. If you can meet the criteria, we would be happy to arrange a spot for you. However, we would be collecting some commission if you complete any transaction." The beautiful service attendant smiled at him and replied. Once Yen frowned slightly upon hearing her explanation. "I can provide great goldfish. However, with regard to the fish farm quality certification, unqualified goldfish breeding farms are not accepted in our goldfish fair." Before Once Yen could complete his sentence, a middle-aged man, who was lying on a chair, rejected him directly. "I'm sorry about that." The service attendant smiled apologetically after hearing what the middle-aged man had said. Once Yen frowned slightly, nodded his head and headed out. A young man carrying a styrofoam box here to ask for an exhibition spot. This is clearly the boss of a small goldfish shop wishing to attract some attention to sell his goldfish. You don't have to pay attention to people like him. "Alright, Director Zhao." Once Yen vaguely heard the voice as he left the place. All he could do was to shake his head silently. Forget it. Since red-capped brown oranda is so famous, I don't necessarily have to rely on your fair to sell them. Once Yen carried the large styrofoam box and headed out. He stopped at the entrance and looked around him. Should I just set up a stand here to sell? Once Yen thought about it. The human traffic flow of this place was great since anyone who wished to enter the fair would have to pass by this place. Moreover, he was just going to place a box right here. He wouldn't be obstructing anyone. Once Yen smiled and placed the box down by the road. After which, he opened up the cover of the box. 1 blood-red colored arowana and 5 red-capped brown oranda were revealed in the box. 6 fish in one box was a little cramped, but they were very lively and swam constantly. Through modification using dragon energy, their vitality was much stronger than ordinary fish. Once Yen squatted at that spot while looking at the pedestrians who were walking around. Perhaps it was because Once Yen looked a little rustic with a large styrofoam box beside him and the fact that the pedestrian couldn't see the arowana and goldfish within it. There wasn't any pedestrian who walked over. Cough cough. Once Yen coughed out loud and shouted towards the pedestrian, "Top-grade arowana and goldfish for sale. Come and take a look." Some pedestrians were a little curious when they saw a teenager setting up a store by the roads. After seeing the huge styrofoam box beside him, they couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Let's go and take a look at what kind of goldfish he has. At this moment, a beautiful lady, who had her hands around a young man, looked over with curiosity as she said to the young man, "What's there to see here? There couldn't possibly be any good goldfish here. Let's head over to the fish fair to buy." The young man replied impatiently, "Let's just go and take a look." That beautiful girl said and pulled the arm of the young man flirtatiously. What a drag! What kind of good goldfish could a roadside stall have in an ugly styrofoam box? The young man remarked impatiently and had reluctance written all over his face as he walked over. Wow, so beautiful. Is this an arowana? And these goldfish are simply too beautiful, exclaimed that beautiful girl as she squatted down with exhilaration. No need to make such a fuss, said the man without squatting down, nor did he care to shoot a look at inside the box. All the goldfish at the fair will be beautiful and of valuable breeds. Okay, now, let's go. It's not graceful squatting on the street. But I feel that the goldfish here are so beautiful. The beautiful girl was clearly not an expert in this field. She continued, and this arowana is truly too beautiful. I really like it. I want to buy it, I want to buy it. If you like them, just buy them. The young man took out his wallet directly and acted generously as he said, Hey kid, how much do the fish in your styrofoam box cost? I'll take them all. Wang Xian lifted his head and was a little shocked after seeing the wallet of that young man. There were approximately a few $1,000s in it. This made him feel speechless. What? Say something, man. How much do they cost in total? The young man looked at Wang Xian and remarked impatiently. This, Wang Xian looked at him and replied, If you have $5 million on your card, we could go to a bank and do a transfer. Wang Xian's words shocked the young man. He frowned, stared at Wang Xian angrily and said, Hey kid, what kind of nonsense are you sputtering? I'm asking you how much the fish in this broken styrofoam box cost. I'm not sputtering nonsense. I'm just speaking the truth. Boss, you're kidding me. How much are your goldfish? I will take them all, said the pretty lady with a glare when she heard what Wang Xian told her boyfriend. Babe, your boyfriend might not be able to afford it. Wang Xian replied with a smile. What? Did you just say that I can't afford it? The young man peered at him. Scornfully, he held up the car keys in his hand. Did you say that I can't afford it? Wang Xian looked at the BMW car keys in his hand. Probably a 5 Series that was worth about $500,000 to $600,000. What kind of goldfish are they? Why are they in a styrofoam box? A middle-aged man came over with curiosity when he overheard their conversations. Another old man popped his head over from the side. Wang Xian grinned at the middle-aged man, a premium chili red arowana and 5 red-capped brown orandas. What? Red-capped brown orandas? The middle-aged man was slightly stunned as he squatted down hurriedly. They are red-capped brown orandas. They are. The middle-aged man looked at the red-capped brown orandas in a styrofoam box dumbfoundedly. Are they very expensive? The pretty lady asked with doubt when she saw the astonished look of the middle-aged man. Yes, he nodded, I did not expect there would be 5. They look even more exquisite than those in the exhibition. They are beautiful. Just too beautiful. There were 2 red-capped brown orandas in the fair, priced at $430,000 each. I heard they sold 2 of them yesterday. What? Each of them cost $430,000. The pretty lady gasped with an unbelievable expression. The young man at the side had his eyes wide open as he looked at the goldfish in the styrofoam box again. He stuttered, How could this be possible? The red-capped brown orandas are the most noble breed among all the goldfish breeds. I won't be exaggerating to say it's one of hundreds and thousands or more, said the middle-aged man at a steady pace. This arowana is a beautiful chili red arowana. It is so beautiful. The old man who popped his head over was not paying attention to the red-capped brown orandas. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the red arowana. How is it, sir? This is the premium chili red arowana. Wang Xian asked smilingly when he saw the old man staring at the chili red arowana. He knew he met someone who understood the value of the fish. Highest quality, the old man exclaimed. This is the most beautiful arowana I've ever seen. Young chap, how can you contain it in a cheap styrofoam box? You are. The old man kept shaking his head as he exclaimed. This arowana does look beautiful, but I don't really know much about arowana. Sir, Is this really a premium grade? Asked the middle-aged man doubtfully. Not only is this a premium grade arowana, I doubt the previous one from town when that was worth 3 million was any better quality than this. The chili red scales give off a shiny glow, and the barbel at the mouth is prominent. This is simply beautiful. Young chap, how much are you selling this arowana for? Asked the old man as he exclaimed. Wang Xian went silent for a while when he heard the old man. He pondered before he answered, 3 million. I'll sell this for 3 million. On the other hand, I'll sell these red-capped brown orandas at $350,000 each. Both the old man and the middle-aged man were slightly stunned. The red-capped brown orandas were sold at $430,000 each in the exhibition. You're selling them cheap. To be honest, if you go to a first-tier city and auction this arowana, I'm sure the price will be more than 3 million, the old man suggested. No, I'll stick to this pricing. Wang Xian shook his head. He wanted to sell them for cash as soon as possible. Hence, it did not matter even if he sold them at a lower price. Besides, these goldfish and arowana only consume 40 points of dragon energy. The consumption was slightly higher for upgrading the arowana. To upgrade one arowana, it would consume 30 points of dragon energy. The young man found their conversation hard to believe. He looked at his wallet and the BMW 5 Series car key on his hand. Without any word, he stuffed them back to his pocket and pulled the pretty lady who was squatting down beside him. The pretty lady stood up and gazed at the goldfish and the arowana in a styrofoam box. She thought she had a rather wealthy boyfriend. Yet, it was still far-fetched for him judging by the current circumstances. A few fish that cost 4 to 5 million. Wang Xian did not care about the young man and the pretty girl who left. At this time, a few more customers crowded around him, as they'd overheard the conversation just now. Are they really the red-capped brown orandas? Is there a premium chili red arowana over here? A few customers walked over and asked curiously. Yes, these are the premium red-capped brown orandas that are even more beautiful than those in the fair. Look, there is another rare arowana. The middle-aged man pointed out for the 3 customers at the side. Really, the 3 customers came over. When they saw the goldfish and the arowana, they wore shocked faces immediately. You're right. They are the red-capped brown orandas and a premium arowana. Gosh, 5 of them. Young chap, did you say one for $350,000? Yes, one for $350,000. It's $80,000 cheaper than the ones they are selling in the fair. On top of this, this arowana is selling for 3 million. Wang Xian answered. $80,000 cheaper than buying from the fair. This is quite a deal. A middle-aged man nodded. Where is the red-capped brown oranda that is $80,000 cheaper than the ones in the fair? More passers-by popped over with curiosity. Red-capped brown oranda that is cheaper by $80,000. A group of people who just walked out from the fair joined the crowd with dubiousness. When the crowd gathered, it was another round of commotion. As more people joined in, the number of bystanders who were watching it for fun grew. One after another, they walked over to check out the fish when they heard that the red-capped brown orandas were selling at $80,000 cheaper than the fair. Soon, dozens of people gathered around Wang Xian, and the crowd eventually grew to a size that jammed the road. Young chap, did you say you are selling the red-capped brown oranda for $350,000? I'll get 2. At this moment, a middle-aged man called out. Finally, business opens. Wang Xian was thrilled as more potential buys surfaced after more than dozens of people gathered. Okay, $700,000 in total. You can check. I promise there isn't any problem with them, said Wang Xian immediately. Sure, can the person in front let me pass? A middle-aged man came to the front and looked at the goldfish in the styrofoam box. With satisfaction on his face, no issue. They look just fine with strong vitality. Can I pay through bank transfer? Asked the middle-aged man while looking at Wang Xian. Of course. Wang Xian nodded immediately. Okay, I will get these 2 red-cap brown orenda. Here, wait. I think I'd better buy a small fish tank. Sir, I should be giving you the fish tank. I'll pay you some money to bring me a few tanks back too. Wang Xian handed 2 bills to the middle-aged man. Hey, young chap, you're honest. Hang on. I'll bring you a few more fish tanks. It's unsightly to put something so valuable in a styrofoam box. All right, I have transferred $700,000 over. Please check your online banking account. A middle-aged man spoke to Wang Xian in front of the goldfish fair after completing the fund transfer. All right, I have received it. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. After he noticed the crowd in front of him, he shouted loudly, "There are 3 more top-grade red-cap brown orenda selling for $350,000 each. No restock after these are sold. In addition, there's a top-grade chili red arowana selling for $3 million. Feel free to come and take a look. Give me one." After seeing someone else had purchased it, more people in the crowd were tempted, considering the fact that the price was cheaper than those in the goldfish fair by $80,000. At such a cheap price, they might even be able to earn several tens of thousands by flipping it. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head with a smile. He immediately placed the red-cap brown orenda into a fishbowl and handed it to that old man. With another $350,000 transferred into his account, Wang Xian was getting a little agitated. He had $1.05 million in his account now. There are 2 more red-cap brown orenda and a chili red arowana. Wang Xian shouted towards the crowd that had grown to close to 100 people. At this very moment, Director Zhao, who was at the service counter for the organizing party, looked at the exhibition hall in doubt. Why are there so few people? Several middle-aged and old men at the side frowned slightly and seconded, "Yeah, where did everybody go?" "Director Zhao, Director Lian," shouted an employee as he ran towards them. "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Director Zhao looked at the young man, frowned and asked. "Director Zhao, something bad has happened. There's a guy who set up a stall at the entrance selling red-cap brown orenda at the price of $350,000 each. He has already sold a total of 3 fish." The young man replied anxiously. "What? There's someone selling red-cap brown orenda? At $350,000 each?" Director Zhao looked at the young man with a face of disbelief. "Yes, Director Zhao, $350,000 each. There are over 100 people who have gathered at that place currently." The young man nodded his head immediately. $350K each, and he has already sold 3? Director Zhao was a little displeased. He stood up immediately and headed out. When he was at the entrance, he saw a group of people crowding the entrance. "I'll take the last 2 red-cap brown orenda." At this moment, Director Zhao heard a guy beside him shout loudly. "Excuse me." The middle-aged man said to the people in front of him as he tried to make his way forward. Director Zhao looked around and squeezed forward behind the man with displeasure. "All right, these are the last 2 red-cap brown orenda." After hearing the man, Wang Xian replied with a faint smile. "Bank transfer." The middle-aged man said and nodded his head in satisfaction after walking forward and seeing the 2 red-cap brown orenda. "All right." Wang Xian nodded his head. Director Zhao, who was following behind, felt embarrassed instantly. He took a glance at the 2 red-cap brown orenda and the styrofoam box at the side. His mouth started twitching uncontrollably. Damn it! Did he keep the goldfish that are worth several million in a styrofoam box? Playing dumb to take advantage of others. Director Zhao was clearly displeased. After this brat sold red-cap brown orenda at $350,000 each, it would be impossible for him to sell his red-cap brown orenda in the goldfish fair at $430,000. In fact, he might not be able to sell them even if he reduced the price to $350,000. Wang Xian noticed Director Zhao but didn't pay much attention to him. He continued, "There's one last top-grade chili red arowana left. You can take it for just $3 million. This arowana is really beautiful, but the price is too high. This top-grade chili red arowana is definitely worth $3 million. However, that's $3 million. Who could afford it? Yeah. It's too expensive. However, if I had the money, I would definitely buy it. This chili red arowana is simply too beautiful. The surrounding crowd was discussing and commenting. An arowana that cost $3 million was indeed not easy to sell. Wang Xian heard the conversation of the people in the crowd and frowned slightly. A arowana that cost several million was indeed not so easy to sell. There weren't many people who could afford it. However, what made him the most disappointed was that there was no one who bought the chili red arowana. The crowd of customers simply left after admiring it for some time. Damn it! If I had known about it, I wouldn't have upgraded such an expensive arowana. Wang Xian looked at the time and it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yet, the arowana was still not sold. Although there was always a huge crowd looking at it, there weren't many who could have afforded it. Just like what they had commented, it was too expensive. Phew. Wang Xian waited all the way to 5 o'clock and hadn't even had his lunch. Forget it, I'm not selling it anymore. I have $1.75 million in my hands now and it should be sufficient. Wang Xian was a man who was easily contented. Although he couldn't sell this arowana, it didn't really affect his mood. After all, he had still been working hard for several hundreds of dollars a few days ago. After placing the arowana into the styrofoam box, Wang Xian rode his Harley towards the school. He put the arowana in his dormitory room and headed directly for the first-grade seafood restaurant. With more than $1.7 million in his account, he wouldn't be lacking money in the short term. Let's head to the ocean tomorrow and see if I can raise my own level. Wang Xian made the decision in his mind. Rivertown was a town that was beside the sea and in the vicinity of Bohai Sea. Bohai Sea was one of the 4 main seas in the country. At the same time, it was the only inland sea. The size of Bohai Sea was the smallest among the 4 seas. At the same time, it has the shallowest seabed. Just perfect for myself. The next morning, Wang Xian rode his heavy-duty motorcycle and headed towards the sea. He took a look at his attributes. Name, Wang Xian. Race, human, ability to transform into a dragon. Level, 1. Dragon energy, 25/1,000. Superpower, dominate the marine animals, ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than your own level. Devour any form of marine animals, for extraction of dragon energy. Art of cultivation, divine dragon transformation. I'm still not powerful enough at the moment and can only move around in the shallows region of Bohai Sea. If I encounter marine animals like sharks, I'll probably be devoured by them. Luckily, sharks are few in the vicinity of the Bohai Sea. Wang Xian thought to himself and he soon arrived at the seaside. The areas of Rivertown along the sea had become tourist and vacation hotspots after the last few years of development. In this vicinity, the environment was great and it was a rather famous tourist beach. Wang Xian parked his heavy-duty motorcycle in a parking slot before heading to a rather deserted position. After ensuring that there wasn't anyone in the surrounding area, Wang Xian turned his vision to the sea in front of him. The sea was boundless and the waves came one after another. Looking at the sea, Wang Xian was suddenly filled with enthusiasm. Dragon coasting through the seas. Wang Xian removed his clothes and entered the sea gradually. The weather in August was extremely hot. The water didn't feel cold at all as he entered into the sea. Wang Xian was exhilarated. Leaping forward, he dived into the sea directly. Turned into a dragon. He was ebullient. Swish! Wriggling his tail slightly, Wang Xian turned into a divine dragon the size of a human's palm. While in the seas, his speed was really fast. In just a move, he was able to cover 4 to 5 meters. Haha, this is where I truly belong. Oh, the great seas, here I come. Wang Xian wiggled his tail excitedly as he swam towards the sea. Little yellow croaker, level 0. Extractable dragon energy, 0.08. The golden body of the divine dragon was giving off an imposing and majestic demeanor despite it being only the size of a palm. After diving into the ocean, Wang Xian saw a little yellow croaker with his sharp eyes. With excitement on his face, he swam swiftly and opened his mouth to swallow the fish. The fish are too small over here. Given my strength, I can swallow fish that are of a few kilograms at once. Wang Xian was dissatisfied as he looked at the increment of 0.08 in his dragon energy. Currently, he could easily swallow up fish that weighed more than dozens of kilograms. As a divine dragon of level 1, his level of strength was equivalent to a human form of Wang Xian. Even though he was only as big as a palm, Wang Xian was fearless even if he came across fish that weighed more than dozens of kilograms. With a jerk, Wang Xian swam towards the bed of the sea. The Bohai Sea was not as deep at all, as the sun could shine directly on the seabed. Wang Xian could see small fish and prawns swimming freely over there. On the floor of the ocean, there were rocks with aquatic plants growing on them and various odd-looking moving marine life. The lake in the school was nothing compared to the marine animals in the sea. Wang Xian's eyes brightened up. He swam over swiftly while fixing his eyes on the rather massive mackerel in front of him. The mackerel was approximately 4 kilograms and half a meter long. Mackerel, level 0. Extractable dragon energy, 0.8. 0.8 dragon energy? Radiance flashed in Wang Xian's eyes as he dashed towards the mackerel. When he was about 5 meters away, the half-meter mackerel spotted Wang Xian who was charging towards it. The mackerel was slightly stunned as it sensed the oppression of Wang Xian. Hurriedly, it tried to flee. Can you escape? The mackerel shuddered and did not dare to swim away when Wang Xian emanated slight dragon power. He darted out and gulped the half-meter mackerel. That's too cool. Given my current dragon power, I can dominate the marine animals within 5 meters. It will cause great oppression for those who are beyond 5 meters too. Wang Xian rocked the body of the divine dragon and headed somewhere far again. Dominate. Dominate. Along the way, when he saw the various marine animals, he would swim over and dominate them. Pacific mackerel, Spanish mackerel, yellow drumfish, slender shadfish, herring, and pomfret. The smaller ones were palm-sized, whereas the bigger fish were over a few kilograms. All of them were dominated by him. At the bottom, he also spotted pairs of prawns. After swimming for 1,000 meters, thousands of fish types gathered within 5 meters around Wang Xian. If I can sell these as seafood, I'm sure they could fetch a few $100,000. Wang Xian observed the various marine animals around him. Among those, there were tiger prawns, which were larger than a palm. If such prawns were to be sold, each one of them could sell for over $100. This is simply too wasteful. Wang Xian laughed out. To increase his strength, he could only gobble them up. Gulp! A golden divine dragon was gobbling up every single marine animal in the ocean frantically. Even a fish that was around a meter long was swallowed up by him. Haha, I added over 80 points of dragon energy. Indeed, gobbling up the marine animals is much faster for increasing energy. Wang Xian swished his dragon tail excitingly and realized his body was growing to about 20 centimeters longer now. The dragon scales turned exquisite, and the dragon claws were full of mightiness even though they were small. The 2 dragon beards looked dominating too. Wang Xian overturned his body and was satisfied with his boosted up power. He moved and swam out far again. At this point, he was 4,000 to 5,000 meters away from the shore. The nearby marine animals are still too little. I have to head farther out. With a jolt, Wang Xian swam out to a farther place. On the way, he dominated various types of marine animals and gobbled them up crazily. His dragon energy was also leveling up at an extremely fast speed. The water is much deeper ahead. Wang Xian realized the ocean ahead was about 13 to 14 meters deep after swimming for approximately 8 kilometers. The region was much deeper as compared to before. He noticed the entire region ahead was covered with greenish seaweed and multicolored reefs. There's a school of ribbon fish ahead. Just then, Once Yen spotted a school of ribbon fish swimming ahead with approximately over thousands of ribbon fish closely packed together. Each of them was long in size, and among them, a few were 1 meter long. The ribbon fish are at level 0. I have nothing to fear. Once Yen thought to himself. Ribbon fish was a type of ferocious fish. However, they did not dare to resist when confronted by the divine dragon. Once Yen stared at the school of ribbon fish while swimming at high speed. Boom! He acted like an ancient divine dragon which had just descended into the ocean. When Once Yen charged over, some of the ribbon fish was shuddering their long bodies in fear. Some of them rattled and tried to flee. Where are you going? Once Yen was much faster than the ribbon fish in the water. He dashed into the school of ribbon fish like a golden flash of lightning. Dominate! As he emanated his dragon power, the ribbon fish within 5 meters looked at Once Yen as though they were worshipping him. None of them dared to move a single inch. Wang Lian smiled and opened his mouth at one of the ribbon fish. Swoosh! After he swallowed the third ribbon fish, Once Yen suddenly noticed a commotion in the ribbon fish around him as the ribbon fish on the left gradually gave way to form a path. Eh? What's this? Once Yen's body shook as his eyes were full of solemnness. Once Yen saw a huge ribbon fish swimming towards him, and he was somehow a little nervous about it. The ribbon fish had a long body of at least 2.5 meters long with approximately 30 centimeters at the broadest part of its body. The fins on its back looked sharp. King of Ribbon Fish, Level 1. Extractable Dragon Energy, 88. Level 1. It's a Level 1 King of Ribbon Fish. Once Yen was looking wary all over his face. Ribbon fish are massive fish in the ocean. An average ribbon fish was less than a meter, but there were many large ribbon fish. A fishmonger was reported on the internet for catching a 2-meter ribbon fish, and the fish was known as the King of Ribbon Fish. Apart from the King of Ribbon Fish, there was another type of colossal ribbon fish known as the giant oarfish. The size of giant oarfish could hit more than a dozen meters. Luckily, this is not the 10 meters giant oarfish. It's just a King of Ribbon Fish, but I shall not underestimate it since it is a Level 1 fish. Once Yen looked at the sharp teeth of the King of Ribbon Fish. Given its size, he guessed he could swallow it too. The King of Ribbon Fish fixed its eyes on Once Yen as if it was observing some delicious food. Though it sensed the immense threat from the strange-looking being in front of it, it could evolve itself if it gobbled up the unknown creature. This was the instinct of a living being. I must gobble it up. Once Yen moved his body cautiously as he looked at the King of Ribbon Fish that was swimming towards him. Get ready to fight. Swish! Amidst the boundless Bohai Sea, Once Yen wiggled his tail forcefully. His attention was fully focused on the King of Ribbon Fish right in front of him. The King of Ribbon Fish had a huge head that was equivalent to the size of Once Yen. It opened its mouth slightly and revealed the lingering flesh of a small octopus on its teeth as it stared at Once Yen viciously and wriggled its huge body towards him. Preemptive strike. Once Yen looked at the King of Ribbon Fish. Wriggling his body, he shot out like a golden arrow at the King of Ribbon Fish directly to attack it. Swish! The reaction of the King of Ribbon Fish was a little beyond what Once Yen had expected, and its combat prowess was no weaker than a human when it was in the water. Its sharp teeth headed towards Once Yen directly. I can't attack it head-on. Once Yen saw the huge teeth of the King of Ribbon Fish. He extended his dragon claws and acted as though he was ready for a direct clash. TSSSS. Once Yen seemed to have heard the roar of the King of Ribbon Fish. It opened its mouth widely and revealed rows of sharp teeth within it. A glimpse of craftiness flashed past Once Yen's eyes. Just before they collided, he shifted his body and headed upwards while slashing his dragon claws towards the eyes of the King of Ribbon Fish. Once Yen belonged to the 9-claws divine dragon breed, which was the supreme leader among the divine dragons. Although his claws were very small, they were extremely sharp. The 9 claws landed on the eyes of the King of Ribbon Fish directly. Just like a stone colliding with an egg, Once Yen easily ruptured the eyes of the King of Ribbon Fish. The intelligence of marine animals can't be compared with me at all. Their attacks are very primitive and based on instincts. Seeing the king of ribbon fish wriggling its body violently, Wang Xian was pleasantly surprised. He dived towards it and bit onto the head of the king of ribbon fish directly with his sharp jaws. Crack crack crack. Boom. Wang Xian's jaws sank into the head of the king of ribbon fish and it struggled violently by wagging its tail towards Wang Xian's body. Wang Xian extended his claws and slashed ruthlessly on the body of the king of ribbon fish. The sharp claws penetrated the body directly. Devour. The vitality of the blinded king of ribbon fish was getting weaker and weaker. Wang Xian opened his mouth and devoured the entire king of ribbon fish directly. A direct increase of 88 points of dragon energy. Wang Xian's eyes lit up as he felt his body getting substantially stronger once again. I'm a divine dragon coupled with the intelligence of a human. Slaying marine animals of the same level is an easy task. Even if I were to encounter level 2 marine animals, I wouldn't be wary. Wang Xian thought to himself. Looking at the ribbon fish that were scattering in all directions, he quickly gave chase. 1, 2, 3. Soon, he had devoured 700 to 800 ribbon fish. However, several hundred ribbon fish managed to escape too. Wang Xian wasn't too concerned about it. Wriggling his body, he looked at his surroundings. There were a lot of seaweed and corals in this area and the sea resources in the vicinity were ample. It was especially so for octopuses, lobsters, sea cucumbers, jellyfish, and swimming crabs. I'll definitely capture some lobsters and swimming crabs when I head back tonight. Looking at the lobsters and swimming crabs around him, he suddenly had a craving. If one would like to have some lobsters or swimming crabs, it would easily hit $600. If he was to head to first-grade seafood restaurant, it would probably cost $600 to $700 per person. Wang Xian licked his lips before continuing to devour marine animals in the vicinity at a frantic pace. There's a small island ahead. Wang Xian noticed an island when he looked ahead. However, the area of the island wasn't very big. He didn't pay much attention to it as he turned his attention towards a sea snake in front of him. Sea Snake, Level 1. Extractable Dragon Energy, 44. Sea Snake. I'd better not mess with it. Wang Xian took a few more glances at that sea snake before taking a detour around it to capture other marine animals. Sea snakes had lethal poison. Even though they weren't as strong as the king of ribbon fish, they had lethal poison with them. If he was poisoned to death, it would be tragic. That's a sea turtle. Wang Xian noticed that a sea turtle that was approximately a meter long was swimming near the rocks below the island. Sea turtle, Level 3. Extractable Dragon Energy, 988. The sea turtle is Level 3? Wang Xian was rather shocked by that greenish sea turtle. A sea turtle was a rather docile marine animal, but one shouldn't underestimate the strength of a sea turtle. Although sea turtles don't have teeth, they have sharp edges inside their mouth that are sharper than teeth. These sharp edges could easily crush one's finger. Moreover, a sea turtle of the size of close to a meter would definitely be more vicious. In mythical legends, Dragon Palace would have a turtle as prime minister. When I upgrade marine animals in the future, I could also upgrade a turtle to be the prime minister. Sea turtle gave off the impression of intelligence and longevity. In Journey to the West, Prime Minister Turtle was 9,000 years old and would handle various kinds of matters of the Dragon Palace. Its role was similar to the Prime Minister in an ancient kingdom. 1. Wang Xian had decided to get a strong Prime Minister Turtle for himself in the future. It's a shame that my level is still too low. If I wish to upgrade marine animals, I would have to at least wait till I have raised my level to level 3. Wang Xian thought to himself. In the Divine Dragon transformation, to upgrade marine animals would first involve manifesting the intelligence of marine animals before imparting upon them the cultivation arts. This would require a large amount of dragon energy and would at least be 1,000 points of dragon energy. Currently, Wang Xian only possessed an overall 400 points of dragon energy. I'm going to level up quickly and get my own subordinates. Wang Xian wiggled his body and devoured the marine animals around him rapidly. There's a large humphead wrasse ahead. At this moment, he saw a fish that weighed approximately 100 jin. It was a humphead wrasse. Humphead Wrasse, Level 1. Extractable Dragon Energy, 44. I can extract 44 points of dragon energy. Haha. Wang Xian got excited. Moving his body, he launched his attacks rapidly towards the Humphead Wrasse. The Humphead Wrasse sensed danger approaching and wiggled its tail to swim away. Do you think you can escape? A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He accelerated immediately and extended his dragon claws ahead. Although he wasn't big in size yet, he still emanated an aura of power and prestige. Hehe, there's no place for you to escape to anymore. The Humphead Wrasse that was close to a meter long escaped below the island. Wang Xian immediately accelerated. Crack. However, at this moment, something shocked Wang Xian. When the Humphead Wrasse swam to a position beside the rocks, the rock-like object closed immediately and devoured the Humphead Wrasse that was almost 80 centimeters long. Astonishment was written all over Wang Xian's face. He immediately stopped and looked ahead. That is. Wang Xian got closer and noticed that the rock wasn't a real rock but the disguise of a type of living thing. That's a sea clam. How is it possible that there's such a big sea clam? Wang Zhang was shocked. It was a brownish-colored sea clam in the shape of a fan. The entire sea clam was extremely huge and spanned close to 2 meters. Looking at it, it looked simple and heavy. Sea clam, Level 6. Extractable Dragon Energy, 9,987. Its level is Level 6. Moreover, I could extract close to 10,000 points of dragon energy from it. Wang Xian opened his eyes widely and stared fervently at that huge sea clam. End note. One Journey to the West is one of the 4 great classical novels of Chinese literature. Sea clams are a common creature in the ocean. Most people have eaten clams before. Average clams are about the size of a thumb while some bigger ones are about the size of a palm. In this world, there was also a type of sea clams called the giant clam, also known as the man-eating clam. The biggest one was 1.8 meters. However, the sea clam before Wang Xian was definitely larger than what was recorded. Wang Xian could not help but feel stupefied as he looked at the enormous sea clam. Luckily, this sea clam is moving very slowly, so I don't have to be afraid of it. Besides, the sea clam will not be able to threaten me if I just stay behind it. Wang Xian stared at the sea clam as he made up his mind. If he could devour the sea clam, he could advance to level 3 with the dragon energy he extracted from it. Wang Xian hesitated before creeping behind the sea clam. The sea clam remained unmoved when Wang Xian closed in. Wang Xian was unsure if it was because it had just eaten or was it trying to conceal itself, as it was not moving. Wang Xian got closer and grabbed the clamshell with his claw. Boom! Wang Xian sulked when the claw that was as strong as the metal did not leave any dents on the sea clam. It's too solid. Simply impenetrable. Wang Xian looked embarrassed. He tapped another 2 more times with his claws but discovered no traces on the clam. The sea clam did not have any reaction either. The shell is just too hard. I have no means to deal with it. Wang Xian was thinking hard as an idea flashed across his mind. Try it. Wang Xian hesitated. He looked around him before he said, transform into a human. Instantly, from a 20-centimeter golden divine dragon, Wang Xian returned to his human form. Wang Xian was naked in the sea and had no issue in the water that was more than 10 meters deep. He looked at the sea clam before him. With a stretch, he lifted and carried it. With his current strength, Wang Xian could at least carry 400 kilograms of weight. Hence, he was rather relaxed to carry a sea clam of 250 kilograms in the sea. The sea clam remained unmoved when it was being carried up. Wang Xian was delighted as he carried it to the island beside the ocean. Wang Xian swam fast in the sea. After he surfaced from the water, he put the sea clam on the shore. Sensing no seawater around it, the sea clam opened its shell at this time. A clam flesh that was covered in sticky mucus wriggled out of the shell. The flesh stuck its body to the ground. It controlled its body and squirmed towards the ocean. Haha, thinking of escaping? Where can you escape to? Wang Xian was looking thrilled. He immediately grabbed and pulled the clamshell back. Slap. Just then, a piece of clam meat slapped at his arm with fast and furious speed. The force was so powerful that Wang Xian let out a yelp. Gosh, that was painful. He touched his arm in a cold sweat and realized the arm was swelling up. The entire arm would have been broken if his physique was not strengthened by the dragon energy. Indeed, this is the level 6 sea clam. Even though it was not a fighter by nature, it could still hurt me. Wang Xian was surprised. However, don't ever think of escaping since you're thrown onto the shore. Wang Xian was feeling lucky that the sea clam did not notice what was happening when they were in the ocean. Otherwise, he would not be able to have carried it to the shore, given its mighty strength. Wang Xian spotted the sea clam as it exited hurriedly towards the sea. He quickly grabbed the clamshell and flung it towards the island. Subsequently, he took a few rocks on the side and hurled them at the flesh of the open clamshell. Wang Xian possessed daunting strength now as each mighty rock he cast caused the flesh to huddle up. The clamshell quickly shut itself up. Don't kill me. Please. Just then, Wang Xian heard a unique voice which stunned him immediately. Who is talking? Wang Xian observed his surroundings with shock. But there was no one on the desolate island. No, it wasn't a human language spoken just now. Wang Xian thought of the voice. Immediately, he cast his gaze upon the sea clam. Was it you? Wang Xian stared with his eyes wide open. All living beings with intelligence would have their own language just like the dolphins and killer whales. However, humans would not understand their language. Despite so, as a divine dragon, Wang Xian could understand any language of the marine animals. Let me go. Let me go. Another sound that was frail and weak was heard. The voice sounded like a little girl who had just learned how to talk. Are you a girl? No, are you a female clam? Wang Xian stared at the sea clam and asked. Please don't kill me. Let me go. The voice of the sea clam was heard again. But, she was repeating those simple words, like, don't kill me, let me go. It must be that her intelligence is not high enough for her to master more sophisticated expressions. Wang Xian pondered and frowned. He never expected that this sea clam would have intelligence. Moreover, it was a female clam. Given my current ability, it will be difficult and troublesome to kill her off unless I wait for her to dry up. Let me go. Don't kill me. Once again, the tender and innocent voice resounded in his head again. Wang Xian hesitated. He was thinking, I don't have to kill her. I can make her my subordinate, the first member of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian brightened up his eyes and stared at the sea clam. He was thinking of how a divine dragon could subdue the marine animals. With an idea, he slowly tempted the sea clam. Little sister, I will release you now if you swallow this thing. Upon seeing no reaction from the sea clam, he squeezed out a small amount of golden blood from his hand. It was the blood of divine dragon, and at the same time, a form of commitment. Divine dragons dominated the marine animals not only with domineering strength but also with the power of pact. After absorbing the blood of divine dragon, the other party would regard him as the king. Take this fresh blood, and I, as your brother, will release you. Wang Xian placed a drop of fresh blood of divine dragon on the sea clam and guided her patiently. Develop marine animals, clam girl. At this time, the system notification sounded off in his mind. The blood on the sea clam disappeared. Haha, it works. Wang Xian was excited. He quickly rooted to the front of the clam girl. Brother, I like you. The clam girl opened her clamshell. Being a low-intelligent being, she did not understand what a king was. She only knew to obey his words when he wanted her to address him as brother. This was the power of pact. Haha, little sister, you must listen to me from now on. Wang Xian spoke delightedly. Gosh! However, the clam girl wrapped her flesh around Wang Xian's body at this time. Release me, release me! Wang Xian was trapped by the clam girl completely. The flesh of the clam was abnormally soft and gave off an aroma. She had completely wrapped around him, and he felt extremely comfortable throughout his body. The clam girl listened to his command and released him immediately. Wang Xian looked at his body covered in sticky goo. He couldn't control his mouth as it twitched slightly. What the? Wang Xian patted his own face and said, "Let's get into the sea first. Let's get into the sea first." When he came to the seaside, he jumped into the sea directly. The clam girl followed closely behind him into the sea. Wang Xian looked at the clam girl beside him. With just a thought, he transformed into the appearance of a divine dragon immediately. "Don't address me as the brother from now on. You shall call me the Dragon King." Wang Xian looked at the clam girl and found having a sea clam calling him brother extremely weird. Moreover, he didn't have a fat in other aspects. "Yes, Dragon King." The voice of the clam girl was directed into his mind directly. Wang Xian nodded his head in approval. Looking at the clam girl, he was extremely satisfied. This was his first subordinate and her level was level 6. Although her attacking prowess was rather weak, her defense capability was insane. Upgrading marine animals, packs, and cultivate intelligence. Since the intelligence of clam girl has already been cultivated, I could save myself a lot of dragon energy. If I have to rely on dragon energy to upgrade, I can just forget about it. I don't have ample dragon energy, but I could impart upon her cultivation arts for her to cultivate on her own. Establishing the dragon palace and upgrading marine animals. If Wang Xian was sufficiently powerful, he could increase the strength of marine animals directly by using dragon energy. However, helping to raise their strength was just one aspect. The other aspect would be to let them cultivate on their own. There was cultivation art related to the water tribe within the divine dragon transformation. The so-called cultivation arts were, in fact, the cultivation arts of the dragon race. For the other marine animals, these cultivation arts could also be considered as leaping through the dragon's gate. There were many different types of cultivation arts to make the leap through the dragon gate, including the water dragon's cultivation arts, fire dragon's cultivation arts, frost dragon's cultivation arts, and other kinds of cultivation arts. Clam girl is more suited for the cultivation arts of the water dragon. I can impart it to her directly. With just a thought, he imparted the cultivation art on clam girl immediately. This is cultivation art. You must definitely cultivate diligently from today onwards. Wang Xian spoke to the clam girl. When clam girl achieved mastery over the cultivation art, she would have a chance of transforming into a human form. Moreover, by practicing the cultivation art of the water dragon, she wouldn't be weaker than ordinary water dragons when she grew up. "Yes, Dragon King," answered the clam girl. "Yeah." Wang Xian nodded his head. "You shall practice in the vicinity of this island from here onward and be careful." "Yes," replied the clam girl. She opened her clamshell and ejected the stone that Wang Xian had thrown in previously. "Eh? What are those?" Suddenly, Wang Xian saw several shiny objects within the body of the clam girl. "These are pearls." Wang Xian's eyes lit up. He extended his hand over and retrieved the objects from the clam girl's body. There were over 10 crystal clear pearls. There were white, black, pink, and golden pearls with each one of them perfectly round without any flaws. Each pearl was at least 20 millimeters in diameter and looked extremely beautiful. So beautiful. Such huge pearls. Wang Xian looked at the 16 pearls in his hand with awe. Such big and exquisite pearls would definitely be very valuable. Haha, it should be worth a lot of money. Pearls came from the body of sea clams and natural pearls had always been very valuable. Wang Xian held onto the 16 pearls and looked at the clam girl. "These pearls? Can you get more of these?" "Dragon King, these pearls are from the remains of what I consumed and are formed slowly over time. They would appear after a certain period of time. I don't like them and would just throw them all out." "What? They appeared once in a certain period of time and were all thrown out by you?" Wang Xian's mouth was twitching after hearing what she said. "How long do they take to form?" he immediately asked. "I don't know, answered Clam Girl. Forget it. Clam Girl doesn't have a sense of time after all. Wang Xian shook his head helplessly before instructing her, if there are pearls in the future, you have to keep them. Yes, Dragon King. I'll check out how much these are worth after I get back. Wang Xian took a look at the pearls in his hand before putting them in the sea clam. You can cultivate here now. Wang Xian instructed the clam girl. After which, he looked around him. Currently, he would just need a further 400 more points of dragon energy to level up. Seeing that it was about noon, Wang Xian decided to make the best use of his time and attempt to raise his level to level 2 by night time. Wang Xian looked towards the sturgeon. Moving his body, he headed towards it and attacked it. Devour. Frantic devouring. Dragon energy was increasing at a terrifying pace. There's another school of ribbon fish right there. It was afternoon time. When Wang Xian swam out another 20 kilometers, he encountered another school of ribbon fish. This school of ribbon fish was 3 to 4 times larger than the school he encountered in the morning. 3 to 4,000 fish were swimming together and it was a majestic scene to witness. If I devoured all of them, I would be close to level 2. When I'm at level 2, my strength will also be substantially greater. Wang Xian was getting excited. His vision was locked onto the school of ribbon fish as he dashed towards it directly. The current Wang Xian was approximately 30 centimeters and was still relatively much smaller as compared to the ribbon fish. However, the aura that he was emitting was causing the ribbon fish to tremble in fear. Growl. A weak dragon roar erupted as Wang Xian started his devouring. Ribbon fish after ribbon fish was easily devoured and turned into dragon energy within Wang Xian. 3 to 4,000 ribbon fish were completely devoured by him in half an hour. These included 3 top-grade kings of ribbon fish. Despite facing against 3 of them at the same time, he still killed and devoured all 3 of the kings of ribbon fish. Name, Wang Xian. Race, human, able to transform into a dragon. Level, 1. Dragon energy, 997/1,000. Superpower, dominate the marine animals, ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than your own level. Devour any form of marine animals, for extraction of dragon energy. Art of cultivation, divine dragon transformation. 3 more points to make the breakthrough. Wang Xian got excited and swam to his left. All he had to do was to devour another 10 fish before his level could be raised to level 2. This is bad. That's a shark. Just as he swam a dozen meters ahead, he suddenly saw a shark swimming towards him. It must have been drawn here because of the bloody scent I caused when devouring the ribbon fish. Wang Xian had an idea while looking at the shark that was approximately 3 meters long. Horned shark, level 4. Extractable dragon energy, 443. Run. I'm definitely not a match for it. After seeing the level of the horned shark, Wang Xian immediately escaped towards the sea at the side. That horned shark seemed to have seen Wang Xian as it immediately wiggled its tail and chased after Wang Xian. Oh damn. I'm already escaping and yet you have to chase me. When Wang Xian felt the horned shark heading towards him at high speed, he accelerated towards the seaside. Luckily, his speed was faster. When he reached the area with seaweed all around him, the horned shark lost him. I still couldn't get too far as I'm too weak currently. If I had encountered several vicious sharks, I'd be finished. Ka. In the Bohai Sea, Wang Xian swam beside the olive flounders and gobbled them up. Extracted 0.1 dragon energy. Extracted 0.3 dragon energy. 1000 dragon energy completed. Evolved to divine dragon level 2. After Wang Xian devoured a few olive flounders, the system notification sounded off in his mind. Instantly, Wang Xian felt his tremendous power surging from his body. Ka. The bones throughout his whole body let out crisp sounds. The 40-centimeter dragon body grew longer to approximately a meter long. By now, Wang Xian's entire body was giving off a golden glow. The tremendous power swirled in the seawater around him. I have advanced to level 2. Sensing the immense power from his body, Wang Xian could not hide his exhilarating expression. Every scale and bone in his entire body was greatly enhanced, in particular, the claws. He was full of mighty explosive force. Roar! The sea water around him rippled as the dragon roared. I have become stronger by at least tenfold. Wang Xian felt the immense strength within his body. He clenched his claws and cast a glance to the boulder at the side. Ka! With a swing, Wang Xian shattered the sturdy boulder easily. I'm already so powerful even when I have not acquired the superpower. If I have enough dragon energy to cultivate my superpower, I'll grow even more formidable. The divine dragon was the same dragon when he just started to practice the divine dragon transformation. Superpowers were things like infernos, water current, frost, and skeletons. He could grow his claw longer with dragon energy, while superpower would be required for enhancing his body's flexibility, acquiring techniques like spurting out fire and water, and generating electricity. All these required dragon energy for upgrading. The current Wang Xian only possessed the physical body of a divine dragon but its superpower. However, just the physical body was daunting enough. I'm just at level 2 now, and the power was incredibly strong even before I got to my first transformation. When I attained the 9 divine dragon transformations, does that mean I can roam the entire universe? Wang Xian was feeling passionate. He swam to the sea clam not far from him and reminded the clam girl to cultivate diligently before he headed back to the shore. The sky gradually turned dark. His speed was considered fast since he had advanced 1 level within a day. But it would require 10,000 points of dragon energy to advance to level 3. Subsequently, each level of advancement required 10 times the dragon energy. Level advancement at the early stages would be speedy, but it would get harder as it progressed to the later stages. After 2 levels of advancement, his speed was so fast that he could swim 15 meters per second. That was way faster than many types of fish. Dragon race were born rulers. Wang Xian swam to the shore. On his way, he caught some lobsters and swimming crabs, 2 lobsters that were about 1.5 kilograms each, and 6 swimming crabs. Whoa! Wang Xian put on his clothes after he was out of the sea. He grinned as he looked at the pearls, lobsters, and the swimming crabs in his hands. After putting on his clothes, he headed up. Boom! Wang Xian took a gentle leap to the shore. As he did, he was off the ground by 4 meters. Ka! He picked up a stone from the ground and crushed it. I'm simply too powerful now. Wang Xian was excited. He found a bag to pack the lobsters and the swimming crabs into before he walked towards the entrance of a resort not far from him. For safety concerns, he parked his Harley motorcycle there. Vroom! Wang Xian rode on his motorcycle after placing the lobsters and the swimming crabs at a safe location. Soon after, he stepped on his accelerator and headed back to school. My reaction and eyesight have improved greatly after advancing to level 2. Wang Xian slightly narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the motorcycle that he was riding on. Based on the speed that he was riding now, it was a total waste for such a modified motorcycle. After millions of dollars worth of modifications, the speed of this heavy-duty motorcycle could reach a terrifying level. The maximum speed for this Harley was 397 km per hour. To make a comparison, the maximum car speed of a Bugatti Veyron with a starting price of over 20 million was only 405 km per hour. This modified Harley was freaking fast. The acceleration capability was faster than a sports car. Given the performance of this Harley, sports cars that were worth a few million were incomparable with this. Let's test out the speed of this heavy-duty motorcycle. Wang Xian was eager to try it out. In the past, the chance of endangering his life was high if he got into an accident with this motorcycle. Hence, he did not dare to drive too fast. But now, Wang Xian's strength was greatly enhanced. Even if he traveled at 200 km per hour, he could assure his own safety if there were any accidents. Besides, given his current speed of reaction, he would be quite safe. The region near the ocean was rather remote. Not many cars could be seen on the road. Wang Xian began to change gears and stepped hard on his accelerator. Vroom. The engine of the motorcycle exploded a loud and clear sound. The corner of Wang Xian's lips was slightly drawn when he looked at the speedometer. Within 5 seconds, the speed increased to 100 km per hour and soon, it would hit 180. Speeding at 180 km per hour was already scary as the trees on each side were moving behind at a daunting speed. Feels great. No wonder many people seek thrills from the ultimate speed to the extent that it cost their lives. This really feels good. With his helmet on, Wang Xian zoomed off on his motorcycle in his chirpy mood. Vroom. Just then, Wang Xian suddenly heard engines vrooming from behind. Shoot! A couple of sports cars passed by his motorcycle like phantoms. Their speed hit at least 200 km per hour. Wang Xian was slightly stunned as he watched the sports cars overtaking him. Yet, he did not chase after them in spite of his pride. Wang Xian reduced his speed to around 70 km per hour before making a turn ahead. When he made a turn, he saw 3 sports cars lining up in one straight and neat row. Looked like they were preparing for the new round of a competition. Wang Xian's presence immediately drew the attention from the 3 sports cars, a Ferrari, a Lamborghini Aventador, and a Maserati. Hey, uncle, let's race. A young girl came out from the Maserati car. She slightly raised her chin and looked at Wang Xian in a provocative way. Yes, bro. Your driving skills seem to be good. Let's have some fun. After the young girl, the window was wound down on the Ferrari as someone called out at him. Yes, bro, come. The window of the Lamborghini rolled down as well while the driver called out to him. No, it's okay. Wang Xian shook his head as he was in no mood for car racing against these kids born with a silver spoon in their mouth. You chicken. Whoever loses calls me mom. Hurry up. Don't be a coward. The young lady who spoke to Wang Xian first pointed out a middle finger and jeered at him. 1. Xiaowan, what nonsense are you spouting at such a young age? Drive slowly. Who says you can race? A pretty girl sitting beside the young lady glared at her. Ha. The young lady stuck her tongue out and beckoned to Wang Xian. Don't be such a pussy and fight like a man. Bzz. The young girl controlled her sports car and made a skilled drift movement that stopped the car right beside Wang Xian's heavy-duty motorcycle. She lifted her head in a taunting manner as she glanced at the heavy-duty motorcycle below him. Don't they call those who ride heavy-duty motorcycles knights? Come on, Uncle Knight. As the young girl spoke, she stepped on the accelerator and revved the engine. Wang Xian looked at the young girl, feeling speechless. He revved his engine too as a reply. Ha, come on. If you lose, you're going to call me mom. The young girl laughed in a loud and boisterous manner before moving her car beside the other 2 sports cars, forming a neat row. Wang Xian's lips arched up slightly as he moved his heavy-duty motorcycle beside the 3 vehicles and lined up in a row. Vroom vroom vroom. The sports cars revved their engines and Wang Xian followed by throttling his engine. 3, 2, 1. Start! The young girl shouted loudly. 3 sports cars burst out in a straight line. Wang Xian kept a brief smile but wasn't inferior at all. The performance of his heavy-duty motorcycle was much better than those sports cars. As the race started, the advantage of the heavy-duty motorcycle was translated to a huge lead. Wang Xian increased the speed of his car to approximately 180 km/h. Bzz. However, those 3 sports cars all cost no less than $3 million. Their performances were still very outstanding. Moreover, the 3 of them increased their speed greatly to at least 230 km/h or even higher. Wang Xian frowned. He glanced at the Maserati beside him and saw a young girl showing a derogatory hand signal at him. If you want to play, I'll play. Wang Xian lowered his body slightly. When riding a heavy-duty motorcycle, one would typically lower his body and lean on the motorcycle when one was moving at extreme speed. This was to reduce air resistance and also to gain better control. The moment I lowered my head, You guys lose. Wang Xian was smiling in his helmet as he throttled the accelerator to the maximum. The needle of the speedometer was increasing at a frantic pace. 200, 210, 220. In just a short span of 10 seconds, he had increased the speed to 280 km/h. Bzz bzz. A thunderous sound erupted from the Harley heavy-duty motorcycle. Wang Xian lowered his head and overtook the three sports cars rapidly and accelerated away at an even greater speed. Oh damn, he's fast. Mommy's coming for you. Within the Maserati, the young girl stepped on the accelerator fully in anger as she saw Wang Xian's figure disappearing at a fast pace. Xiaowan, you are a crazy brat. Lower the speed immediately, the beautiful girl sitting in the car said with a pale face. Sister Lingling, don't be afraid. Just look at how I'm going to overtake him. The young girl didn't pay attention to her as she stared at the heavy-duty motorcycle in front of her. Trying to compete with me? Little brat. Seeing that he was almost at the road juncture, a faint smile appeared on his face. Huh? This is bad. At this moment, Wang Xian saw a large truck turning in from the road juncture. His expression changed slightly. He immediately pressed the brakes as he focused all his attention attentively on the large truck while being ready to jump off the right at any time. Screech. The bike isn't stopping in time. Wang Xian held his breath, squinted his eyes slightly and saw a 2-meter opening on his left. TSSSSSSSSS. Wang Xian got through the opening and avoided the largest by the slimmest margin before stopping. Phew. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he heard 3 collisions. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He stopped his heavy-duty motorcycle immediately and looked ahead. 3 sports cars had all collided with a large truck. Oh damn. Please don't tell me anyone's dead. Wang Xian frowned and ran towards the 3 sports cars immediately. There were a total of 6 people sitting in the 3 sports cars. Among them, the Maserati, which was at the forefront, had the worst collision. On the other hand, the collision of the Lamborghini and Ferrari weren't that serious. Nonetheless, the strong impact from the collision knocked everyone in the vehicles unconscious. Wang Xian immediately ran to the Maserati at the front position. The front of the Maserati had been turned into complete scrap. The airbags of the car had popped open, but the young girl and the beautiful girl in the car were lying there and not moving at all. The Maserati was driving the fastest. The large truck turned all of a sudden and they couldn't stop their car in time. Seeing that the car door was damaged from the collision, he reached out and tried to pull the door open. Crack crack. Wang Xian's strength ripped the car door apart directly. He saw the beautiful girl on the seat beside the driver and carried her out carefully. Huh? The legs of the young girl are almost deformed. Wang Xian looked at the young girl in the driver's seat. Her legs were hit by the metal plate in front of her seat and had been deformed. She probably had a few fractures. He immediately carried her out carefully. I shall call the police first. After placing the 2 girls on the floor, Wang Xian immediately called for the police and ambulance. After which, he ran to the other 2 sports cars. The people inside the other 2 sports cars didn't seem to have suffered serious injuries. Therefore, he didn't attempt to move them rashly. So painful, so painful. At this moment, Wang Xian heard a weak wail. He immediately walked over and saw the young girl wailing in pain with tears in her eyes. Wang Xian frowned at the sight of the girl's completely deformed legs. Save me, save me. I don't want to die. The young girl looked at Wang Xian and begged. She was no longer the same as the naughty girl from before. Wang Xian had a heavy look. Let's see if dragon energy could be used to treat them. With just a thought, he placed his hand on the legs of the girl, regulated his dragon energy into the legs of the young girl and nourished her injuries. As the dragon energy entered her legs, he could sense the internal situation of the legs of the young girl. Bone fractures that will require adjustment. He hesitated for a while before holding the right leg of the young girl. This brat has a rather good figure. Wang Xian couldn't help but compliment in his heart after he looked at the girl's long legs and her well-endowed chest while adjusting the bones of her legs slightly. It's indeed effective. Under the nourishment of dragon energy, the injuries on her legs should be able to recover quickly. However, I have just advanced to level 2 and don't have additional dragon energy left remaining in my body. Therefore, I can only use this method to nourish. Wang Xian thought to himself. It hurts. It hurts. The young girl wailed softly as tears streamed down constantly. Hee, little brat. If it wasn't for me, your legs would be crippled. How dare you to have asked me to call you mom before? Wang Xian looked at the young girl and raised his eyebrows. He wore a cunning smile on his face and continued, your injuries are serious and I can save you now? Save me, save me? The young girl shouted in pain without consciousness. I can save you, but you have to call me daddy. Otherwise, I won't save you. Wang Xian said to the young girl while staring at her teasingly. Save me. Ya. When the young girl heard his words, she immediately broke down and cried out loud. Call me daddy. Wang Xian pinched her leg and the girl shuddered. Daddy. Ya. Daddy save me. Ya. Hee. End note. Daddy could be considered an insult. Never did I expect the dragon energy to have such an effect. If I have sufficient dragon energy, I can inject it into her body, and her legs would recover immediately. Wang Xian thought to himself as he looked at the young lady who was in a coma after he had fixed her leg. Subsequently, he came to the pretty girl and examined her condition with the dragon energy. Her chest has some blood clotting due to the impact of the hit. Wang Xian took a look at her injuries and proceeded to nourish her with his dragon energy. Soon after, he came to check on the rest of the 4 people in the other 2 sports cars. Apart from the juvenile with a broken rib bone which had been fixed by Wang Xian with his dragon energy, the rest were only suffering from light injuries. The young lady and the juvenile with his broken rib bone were the 2 most serious cases. Just then, the traffic police and the ambulance arrived, and Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. 3 luxurious sports cars got into an accident. The traffic police officers who rushed here sped up their pace as they came over. Young chap, were you the one who called the police? A middle-aged traffic police officer asked this immediately when he saw Wang Xian. Wang nodded, yes, it was me. I examined those people, and there shouldn't be anything serious. Chief, look at these sports cars. That car plate of the Maserati seemed like the one that was just applied by the granddaughter of old Shuat. The young man who was following behind the middle-aged officer spoke softly to him. Eh? The middle-aged officer looked at the car plate, 2333, and frowned immediately. Yes, it's the granddaughter of old Shuat. The rest of them must not be ordinary people either. Go check on them. The middle-aged officer ran to Wang Xian and took a look at the young girl and the pretty girl. She's the granddaughter of old Shuat. Cold sweat broke on his forehead. Please, nothing must happen to her. Nothing. He spotted the ambulance nearby and screamed at the top of his lungs, paramedics, over here. Hurry. A few paramedics brought the stretcher and sprinted over immediately. Hang on, let me examine her first, said a doctor to the 2 nurses who were walking by the side. She squatted down and began to examine the injuries of the young lady. Her leg was injured, but it was almost healed by me. She just needs some time to fully recover. The pretty girl beside her had some blood clotted at her chest area. I have taken care of it, and it shouldn't pose any serious problems. On top of that, the young driver of the Ferrari had a broken rib, which I also took care of. Just be careful when you guys move them. The doctor who was doing the examination was slightly stunned. She lifted her chin to look at Wang Xian with astonishment. Wang Xian, too, looked back at the doctor and could not help but feel slightly surprised. Where did all the pretty ladies come from? This doctor was in her late 20s. Her white robe was propped up and could not hide her busted figure. Her face was fair and refined. She looked like a goddess as her hair was worn up in a bun. The doctor reached out to touch the legs of the young girl, and a shocked expression gradually surfaced on her face. She did notice some problems with the young girl's legs. "Be careful, bring her up to the ambulance without moving her legs." "Yes, Dr. Sunday." The two nurses nodded immediately. "Have you practiced medicine before?" Dr. Sun stood up and asked curiously. Just a little." "You should do a recheck to be certain." Wang Xian chuckled. He knew nothing about medicine. All he did was treat the patients with dragon energy. Dr. Sun did not ask much as she began to examine the rest of the casualties. She lifted the clothes at the chest area of the pretty lady and examined her injuries. Once again, she was shocked. She was injured at her chest area. Avoid touching it. Subsequently, she came to the other sports car and began her examination. It was the rib. "That young man is really superb." Dr. Sun examined everyone and was stunned by the outcomes. Given such a situation, she would have taken a long time to examine the injuries if not for the young man who had reported to her on their conditions. "Okay, I'm off now," said Wang Xian to the traffic police officers and the doctor. Seeing that all the casualties were moved into the ambulance from the sports cars, Wang Xian checked on the time, and it was almost 7 o'clock. "Young chap, please leave your contact number so that we can contact you when necessary," said the middle-aged traffic police officer. "Sure." Wang Xian nodded and left his contact number. Dr. Sun gave him a significant look before she got onto the ambulance. "A car race almost got someone killed?" Wang Xian shook his head and walked to the side. He rode on his motorcycle and headed back to school. "Chief, that young man rides a Harley motorcycle. His family must be quite well off." The young police officer gazed at Wang Xian's back view as he left. Let's ignore the rest for now. We need to check on the situation in the hospital. Let's hope the granddaughter of old Xue and the rest of the young fellows will be fine." "Those guys' family backgrounds were not ordinary either," said the middle-aged officer. "The big car was on the wrong side of the road, and those sports cars were driving too fast. Hence, the car accident. The car owner of that truck will be in deep shit soon." At this time, Dr. Sun was examining both legs of the young lady with a piece of equipment in the ambulance. Her expression was aghast. How could this be possible? Both her legs were obviously fractured. Yet, they were fixed by some formidable treating skill. Could that young man be a skillful practitioner? By now, Wang Xian had reached the school entrance on his motorcycle. He cast a glance at the lobsters and swimming crabs on the car before he came to a convenience store as he rubbed his hands. After purchasing some sauces, he came back to his dormitory immediately. "I'll put the pearls somewhere first, then do some cooking outdoors." Wang Xian grinned. Outdoor barbecue was one of the highlights of the University of Rivertown. At the eastern hill of the university lay a perfect spot for outdoor barbecue. The holes were already dug. Just bringing along pots, wood, and fire would do. The glutton Wang Dehai had all the necessary tools for outdoor cooking. Wang Xian took the pot and fetched some water. He carried all his ingredients and headed for the eastern hill. The eastern hill was a hillock located at the side of the pavilion lake. Setting up fire was extremely safe as there were neither trees nor grass. The sky gradually darkened as Wang Xian carried his things to the eastern hill. Buzz. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He took a look and found it was Guan Shuking. "I have yet to thank you for what happened a few days ago. Have you taken your dinner? I would like to treat you as a token of appreciation." Wang Xian looked at the WeChat message that Guan Shuking had sent. He was slightly taken aback, but he quickly replied, "It's okay, thank you." Guan Shuking was slightly stunned by Wang Xian's reply. Since she was young, no one had ever turned her down. He was the first one to do so. At first, like any other guys, she thought Wang Xian would send her chatting messages after adding her on WeChat. But he did not. Now, she was once again rejected after initiating a dinner with him. She could not help but feel her face and doubt her charm. Guan Shuking felt a little disappointed and wasn't willing to just give up. You did help me out greatly after all. I definitely owe you a treat. Guan Shuking held onto her phone and sent the message. This man is really different from others. Or maybe he's gay. That's the only explanation Guan Shuking could come up with. Wang Xian was boiling water and cleaning off the ashes of the firewood from before when he heard his phone ring. He saw Guan Shuking's reply before looking over at the swimming crabs and large lobsters in the pot. Since I can finish all these by myself, why don't I just ask if she would like to come over? Wang Xian wasn't thinking too deeply into this matter and sent the message, I'm cooking outdoors on the eastern hill. If you haven't eaten, why don't you just come over to the eastern hill? After sending the message out, Wang Xian started cleaning the area once again. He washed the bowls and chopsticks and started a fire. When Guan Shuking received this message while she was in the dormitory room, she frowned slightly. Cooking outdoors. Should I go? It's getting a little dark. Will he? He probably wouldn't, as he isn't such a guy. Moreover, although it is summer holiday, there's still security patrolling the area. Guan Shuking made up her mind to go. She stood up and put on some light makeup before heading towards the eastern hill. When she arrived at the eastern hill, she saw a figure standing by the flames. Just him alone. Guan Shuking looked over as she walked. Wang Xian. If it isn't our great beauty, Guan Shuking. Wang Xian lifted his head, looked over and saw Guan Shuking switching on the flashlight of her mobile phone. I take that you're in a good mood, cooking outdoors so late. Guan Shuking walked over and saw Wang Xian preparing the sauce. She was shocked and asked, Wang Xian, what delicious dishes are you making? Seafood. I caught them from the sea today. Wang Xian lifted his head and looked at her. Guan Shuking was still as beautiful as always today. Guan Shuking was a well-known goddess of the University of Rivertown, and it was pretty good to be able to have a meal with such a beautiful lady. Of course, on the condition that they get along. Wow, seafood. It seems like I'll be in for a treat today. Guan Shuking squatted down. She looked at the covered pot first before turning her attention to Wang Xian. Under the illumination of the flame, he had a very unique aura. Appearance-wise, Wang Xian was definitely a handsome guy. Guan Shuking found a rock and sat down on it. It should be me who is supposed to give you a treat, and yet you are the one who invited me to have seafood. Why don't I give you a treat tomorrow night? What do you think about that? Sure. Wang Xian looked at her and continued, it will be my honor to be given a treat from the goddess of Rivertown. Why don't I feel that way? You still said that it wasn't necessary just a while ago. Guan Shuking gave him an angry stare. Hee, Wang Xian laughed. That's because I feel that I didn't really help you out. It was just a little thing after all. What you did isn't just a little thing, replied Guan Shuking as she shook her head. All right, the food is cooked. Let's get started quickly. I'll get the sauce ready for you. Wang Xian opened the lid to the pot and passed over a bowl of sauce that he had prepared previously to Guan Shuking. Wow, lobsters and crabs. Guan Shuking was shocked when she saw 2 large lobsters and swimming crabs, each seemingly weighing 2 to 3 jin, in the pot. Hee. Wang Xian smiled. Yeah, they were all caught from the sea. As Wang Xian spoke, he scooped out a large lobster from the pot. After which, he deshelled the head, grabbed the tail and passed it to Guan Shuking. Take it. We can each have 1 large lobster. If you hadn't come, I might not have been able to finish them all by myself. Thank you, thank you. Guan Shuking took it joyously. Be careful, it's hot. Yeah. Guan Shuking took over a large lobster that was even bigger than her palm and gently removed the shell. It smells so good, exclaimed Guan Shuking happily. The taste is pretty good. Wang Xian dipped it into the sauces he'd prepared. It was extremely satisfying to have wild large lobsters together with the tasty sauces. I didn't expect I'd be so lucky to be in for such a sumptuous dinner. Guan Shuking looked at Wang Xian and spoke with a face of smiles. I've brought 2 bottles of alcohol with me. Do you want some? Wang Xian asked, taking out the beer Wang Dehai had placed in the dormitory. Lobsters with beer. Give me a bottle, then. However, I won't be able to finish it. Yuan Shuking extended her hand and replied with a smile. It's all right. Pass it to me if you can't finish it. Wang Xian helped her open the bottle before passing it to her. Wow! This is simply too satisfying. Yuan Shuking sipped a mouthful before enjoying her lobster flesh. Have some swimming crabs too. I caught them from the sea and they are really fresh. Wang Xian scooped out a swimming crab and deshelled it like a gentleman before passing it over to her. Wang Xian, you're so sweet. And the sauces you prepared are really delicious. This is fantastic. I'm sure you have a girlfriend, right? Yuan Shuking looked at him and asked in a probing manner. Wang Xian's body stiffened up. He recalled the girl that chose to go with the other guy. Although she wasn't very pretty, her quiet and cute look was what he was really fond of. Sigh. He heaved a long sigh. A materialistic girl like that wasn't worthy for him to think about any further, nor was she worthy of his love. What's the matter? Yuan Shuking saw his sudden change and asked curiously. I'm fine. I don't have a girlfriend. Or rather, in my case, it ended before it even started. Wang Xian laughed in a self-deprecating manner before drinking a mouthful of beer. Yuan Shuking was slightly stunned. You are such a great guy. I'm sure you would be able to find a really beautiful girlfriend. Perhaps. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. However, I'm focusing on improving myself and earning a lot more money for now. My sister will be attending this school soon. I've got to let her live her university life like a princess. Yuan Shuking saw his determined look and couldn't help but feel a little envious. I'm really envious of your sister to have such a good brother. Your relationship with your sister must be really good. We only have each other after all. My sister is really adorable and sensible, laughed Wang Xian. Only have each other? When Yuan Shuking heard these words, she recalled what she'd heard from what her good friend had gathered. Could it be that he truly only has a sister? His parents aren't around anymore? Yuan Shuking thought of her own parents suddenly. Although her father's company encountered a huge crisis this year and declared bankrupt, she still had her parents with her after all. Everything will be fine. A guy like you will definitely be very blessed in the future, Yuan Shuking looked at Wang Xian and remarked. There aren't any sad things that wouldn't pass. My father's company was declared bankrupt this year and this had a huge impact on my way of living. However, I still feel that as long as I work hard, everything will become better. Wang Xian looked at Yuan Shuking, who was at his side, with a little surprise. Who would have expected this girl to still be able to maintain such a way of thinking? What are you looking at? Cheers. Yuan Shuking noticed Wang Xian was looking at her. She lifted her head slightly, lifted her bottle of beer and replied. It will be better, Yuan Shuking. Wang Xian lifted his beer, smiled and added, if you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to come and look for me. I might be able to help you resolve them. Why aren't you calling me the great beauty? Yuan Shuking was a knowledgeable and cheerful girl who was born into an affluent family. She possessed a wealthy demeanor, but she did not have the usual arrogance and snobbish attitude that a rich girl would possess. Even though her family was bankrupt, she was not discouraged at all. Instead, she worked part-time during her summer break. Wang Xian was impressed by such a girl. She enjoyed her good life, but at the same time, she could take hardship. Thank you for your dinner. This is the most delightful meal I've had recently. Yuan Shuking looked at the guy who sent her back to her dormitory. He was the first guy who ever did so. Wang Xian grinned at her. I guess I will be having seafood for all my meals for a while. If I do, I'll tell you in advance. Right, it's a deal. Yuan Shuking stood in front of him with a sweet-looking smile on her face. Okay, bye. I'm going back to take a rest. Bye. Yuan Shuking watched as the guy departed with a beam. The smile was extremely sweet looking. Guan Shuking is a pretty girl with a good personality. After departing, Wang Xian was thinking to himself too. It was impossible for a man not to fall for beauties. I better increase my strength first. I must hit level 4 before school reopens. Wang Xian told this to himself. He went back to his room and took a bath. Then, he took out his pearls and examined them. After that, he sat in a lotus position to begin his cultivation. Dragon energy increased by 45 points. When Wang Xian woke up and saw the notification the next morning, sharp radiance flashed in his eyes. Since he'd advanced to level 2, his cultivation speed was 2 times faster than before. Wang Xian picked up the pearls beside him and headed out after washing up. He rode to the city center and began his search for jewelry stores. Pearls could only be sold to jewelry stores. Otherwise, he really had no idea who would acquire his pearls. Deep Sea Jewelry. As Wang Xian arrived at the city center, he spotted a jewelry accessories store with luxurious decors. Deep Sea. Wang Xian looked at the name of the shop. He'd heard of this name before, a locally listed company with a renowned branding. Such a well-established company should offer reasonable pricing. Wang Xian secretly pondered. While he was having his breakfast that morning, he also surveyed the value for his pearls. The natural and flawless pearls of 20 millimeters that he had could fetch tremendous pricing. Every pearl could sell at a few $100,000, or even higher. Welcome. Upon entering the store, the greeter who was wearing a cheongsam greeted him at the door. Wang Xian entered and began to browse the pieces of jewelry within the cabinets. Their pieces of jewelry consisted of pearls and jade, excluding the gold jewelry. All the pieces of jewelry were extremely pricey. Wang Xian observed all the accessories. A pair of earrings cost a few thousand while some of the valuable pieces of jewelry were sold at a few $100,000 onwards. "Sir, are you looking for anything?" asked a salesgirl looking at him. "I'm looking for pearl jewelry." He grinned as he said. "They are over here. We have pearl necklaces, pendants, and bracelets," the salesgirl pointed to a spot and said. Wang Xian moved over and checked it out. "This pearl and jade necklace is expensive." Wang Xian spotted one at the center that cost $180,000. These are natural pearls from the South China Sea with a size of 16 millimeters. The colors are mellow, and they are the top-rated pearls. $180,000 is not expensive at all. "Miss, can I take a look at that necklace?" Before the salesgirl could finish talking, someone at the side spoke. Wang Xian turned over and saw a middle-aged man with a beautiful girl. The middle-aged man was talking to them. "Sure." The salesgirl smiled at him. She wore a pair of gloves before taking out the necklace and handed it over to the man. "Here, Win Wen. Put it on. I'm sure you'll look gorgeous in it." The man took over the necklace and spoke to the beautiful girl who looked 10 years younger than him. "Wow, this is lovely." The girl gazed at the necklace the man was holding with her eyes brightened up. "Try it. If it's nice, we'll buy it," said the middle-aged man with a face full of smiles. To woo the beautiful girl before him, he was ready to throw in his money. "Okay, I'll do it myself, uncle." The beautiful girl nodded. "Sure." He was so happy that he kept nodding his head. As the girl was putting on the necklace, the man turned to look at Wang Xian again. He observed Wang Xian's dressing from head to toe. With his lips slightly drawn, he asked, "Young chap, are you buying jewelry for your girlfriend?" "Just looking around." Wang Xian peered at the man and nodded. He then turned to look at the necklace that the girl was holding. Wang Xian looked at the pearl necklace and smiled. Regardless of the size or color, the pearls on the necklace were not as good as what he had. In fact, they were far more inferior quality. "Young chap, what is your budget for the jewelry? Young people like you should not be too far-fetched. Buying one that is around 1 to 2,000 will do. You should buy according to what you can afford. When you have the money, you can get something more expensive. When I was your age, I was equally poor. But if you work hard in the future and earn big bucks, you can also pursue those expensive items that are over hundreds of thousands of dollars. The middle-aged man spoke while looking at the beautiful girl and Wang Xian. Even though it sounded like a reminder from a senior, he was conveying an implicit message to the girl: young people are poor, and I'm rich. The beautiful girl put on the necklace and peered at Wang Xian before she finally fixed her eyes on the middle-aged man. Does it look beautiful on me? Of course, you look extremely gorgeous with it. Wen Wen, this type of pearl and jade necklace suits you the most. Those that are worth a few $1,000s don't match you at all. The man quickly praised her. Really? The beautiful girl was so happy that she could not stop looking at herself in the mirror. I'm sure. Wen Wen, look at how beautiful you are when you are wearing it. Your friends will envy you when they see this, said the man. Suddenly he turned to Wang Xian and asked, young chap, don't you think it's beautiful too? Yes, it is. Wang Xian nodded in agreement. Haha, see. Young chap, you don't have to envy me. Work hard and earn more money in the future. Till then, you can also get one for your girlfriend. The middle-aged man patted Wang Xian on his shoulder. It's a pity that this necklace is the best among all. If there were better ones, I'd buy them for you, Wen Wen. Uncle, you're so nice to me. Wen Wen looked at him. Haha, of course, I'm nice to you. Even though I'm slightly old, no young chaps can be comparable to me, said the middle-aged man confidently. Ahem, uncle, I have better pearls over here. I wonder if you have any interest in them. Wang Xian pursed his lips and said. He looked at the man who was diligently guiding and teaching him. In actual fact, the man was trying to bring himself up. This man was a sly fox. He put in good words for himself by stepping on others without being too obvious. Wise men do not cut someone down to size. This fellow not only stepped on others, but he was also stepping on Wang Xian to prove himself. When the middle-aged man heard what Wang Xian said, he was slightly shocked. What did you say? You have better pearls. The middle-aged man looked at him with doubts and started chuckling soon after. In a demeaning and mocking way, he said, Brat, do you even know what a pearl is? What are natural and wild pearls? Do you know about the colors and quality differentiation? I didn't find out about them in the past, so I don't know about that. However, I have some pearls with me and they are indeed better than those pearls this beautiful lady is wearing. As he spoke, he took out the pearls from his pocket one after another. Natural pearls. As for their condition, I'm not too sure about that. Nonetheless, these are definitely much better than yours. What pearls do you have there? The middle-aged man saw the pearls in Wang Xian's hands and was filled with doubt. However, nonchalance was written all over his face. Natural pearls are valuable treasures. How could yours be real? Wang Xian's lip was slightly drawn upon hearing what the middle-aged man said. We will know once we get them to appraise the pearls. Wang Xian headed over to the service attendant at the cabinet and asked, Does this shop collect pearls? The service attendant looked at Wang Xian with astonishment. She nodded her head and replied, Yeah, we do, but we only collect pearls in good condition. In that case, please help me take a look at these and give me an appraisal of the value, Wang Xian said to the service attendant. All right, mister, please wait a minute. I'll go and get my manager. The service attendant saw the pearls in his hands and immediately went to the back of the shop to call the manager over. These pearls are really huge. At this moment, the beautiful lady just beside him was looking at the pearls in Wang Xian's hands in astonishment. Wang Xian smiled and answered carefree, 20 mm. Just slightly larger than those you are wearing. These pearls are round and without flaws. I believe they are worth at least several hundreds of thousands. The beautiful lady's mouth gaped open. The middle-aged man's face took on a ghastly expression and he said, We aren't even sure if they are real. If they are real, you must be really lucky. Hee. Wang Xian chuckled, These are just some pearls. So what if they are real? It's just several hundreds of thousands. Showing off. Wang Xian was openly doing it in front of him. As compared to the middle-aged man's subtle way of doing it, his way was more direct. Several hundreds of thousands is already really expensive, the beautiful lady beside him commented. It isn't. It's just several hundreds of thousands. Wang Xian shook his head as he remarked. The way he was acting currently was very similar to a property tycoon. After starting my business for some years, I still have some wealth. Awesome. To start a business when you are still so young, the beautiful lady replied in astonishment. This caused the middle-aged man beside her to take on a ghastly expression. What the hell? This ordinarily dressed brat sure is great at boasting. Sir, please let our manager take a look at your pearls. At this moment, the service attendant walked over and spoke to him. Wang Xian nodded his head and handed the pearls to the female manager on the other side of the cabinet. When the manager took over the pearls from his hands, her face was filled with bewilderment. She immediately took out a magnifying glass to take a closer look. Natural pearls. These are natural pearls. The manager was shocked. After which, she took out a ruler to measure. 20 mm natural pearls without any trace of impurities. Round and without any flaws. This is simply unbelievable. These pearls are of the highest quality, even among the highest quality pearls. The manager couldn't contain her astonishment. Of course. Wang Xian was pleasantly surprised. Wang Xian had checked the value of 20 mm natural pearls online and they were really valuable. Moreover, if the pearls were made into a string of necklace, the value would be even higher. Mister, are you looking to sell these pearls? The manager looked at Wang Xian and asked. Frantically. I'm selling. May I know how much you could offer me? Wang Xian nodded his head. This, the manager frowned. This was the first time she'd seen such precious pearls and therefore she couldn't determine a price at the moment. $500K. Mister, are you alright with the offer? The manager threw out an offer price. $500K. When Wang Xian heard this offer price, he was rather satisfied but he didn't agree to it immediately. I'm selling quite a few of them. Is it possible to increase the price a little more? What? Mister, do you have more pearls with such grade? The manager looked at him with astonishment. Wang Xian smiled and took out all the pearls from his pocket. There were a total of 16 pearls with 4 white, 4 black, 4 gold and 4 pink pearls. Each pearl was almost the same size and gave off a mesmerizing glow. The manager's eyes popped wide open. Oh my gosh! You have so many and every single one of them is of the highest quality. 16 pearls could be used to make an entire set of pearl jewelry or into a pearl necklace. I believe that the offer price could be increased a little more. Wang Xian looked at the shocked expression of the manager and spoke with a giggling smile. Wow, these pearls are so beautiful. The beautiful lady took a look at the pearl and jade jewelry on her before looking at the pearls in Wang Xian's hand. They were completely of a different grade. With so many pearls, wouldn't it mean that these are worth at least $8 million? The beautiful lady's eyes popped wide open and her jaw dropped. Wang Xian glanced at the beautiful lady and middle-aged man and said, yeah, these are worth at least $8 million. However, if it's just $8 million, I clearly wouldn't sell them. Hey uncle, if you are interested and can offer me a suitable price, I can sell them to you. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth arced upwards. The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel his mouth twitching. He had a heavy expression on his face and kept silent. Mr. Deep Sea Jewelry would like to purchase your pearls. At this moment, the manager got a little flustered upon hearing what Wang Xian said. Top-grade pearls had always been in demand but there might not be a supply for it. Moreover, natural pearls were hard to come by. If she could purchase these 16 top-grade pearls and make them into a set of jewelry or even just a pearl necklace, it would definitely become the attraction of Deep Sea Jewelry. Mister, please wait a minute. I'm not authorized to make decisions for transactions in the range of over $10 million. Please wait a moment while I report this to the headquarters. Alright. Wang Xian nodded his head. Please come in. The manager opened the small door leading to the back of the cabinet in a hurry and said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head. When he walked to the position of the middle-aged man, he paused. He lifted his hand, patted his shoulder and said, Uncle, if you wish to woo a beautiful lady, you've got to work hard. After all, there are many rich young men nowadays and you are already so old. Money is one aspect but you have to be sincere too. Hee. As Wang Xian spoke, he put on a demeanor of an elder educating a younger guy. After which, Wang Xian headed to the waiting room in the back of Deep Sea Jewelry Shop. Who didn't know how to show off pompously nowadays? Even if you couldn't, you would at least know how to boast, right? However, to show off in front of others, one would still need to have some capital. Wang Xian believed that he still had the capital to do so currently. Whoever wishes to show off in front of me has to assess themselves first. The middle-aged man was extremely displeased. After seeing Wen Wen, who seemed to be hesitating, his displeasure was even more apparent. After all, he was already over 40 years old. The only advantage he had was that he had family assets of more than $10 million. Sir, please wait for a moment. My company is sending someone down. Please have some tea while waiting. The manager from the Deep Sea Jewelry poured and handed a cup of tea zealously to him in the waiting room. Wang Xian smiled and nodded, no problem. I'll just wait here. No hurry. Great. Wang Xian made himself comfortable in the waiting room as he felt funny when he thought of the middle-aged man whom he'd met just now. Is the seller inside? After 20 minutes, Wang Xian heard a girl from the outside. Sir, sorry to keep you waiting. This is our in-charge from the company. Just then, a pretty girl who was in professional attire followed behind the manager as the manager introduced her to Wang Xian. Hi. Wang Xian stood up and stretched out his hand. Wang Xian gasped as he looked at the familiar girl in front of him. The girl before him was slightly shocked to see Wang Xian too. Wang Xian, she raised her eyebrows and asked. Chairman Lan. Wang Xian did not expect an acquaintance to be here. Moreover, she was a senior in the school, Lan Qingyu. Lan Qingyu was the vice chairman of the student council at the University of Rivertown. Wang Xian had met her a few times before. However, Lan Qingyu was not expecting Wang Xian to be the seller who wanted to sell the premium-grade pearls. She knew a fair bit about Wang Xian. He was a Year 1 student, and they'd met a few times when he was looking for some part-time jobs in school. She remembered the guy in front of her was working for the entire year, even during his school holiday. He part-timed in school and outside of school too. For quite some time, as the vice chairman of the student council, she took on the chairman role for the Students' Affairs Club and was responsible for the part-time work in school. Back then, Wang Xian was part-timing non-stop. So, she was quite familiar with his family's situation. His parents were not around, and he was left living with his younger sister. Hence, he had to be responsible for his sister's livelihood. Back at that time, Lan Qingyu had a deep impression of him as she had due respect for this guy. What a coincidence. Wang Xian grinned and said to her. Yes. Director Lan, do you know this gentleman? The manager asked in astonishment. Schoolmates. Lan Qingyu nodded with a smile. That will be even better, Director Lan. Both of you take a seat, and I'll get you some water, said the manager quickly. The rumors in the school are real. Upon seeing the manager's attitude, Wang Xian thought of the rumors in the school saying that her family owned a significant listed company, and they were an affluent family. In the future, she would be taking over the large-scale family business. But he did not expect that she was already handling her family business before she turned Year 3. Wang Xian, I never expected you would be the seller, said Lan Qingyu indifferently to Wang Xian. Wang Xian chuckled and checked out Lan Qingyu, who was in office attire. She gave off a cool and distant vibe. She had a great figure, but she was the type who seemed remote and aloof. In school, she was known as the Ice Queen. She and Guan Shuqing were two different characters. Guanshuking was a goddess that was friendly yet reserved. But Lan Qingyu was a goddess who kept her distance at arm's length. I was not expecting you either. Can you show me the pearls? Lan Qingyu peered at the pearl on the table. Of course. Wang Xian nodded and showed her. Lan Qingyu placed 4 pearls of different colors in her palm. This is gorgeous, she exclaimed. 16 pearls could make 1 or 2 sets of jewelry or a string of necklace. I wonder how much you are asking for, asked Lan Qingyu. Name me your price. Wang Xian smiled and replied. How about $600,000 for one? Lan Qingyu asked with a grin. Deal. Wang Xian nodded without asking for a higher price, as $600,000 for a pearl was already a remarkable price. 16 pearls would bring him $9.6 million. With the $1.75 million that he would have over $10 million in total. Within a few days, Wang Xian turned into a millionaire. I thought you would raise your price. Lan Qingyu was a little stunned by Wang Xian's unconditional agreement. You are making me uneasy. Let's make it a round sum, $10 million. Thank you. Wang Xian laughed and nodded. Can I ask where you got these pearls from? Lan Qingyu asked with her curiosity piqued. From the sea, Wang Xian answered with a grin. If I have more pearls in the future, I'll come and look for you. Sure. Upon hearing that, Lan Qingyu was slightly stunned. Can pearls be found so easily? Let's add each other on WeChat. I will look for you when I have more pearls, Wang Xian told her. Great. Lan Qingyu nodded and smiled. Let's go to the bank to transfer the money? Sure. Wang Xian nodded and followed her out. The maximum limit for online bank transfers was set at 5 million. Hence, they needed to go to the bank to do a transfer instead. Before they could exit through the door, 3 juveniles walked into deep-sea jewelry. 3 of them were wearing formal clothing in the summer. When they saw Wang Xian and Lan Qingyu, they exchanged gazes with each other. Don't move and don't make a noise. Otherwise, I will kill both of you. Suddenly, the 3 of them aimed black handguns drawn out from their pockets at them. Lan Qingyu and Wang Xian were stunned immediately as they looked ghastly at them. Close the store now. Hurry. Otherwise, I'll kill both of you immediately. One of them pointed the handgun at one of the salesgirl's head. Ah! That salesgirl raised her hands shockingly. All the salespeople and the manager behind the counters in the shop got a fright. Stop screaming and close the door now. Don't think of staying alive if the police are here. That juvenile barked ferociously at everyone. No, don't kill me. The salesgirl walked to the door and shut it while shuddering in fear. There were no other customers in the store at this time except for 6 salesgirls and a manager. Once the door was closed, people from the outside had a limited view of whatever happened in the shop. Squat down on the floor. Hurry. The robber who was pointing his gun at Wang Xian shouted to everyone. Wang Xian was slightly stupefied as he did not expect he would encounter a robbery. After all, robbery was not a common thing in modern day. Squat down. The robber in front of Wang Xian barked at him again. Wang Xian looked at the shiny black muzzle and squatted down. Lan Qingyu squatted down and stared at the 3 robbers with a horrified look on her face. Quick, take all the jewelry now. A robber pointed the handgun towards Wang Xian and the rest of the people. Okay, okay. The other robber took out a hammer hidden in his clothes and smashed the glass counters. Ring ring ring. When the hammer landed on the glass, the security alarm of the jewelry shop went off. Hurry, hurry. Damn it, the alarm system is activated. The security personnel will be here at any moment, a robber roared loudly. Boss, the glass here is too solid. The robber with the hammer growled softly with a ghastly expression when he noticed only a few cracks appeared on the glass after hammering it. Leave this to me. Another young man looked across with a vicious expression. He took over the hammer and the veins on his fist were bulging out. Bam! The hammer landed on the glass and smashed open a hole directly. He continued to smash the glass with a hammer. This is bad. The anti-bullet glass has been smashed open. Lan Qingyu, who had been squatting down and paying attention to the situation, was shocked at what she discovered. Shut your mouth, the robber, who had a gun and was standing beside Lan Qingyu, roared. When he saw she had a piece of jewelry around her neck, a hint of joy surfaced on his face. He extended his hand over and demanded, "Give me this." No, Lan Qingyu saw the robber reaching towards her and immediately took 2 steps back. In the process, she fell back and sat onto the floor. I didn't expect that. You are rather pretty." When the robber saw Lan Qingyu's face, he was amazed and revealed a perverted expression. "Don't move or I will shoot open a hole on your body." Hee. The robber pointed the gun at Lan Qingyu. "Damn it. We don't have time for this. Just keep a close watch on them." The young man hammering the glass counter roared at the other robber with a gun after hearing the commotion. At the same time, he grabbed the jewelry in the glass cabinet rapidly. As for the other robber, he was pointing his gun at another service attendant and ordering him to open the cabinet with their keys. "Boss, she has a top-grade jade pendant on her. I'll get it." This robber seemed to be very wary of the young man who'd shouted at him previously. With a hideous look on his face, he reached out and grabbed towards Lan Qingyu. "If you resist any further, I'll kill you." No, Lan Qingyu had completely lost her usual cold demeanor. She protected the jade pendant around her neck helplessly and seemed determined to protect something extremely important in her heart. "Damn it! You are seeking your own death." The robber reached over directly and grabbed towards Lan Qingyu's neck. With a forceful pull, he ripped the necklace over. "Give it back." Lan Qingyu felt pain cruising through her neck but still extended her hand over to try to get the pendant back. "Damn you, bitch." The robber growled angrily as he looked at the 2 trails of blood on his arm caused by Lan Qingyu's nails. "I'm going to strip you naked." He reached over and started tearing Lan Qingyu's clothes apart. Tssss. Ah. Lan Qingyu's professional working attire was ripped apart immediately. Her shoulders and fair skin were revealed. When Wang Xian saw the robber trying to reach over once again after ripping open Lan Qingyu's clothes, he frowned. He covered Lan Qingyu in his embrace, stared at the robber and said, "Don't go any further. You have already taken what you wanted. Brat, are you trying to play the hero here?" Hee. That robber pointed the gun at Wang Xian and sneered. Wang Xian stared at the robber and didn't complete his sentence out of fear. Lan Qingyu was in his embrace, completely petrified. "I'm going to strip her naked right in front of you and let you take a look." Haha. That robber laughed hideously. As he spoke, he pointed the gun at Wang Xian with one hand while reaching towards Lan Qingyu with the other hand. Lan Qingyu held tightly to Wang Xian's arm out of fear. "Damn it!" Wang Xian looked at the arrogant robber reaching over his hand with a hideous smile. At this moment, a cold and vicious intent flashed past Wang Xian's eyes. Crack crack. At this instant, Wang Xian suddenly took action. He reached his hand over and grabbed towards the robber's arm. His hands were like dragon claws and sank directly onto the robber's arms. Exerting some force, Wang Xian broke the robber's arm. Bam! He lifted his leg and kicked it towards the robber's chest. The strong force sent the robber into the wall directly as the robber lost consciousness from the pain. "Scumbag, incompetent bugger." The other 2 robbers heard the commotion and pulled out their guns immediately. Wang Xian saw the 2 robbers pointing their guns at him. At that instant, cold sweat was breaking out from his forehead. Lan Qingyu looked at the robbers pointing their guns at them in horror. She was desolate. Damn. Bang. Bang. When she heard the gunshots, she could feel the fear of death engulfing her. However, at this very moment, a figure pounced onto her and gripped her tightly in his embrace. Tssss. Ouch. Wang Xian could feel the intense pain spreading from the back. However, after the pain sensation subsided, he didn't feel any misery. "My body can withstand bullets." Wang Xian was surprised. The reason why he wasn't taking action was because the other parties had guns with them. He was afraid that with the durability of his body, it would still be insufficient to withstand a bullet attack. "Don't move, don't move," he said softly to Lan Qingyu in his arms. Are you alright, Wang Xian?" Tears were streaming down Lan Qingyu's face. She heard the two soft gunshots and also the sounds of bullets hitting his back. The guns had silencers installed on them. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have resisted. The jade pendant was a gift from my grandmother when she passed away." "I'm sorry," Lan Qingyu said miserably as she thought Wang Xian had been injured by the bullets. It's all right. Wang Xian shook his head. What the hell? Girls are really a drag. If she didn't resist previously, the robber would not have fired. Furthermore, she's even crying out loud now. What if she attracts the attention of the robbers again? Why doesn't she have the demeanor of the Ice Queen? I'm sorry to have let you down. I'm sorry. Lan Qingyu held onto Wang Xian as she cried. Hurry, let's go. 3 minutes had passed and security is coming. We've got to hurry. At this moment, the robber took the bag of jewelry and shouted at the other robber. All right, boss. The two robbers headed to the exit in a hurry. Boss, what should we do with our companion? The robber looked at his companion on the floor and asked anxiously. Incompetent bugger. Leave him here. The boss had a cold expression as he opened the door with force. Hurry, let's go. At this moment, Wang Xian silently pried open Lan Qingyu's grip on his arm. Before Lan Qingyu could react to it, Wang Xian flipped up and landed a punch directly on one of the robbers. Bam! The current Wang Xian had enormous strength. He smashed his punch directly on his back with the robber completely off guard. A crisp sound propagated as the robber fell to the ground with a thud. Bastard, die! The other robber reacted to the situation quicker than Wang Xian had expected him to. Die! That robber threw his punch towards Wang Xian's face with awe. This is bad, he's super strong. Wang Xian was shocked but wasn't fearful. He clenched his fist too and struck towards the robber's head. Bam! He could feel that this robber's punch was heavy and he was very strong. However, the robber was still slightly weaker than him. Crack! A clear and crisp sound propagated as a shocked expression surfaced on the robber's face. Boom! The moment the robber's fist cracked, Wang Xian stomped his foot on his chest. The robber fell onto the shutter door as he held his chest in pain. With wide open eyes, he stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. You are a martial artist. Wang Xian was confused by martial artist. Voila! Just then, the shutter door was prized from the outside. A team of security guards stormed in with electric batons. What's going on? What happened? A robbery, a fit and well-built middle-aged man asked in a loud voice. Captain Li, someone is here to rob our jewelry shop. The manager acted quickly as he sprinted over and pointed at the three robbers. Subsequently, he scurried to Lan Qingyu and asked, Director Lan, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Lan Qingyu seemed to be in a daze. She pulled her clothes together and looked at Wang Xian. I'm fine too. Wang Xian sensed her gaze. He felt the tear in his skin and the bleeding at his back, but it was not anything serious. Given that he owned a dragon body, he should be fully recovered in 1 to 2 days. Director Lan, put this on. The manager quickly took off his jacket and put it on her when he saw the clothes on Lan Qingyu were torn. Okay, Lan Qingyu stood up and walked to Wang Xian. Are you really all right? I saw they shot at you. Let me check your back. I'm fine. Their guns might be fake. The impact wasn't as powerful. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. Let me see it. Lan Qingyu checked his back and spotted the blood stains on his white shirt. She covered her mouth. It's bleeding. I'll call the ambulance. You have to get to the hospital now. It's okay, Wang Xian shook his head again and bared his back. Look, it's okay. I guess it's just a slight tear. Yes, he is fine. Just a slight tear. Captain Li took a look and told one of the security guards, call the police now and send them to the station. Manager Huang, check if you have any losses. I'm glad that you are fine. Lan Qingyu was scared stiff as it was her first encounter with a robbery. She felt her heart warming as she looked at the fit and muscular back. She could not stop thinking about the hug just now. We will do the bank transfer tomorrow then. Go back and get some rest. No, it's okay. I'm fine. I better accompany you to the hospital for a checkup. I hope your wound won't get any infection. Lan Qingyu shook her head. It's nothing. The injuries I got from my childhood times were even more serious than this. It was fine then. Wang Xian shook his head and pointed at her clothes. You should get some rest. Your clothes? Lan Qingyu looked down at her clothes and blushed. I will get the company to transfer the money to you today. Sure. Wang Xian was not afraid that Lan Qingyu or Deep Sea Jewelry would repudiate the payment. He saved her and her company big time today. He believed they would not decline to pay that $10 million to him. I still have something going on. Got to go. You better get some rest, said Wang Xian to Lan Qingyu. He waved his hand and walked out. Director Lan, I've already reported this to the CEO. They will be arriving soon. Manager Huang walked over and told Lan Qingyu. They are worried for you? Okay. Lan Qingyu acknowledged briefly as she watched Wang Xian leaving. Manager Huang followed her gaze and looked over. She sighed softly when she thought of the courageous moment performed by the young man just now. If she were any younger, she would also fall for the young and suave man who saved and shielded her from a bullet. Buzz. Just then, Lan Qingyu's phone rang. Upon seeing her mother's call, she picked up immediately. What luck I have for encountering a robbery when I'm here just to sell my pearls. After Wang Xian walked out from the jewelry store, he shook his head. However, the fact that his body could block a bullet caught him by surprise. That was a bullet. If I can block a bullet when I'm only at level 2, does that mean I can defend from a sniper rifle or a grenade when I'm at level 3 or 4? Then if I'm at level 8 or 9, will I survive a bomb? I have not even attained the first transformation yet. If I did, wouldn't I be invincible? Wang Xian was thrilled over it. The mightiness of the divine dragon's body beyond his expectations. I wonder where that robber drew his mighty strength from, and what martial artists he was talking about. Wang Xian suddenly thought of the things that the robber had just said. Could there be martial artists in this world? Wang Xian pondered to himself. He looked around and walked to a shopping mall. Sunan Shopping Mall was a large and grand shopping mall that acted as a landmark in the city's center. Wang Xian was ready to splurge in the mall. He did not have just $1.7 million, but he had $11.7 million now. Even though he has yet to receive the $10 million, it was a done deal. I want to change my phone to the latest model and get 3 sets of branded clothes. Wang Xian walked into a few renowned branded shops and spent more than $50,000 on 3 sets of clothes. Time to go back. Wang Xian looked at the things he'd bought with a satisfied face. He walked out and rode his Harley motorcycle back to school. Even though a Harley motorcycle looks cool, it isn't convenient at all. Should I get a driving license and buy a car? Wang Xian looked at the shopping bags that were hanging on the bike and thought to himself. Forget it, I think I better improve my strength. It's a waste of time learning how to drive. Wang Xian threw his clothes on the bed and dumped all his old clothes away after he came back to his room. Buzz. Just then, the phone rang. Wang Xian opened the message sent by his younger sister. Brother, I just knocked off, and I'm bored. Xiao Mi went for her driving lesson and left me alone. Driving lesson? Wang Xian saw his sister's message and got an idea. Little sis, you can take driving lessons too. I'll transfer you the money for it. As he said this, he transferred $10,000 over to her. Brother, why did you transfer so much money to me? Where did you get the money from? I'm not learning to drive. Xiao Yu saw the $10,000 that her brother had transferred to her and got a shock. I earned some money over here. You can take driving lessons with Xiao Mi. I'll wait for you to drive me around. Wang Xian said this to dismiss her sister. He did not tell her the truth. He wanted to buy her a car when she arrived at school. A branded car. Bzzz. A beautiful girl is giving me a treat. Hehe. After staying in the dormitory room for an hour plus, Wang Xian received a message from Guan Shuking saying that she definitely had to give him a treat today. Wang Xian agreed to it. After the outdoor cooking the previous day, the relationship between the two of them was clearly no longer just about friendship. Wang Xian changed into a set of fine clothing. The pair of white casual shorts and black short-sleeve t-shirts cost $10,000 each. However, these weren't the most extravagant pieces. Wang Xian also took out the Nike shoes that cost $800,000. This pair of Nike shoes was the Nike Mag, Back to the Future 2, a limited release worldwide. He got these shoes from the young man riding the heavy-duty motorcycle, who had bought them overseas to show off to others. In the end, the shoes fell into Wang Xian's hands. Wang Xian had initially wanted to sell them. However, since he had the money currently, he no longer had to sell them and could wear them himself. This pair of shoes was not just filled with technology. Moreover, the design was great and extremely comfortable. It was also a great match for Wang Xian's clothes. After changing into the new clothes and being modified by dragon energy, Wang Xian had a unique aura around him. After parking his Harley at one side of the road, Wang Xian waited by the school gate. Guan Shuking found a translation job and was about to knock off from work right now. She had asked him to wait for her at the school gate for a moment. At this moment, Wang Xian heard screams of shock. He turned his head over and his attention landed on a girl in front of him. The girl was wearing a white dress and carrying a LV bag. She had makeup on her face, had a great figure and could be considered very beautiful. As compared to before, her dressing was more fashionable. She was none other than a girl who Wang Xian was once fond of, Qi Chuchu. Qi Chuchu also noticed Wang Xian and looked at him with astonishment. As compared to the quiet and ordinarily dressed guy, in her opinion, the current Wang Xian was better dressed. Moreover, he was emitting a unique aura. He's just wearing some $10 new clothing. Qi Chuchu thought to herself reluctantly. What are you doing here? You don't have to work. Qi Chuchu adjusted her LV bag and beautiful dress while speaking plainly to Wang Xian. I'm waiting for someone. Wang Xian smiled at her and was clearly no longer interested in her. As compared to Guan Shuking, Qi Chuchu was a far distance behind. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also waiting for someone. Qi Chuchu glanced at Wang Xian and a smile appeared gradually on her face. I'm waiting for my boyfriend to come and fetch me? Seeing that Wang Xian wasn't replying to him, she got a little angered. Don't you have work today? Nope, I already have enough money to spend. Wang Xian smiled. Enough. When Qi Chuchu heard his words, her face was filled with belittling and deprecating vibes. Didn't you say that your sister would be attending the same school and you will let her lead a comfortable university life? Do you know how expensive this bag is? How expensive the makeup cosmetic products are? Just the bag in my hand will cost more than $10,000. As she spoke, she flicked her hair with a strong sense of superiority. When she was talking, 3 to 4 young men were also waiting for others at the same location. They took a glance at Qi Chuchu before looking at Wang Xian. As long as I have sufficient money to spend, it will be fine for me. As for the bag, as long as it can be used, I'm fine with it. After hearing the deprecating words of Qi Chuchu, Wang Xian just smiled faintly. Every girl would hope to be able to buy bags they like and makeup cosmetics. Qi Chuchu laughed. You aren't really a qualified brother. Hehe. Wang Xian smiled and didn't bother to entertain the materialistic Qi Chuchu. Looking at a materialistic girl like her now, she looked more like a clown. When the group of young men heard what Qi Chuchu said, they were slightly shocked. A young man pointed at Wang Xian's shoes and mumbled to his companions. His other two companions looked over and were shocked. After which, they took a closer look at Wang Xian's clothes. That's a Harley heavy-duty motorcycle. It's a Harley. So cool. At this moment, the group of young men saw the Harley motorcycles behind Wang Xian. They couldn't help but reveal their fondness for the vehicle. It's too cool. This Harley probably costs at least a few $100,000. Nope. This Harley has been specially modified and should be a custom-made version. Custom-made Harley is even more expensive. Harley Electric Glide is sold at over $400,000 on the official website. A special custom version would definitely be more expensive. I've got a friend who had one custom made and it cost over $800,000. However, that is still a far cry from this. In that case, wouldn't this be over $1 million? The group of young men walked over in awe and were exclaiming as they looked. Qi Chuchu heard what they said and turned her head over in astonishment. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Wang Xian noticed that there were a few people crowding around his ride. A smile appeared on his face. A heavy-duty motorcycle is cool but still couldn't be compared with a car, he said faintly. Tisk, what do you know about these? Qi Chuchu heard what he said and looked at him with disdain. You will never be able to afford a car like this. Wang Xian chuckled upon hearing what she said. The group of young men also looked over with surprise. My boyfriend is here. Where are you going? Do you need a ride? Qi Chuchu saw a BMW 5 Series car driving towards her and spoke in a deprecating manner at Wang Xian. It's all right. Chuchu. At this moment, the BMW stopped by the side. A young man that looked just slightly over 20 years old stepped out. He looked a little skinny and weak and his complexion was a little pale. What's more prominent was that he had a protruded mouth and an ape-like chin. To sum it up, he looked a little ugly. The young man walked over and opened his arms slightly for an embrace. Brother Qing. Qi Chuchu walked over and hugged the young man directly. At the same time, she gave him a kiss. Who are you talking to? The young man wrapped his arms around Qi Chuchu's waist and asked with a smile. Just a guy who tried to woo me in the past. Tisk aiming for someone completely out of his league. Qi Chuchu pouted slightly and giggled. Oh. That young man looked at Wang Xian and took out a cigarette. He looked at Wang Xian with disdain and said, Hey brother, do you have the capability to go after Chuchu? Wang Xian saw the young man talking to him and was slightly shocked. A cold smirk appeared on his face. He looked at the BMW 5 Series before looking at his shoes. A faint mocking expression surfaced on his face. When the group of young men heard the conversation, they were shocked too. When they heard what the girl said previously, they were already a little surprised. Right now, they were completely stunned. They looked at that BMW before looking at the shoes of Wang Xian. I recall the scene suddenly. A young man saw his other two companions pointing to the BMW suddenly before pointing to Wang Xian's shoes. Can you remember the day I asked you out to play? I was wearing Nikes. When you appeared, you turned around and left with a guy with trendy clothes and driving a BMW 5 Series. What you might not know is that his car is worth $600,000 but my Nikes are worth $810K. The voice of the young man was loud and clear and everyone could hear it. It was especially so as the young man was pointing his finger. Qi Chuchu and the young man at her side were stunned by the juvenile. The juvenile pointed to the BMW car and the shoes on Wang Xian's feet. Nike Mag, Back to the Future 2, the juvenile who spoke exclaimed again. Qi Chuchu and the young man stared at that pair of Nike shoes that Wang Xian was wearing. The young man was wide-eyed as his eyes were full of disbelief. Qi Chuchu was also dumbstruck as she could not believe her ears. Wang Xian looked at them impassively before he saw Guan Shuqing walking towards him. He immediately grinned and waved to her. Sorry to keep you waiting. Guan Shuking scampered over and saw the zestful and good-looking Wang Xian. A faint smile surfaced on her face. It's okay. I just got here too. Wang Xian shook his head. Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner in the old street. Guan Shuking beamed at Wang Xian as she spoke. Sure, anything would do, Wang Xian nodded. I'm riding a motorcycle. Wang Xian headed to the Harley motorcycle and unlocked it with a key. Wow, a Harley motorcycle. Looks like you're really rich. Guan Shuking looked at him with astonishment. She thought Wang Xian might be making some money, but it was less expected that he would be rich enough to afford a Harley motorcycle. Someone gave it to me. Unfortunately, I don't have a car license yet. So, I could only ride this motorcycle. Wang Xian grinned, do you mind sitting behind? Hehe, you are not using this motorcycle for wooing girls, right? Guan Shuking looked at him and teased him. But, she went on to sit at the back. Wang Xian chuckled and replied, I guess to woo girls with this is not as effective as a BMW. Hehe, Guan Shuking laughed, let's go and have some meat skewers. Sure. Wang Xian nodded. He started the engine and rode towards the old street. Guan Shuking stared at the back of the guy in front of her. With some hesitation, she held his waist. Cool, he is so freaking cool. That pair of shoes and the Harley motorcycle are about $2 million. He's loaded. I envy him. He's actually wearing a pair of shoes that is $800,000. Such a filthy rich man. The three juveniles looked at the Harley motorcycle that took off. Slowly, they shifted their focus to Chi Chuchu and the other young man. Flaunting your BMW? The price of your BMW is incomparable to that one pair of shoes. Just now, the girl even told the young guy to stop dreaming about riding a Harley. That young man also told him that he did not have the capital. Now, that was a slap in their faces. He had a pair of shoes that was worth $700,000 to $800,000 and a Harley motorcycle that could easily cost $1 million. You guys still mocked him and asked if he has the capital? At the same time, Chi Chuchu put on a different expression as she watched in disbelief as the Harley motorcycle zoomed off. How could he be loaded? Chi Chuchu did not want to believe it. He was just a poor lad. How did he boost his wealth all of a sudden? And that girl just now. Wasn't she the famous Belle, Guan Shuking? Was he hiding his identity of a son from a wealthy family? Regrets? Deepest regrets. The young man observed the peculiar gazes from the three of them at the side with a sullen face. He was infuriated when he looked at Chi Chuchu with a face full of regret. Let's go to the hotel. A calm and peaceful encounter with Chi Chuchu was over. Not the slightest tinge of yearning was left. Instead, he detested her. After dinner, he sent Guan Shuking back to her dormitory. Wang Xian looked at the moon and the stars that were shining brightly in the sky. He made up his mind to head out for the sea. I want to improve my strength and make myself even more powerful. When he'd learned that his body could resist a bullet this afternoon, Wang Xian decided to upgrade his strength as soon as possible so that he could grow stronger. He did not ride his motorcycle. Instead, he took a cab outside of the school. When he arrived at the beach, it was already 9 p.m. Wang Xian watched the glistening waves under the moonlight. He found a remote spot, took off his clothes, and jumped into the sea. Transform into a dragon. With a thought in his mind, he dived into the sea. As a newborn dragon, he had no ability yet. To possess those superpowers like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning would require the exchange with the dragon energy. Dragon race needed to cultivate for superpowers and their physical body. In divine dragon transformation, there were conversion techniques for various attributes. Dragon energy could convert to wind, rain, and even thunder and lightning. However, a mighty divine dragon would use dragon energy to upgrade his body into wind physique, water physique, and inferno physique and many more. After upgrading to wind physique or water physique, the attributes' attacks would be much more powerful. With mighty physiques and invincible attributes, divine dragons would become the most powerful race in the universe. Divine dragons were also divided as Wind Divine Dragon, Fire Divine Dragon, Earth Divine Dragon, Thunder Divine Dragon, and so on. Among all the conversion techniques of the Divine Dragon transformation, he had yet to decide his cultivation direction in the future. However, Wang Xian could enhance his body parts using dragon energy. For example, he could use the dragon energy to strengthen his claws or upgrade his eyes. As a divine dragon, the darkness at night could never blind his vision. Wang Xian dived into the sea and swam to the far end. The ocean at night was as lively as it was in the day. Various fish and sea creatures were swimming in the sea. To the fish, there was no day and night. In fact, most of the fish were active and hunting for food at night. At level 2, Wang Xian was not weak in his strength. Because of his mighty physical body and the power of a divine dragon, even a sea creature at level 3 would not be his match. But if he saw a shark, he would not be able to outfight it. To devour marine life like the shark, he would need to wait until he advanced to level 4. For marine life such as killer whales, he would need to advance to at least a level 5 or level 6. Perhaps there are many other mysterious yet daunting marine animals in the vast ocean, Wang Xian thought to himself. He fixed his eyes on a grouper. With a jerk, he swam over and swallowed it. Bohai Sea has 2 little schools of fish. If there is a large school of fish in the ocean, my strength will improve quickly. Wang Xian had been hunting, gobbling up the fish and converting them into dragon energy in the area. But, the resources in the ocean were not abundant. Due to the wild hunting of the marine animals in the country, the resources were insufficient. There are hundreds of salmon ahead. Wang Xian came to the spot where the clam girl was situated when he saw the school of salmon. He swam speedily and devoured them all at once. Dragon King. Sensing his arrival, the clam girl opened up her clamshell, revealing her clam flesh. Clam girl, level 6. Art of cultivation, water dragon transformation. Superpower, none. After the clam girl became his subordinate, Wang Xian could read more information about her. The clam girl who was practicing her water dragon transformation would become a strong existence for controlling the water element. Continue with your cultivation. The clam girl had just started her cultivation not long before. Hence, there were not many changes to her. Wang Xian left his instruction with her and swam off to other surrounding areas to continue his hunting. Swish! The sun rose into the skies and the rosy red sunlight shone on the sea's surface, forming a uniquely beautiful scene. Wang Xian surfaced from within the seas with his naked body. Name, Wang Xian. Race, human, able to transform into a dragon. Level, 2. Dragon energy, 753/10,000. Superpower, dominate the marine animals, ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than your own level. Devour any form of marine animals, for extraction of dragon energy. Art of cultivation, divine dragon transformation. After a night of devouring, I have only increased my dragon energy by just over 700 points. Wang Xian frowned. He wasn't very lucky the previous night as he did not encounter any school of fish like a school of ribbon fish. Therefore, he had only managed to increase his dragon energy by 700 points in a night. Feeling his body getting stronger, a faint smile appeared on his face. Since I got stronger, I don't even feel that sleepy. However, the hunger still remains. Wang Xian still couldn't survive without food at the moment. He swam to the shore, put on his clothes and leapt onto the road easily. If there's anyone who saw this scene, their jaw would have definitely dropped. This was because Wang Xian jumped over 4 meters with a single leap. Luckily, there weren't many people in the vicinity in the morning. There should be some places selling breakfast ahead. Wang Xian looked at the surroundings and thought to himself. There's a seaside holiday resort right ahead. During this hot summer, it would simply be a luxury experience to be able to spend one's holiday there. This resort was rather famous and the food and accommodations in it were rather luxurious. Naturally, the expenses would also be very high. After passing by the entrance of this summer sun resort, Wang Xian looked ahead of him and discovered a few roadside stalls. There were already quite a number of people having breakfast around. Wang Xian walked over and saw a stall selling deep-fried pancakes. He asked directly, "Boss, please give me $5 of deep-fried pancakes and a bowl of soup." "I'm sorry, son, we have sold out," replied the boss of the stall with a smile. "So early?" Wang Xian was a little surprised. "It's almost 9 in the morning now. Moreover, there are more people working by the seaside recently," the boss explained. Wang Xian nodded his head and headed to the stall just beside it. After asking several stalls which gave similar replies, he felt a little helpless about the situation. "Boss, do you still have some buns?" Wang Xian arrived at the last stall selling buns and asked the boss. "Yeah, we have one last serving." "Son, you are really lucky." The boss smiled at him. "That's great. Give me a serving of buns and a bowl of soup," Wang Xian replied before walking in and sitting down. "All right, please wait a minute," shouted the boss. "The money has been transferred in." Wang Xian took out his phone and saw the notification messages. He suddenly got a little agitated. 10 million. It's 10 million. The money for the pearls sold just yesterday. The edge of his mouth arched upwards. "Boss, do you still have some buns?" At this moment, two middle-aged men walked in. A slightly plump middle-aged man asked the boss. The middle-aged boss looked at the two men before replying, "I'm sorry, misters, the last serving of buns has been ordered by that young man in the stall." The slightly plump man frowned. "Boss, what do you think about selling us this last serving of bun? We are willing to offer a higher price." At this moment, the other middle-aged man, who was standing beside the plump middle-aged man, asked the boss. The boss felt a little uncomfortable about the idea. He shook his head and replied, "This isn't right. He ordered it first after all. Why isn't there any more breakfast?" The slightly plump middle-aged man grumbled unhappily. "Director Li. It will be fine. Leave this to me. Just leave this to me." The plump middle-aged man seemed to be eager to get on the good books of the other middle-aged man. He turned his attention to Wang Xian, who was sitting in the stall. He walked forward directly into the stall and took out $100 from his pocket. "Hey, pal." The middle-aged man walked beside him. Wang Xian lifted his head, feeling a little surprised. "What's the matter?" "Hey, pal, I'll like to buy the last serving of buns for $100, said the middle-aged man as he placed the red cash note on the table in front of Wang Xian. Wang Xian was slightly shocked. Looking at the $100 note, he kept his silence and simply smiled. This serving of buns had cost him $8. If it was like before, he would definitely agree to the suggestion happily. This was because he didn't have money in the past. As for now, he wouldn't allow himself to go hungry for just $100. Wang Xian shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry. I'm not selling." The middle-aged man was surprised. He frowned and took out another $100 note from his pocket. $200. "I'm not selling." Wang Xian shook his head. The middle-aged man was clearly displeased at this point. He took out another $100 note and remarked, $300. "I'm not offering any higher." Wang Xian lifted his head and looked at the gold necklace around the middle-aged man's neck. "I'm not selling no matter what you are offering me." "You little brat," the middle-aged man had a ghastly expression upon hearing Wang Xian's reply. "What's the matter, Mr. Song?" Director Li walked into the stall and asked the middle-aged man with a dissatisfied tone. "It's all right, Director Li. I'm offering this brat money but he isn't willing to sell." The middle-aged turned his head over and explained embarrassingly. "Isn't this area managed by Zhang Qianyuan?" Director Li remarked in a plain tone while looking at Wang Xian. He found Wang Xian a little familiar. "Excuse me, misters." At this point, the boss carried the bun and walked over. When the middle-aged man heard what Director Lee said, he understood the meaning behind it immediately. He looked at the boss of the stall and said coldly, "Boss, this area should be under Zhang Qianyuan, right? Do you need me to give Zhang Qianyuan a call?" The boss was stunned for a moment when he heard the name of Zhang Qianyuan. He immediately asked timidly, "Is there anything I can help you guys with?" "Our Director Lee hasn't got his breakfast," the middle-aged man replied before looking at Director Lee who was beside him. "Director Lee, please take a seat here." "All right." Director Lee nodded his head and sat in a seat to the right of Wang Xian. The boss was at a loss. Zhang Qianyuan was in charge of this street. Some of the facilities of this area had been modified by him. Anyone who wished to set up a stall here had to submit rentals to him. Although this place might look deserted, business here was great. Therefore this was a great place to do business for him and allowed him to feed his entire family. The two middle-aged men weren't dressed like ordinary guys and had come in a luxurious car, which was parked right outside. For them to be able to call out Zhang Qianyuan's name, they should have some relationships between them. Son. The boss was fearful of offending the other party and turned to Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression. "Son, I'm sorry. Let me get some rice for you. For free. Are you? Wang Xian saw how the boss was acting and was clearly displeased. The boss was clearly wary of the influence these two guys had and would like to give the bun to these two middle-aged men. He didn't blame the boss for this and just kept his vision on the middle-aged man and Director Lee beside him. He recognized this Director Lee, as he was the boss of first-grade seafood restaurant. When Guan Shuking had accidentally knocked over the arowana, he almost beat Guan Shuking up in a fit of anger. If it wasn't for Wang Xian previously, the consequences for Guan Shuking would be hard to imagine. With regard to Director Lee, Wang Xian didn't have a good impression of him. He was even trying to use his influence to bully others over a serving of buns. "It's all right, boss. Just get me a bowl of rice. You can give them the bun," Wang Xian said to the boss and didn't make things difficult for him. "All right, thank you, son. Thank you." The boss nodded his head in gratitude as he thanked Wang Xian. "I was offering you $300 previously and yet you weren't willing to sell. Look at it now." "Tisk." The middle-aged man beside him sneered. At the bun stall, Wang Xian looked impassively at Director Lee and the middle-aged man. He was slightly embarrassed by the way they got their things done. "I'll let you have a taste of regret when the time comes." Cold radiance flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. He was a tit-for-tat person. The middle-aged man scorned at Wang Xian. Subsequently, he bowed and scraped as he passed a pair of chopsticks to Director Lee. "Director Lee, please have it. I had my breakfast. You reaped quite an amount of fish in your farm. I'm sure you'll sign the contract with the two countries in East Asia today." It's way within my expectation. Otherwise, I would not have loaned $20 million just to set up the fishery, said Director Lee with an indifferent tonality. But his expression was full of complacency. "This time, your profits will double. You're my boss from now on," the middle-aged man quickly added on. "Sure, Xiao Zhao, I guarantee you that you will not lose out if you follow me. This year, the fishery will produce at least 300,000 kilograms of goods. The export price is $60 per 500 grams. That would be $36 million. After deducting costs and manpower, the profits can hit around $20 million. Your small little fish pond can expand after today." Director Lee nodded with pride. "Yes, Director Lee. I'll follow you after this year. You got your investment capital back just within a year. That's awesome." "Oh, right. Have you found a channel for my seafood? I am short on premium seafood supply in the first-grade restaurant. The last supply channel was gone, and the school will reopen soon. The current situation doesn't look optimistic. This will tarnish my brand name. Besides, there is another high-class seafood restaurant open beside me. Obviously, they want to steal my business. Director Lee, leave this to me. I'll help you find one since I know the people from the fish market. Just leave it to me. The newly opened seafood restaurant will never surpass your first-grade restaurant. Fishery? Fish farms? Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he eavesdropped on their conversation about the fishery. He pondered to himself. He put down the rice bowl, took out his phone and began to search for Rivertown fish farms. Oh, there are fish farms over here, and they are nearby. Wang Xian studied the information on his phone with a ray of sharp radiance flashing in his eyes. He spun and looked at Director Lee and that middle-aged man with his lips slightly drawn. They quickly finished their meals and headed out. Wang Xian stood up and followed them. Young man, I'm sorry. When Wang Xian was at the door paying $2, the boss of the stall apologized to him. It's okay. Wang Xian gestured. When he saw Director Lee and the middle-aged man get in the Audi Q7, he quickly asked, Boss, do you know where the nearest fishery is? Fishery? The boss was slightly stunned as he pointed in a direction in front of them. The fishery zones in the Rivertown can be found 700 to 800 meters ahead. Oh, thank you. Wang Xian nodded as he beamed. The Audi was already gone in the direction that the boss had pointed out. Wang Xian immediately followed in the same direction. These 2 days, Wang Xian had never been there before as he always went out to the sea for hunting. Hence, he did not notice the fish farm. Wang Xian sped up. True enough, he spotted Director Lee's car parked along the roadside at the turning point 1,000 meters away. He walked over and spotted the fish farms with nets all over the sea. However, there was a protruding spot not far from there. That region extended out to the land with a surface area of 40 hectares which was equivalent to a mini inland sea. However, the region was surrounded by purseine and other materials so as to form the best geographical location for the fishery. At this time, Director Lee and the middle-aged man were standing at the shore, surrounded by a group of workers. A few fishing boats were parked within the fishery. From a distance, he could vaguely see various types of fish. There are so many fish here? Wang Xian fixed his astonished eyes on the fishery. This is the fishery that belongs to that Director Lee. According to what he said, there are 300,000 kilograms of fish over here. 300,000 kilograms. That is enough for him to advance to the next level. Wang Xian was thrilled, but a cold-looking expression surfaced on his face. With a swift movement, he headed to the sea at the back. He found a remote spot to take off his clothes and enter the sea. Transform into a dragon. As he moved, the golden divine dragon of 1 meter long swished his dragon tail and headed swiftly to the location where the fisheries were. There are many fish varieties in each fishery. Wang Xian swam around and passed by many fisheries. But he did not enter to devour the fish. The owners of these fisheries did not offend him. Wang Xian would not harm anyone else just to advance his levels. He still had basic moral principles. However, he would not spare that fishery of Director Lee. Soon, Wang Xian swam to the side of that fishery. Through the water, he could see Director Lee and the middle-aged man on the shore. They actually used steel wire mesh. Wang Xian saw the row of steel wire mesh at the opening that prevented the fish from escaping. Wang Xian chuckled softly. He stretched out his claws and slammed it hard on the mesh. Ka-ka-ka. Soon, the steel wire mesh was broken, and Wang Xian entered. Voila! Large yellow croaker, level 0. Extractable dragon energy, 0.08. When he just entered the farm, he saw a yellow croaker of about 1 kilogram. A smile surfaced on his face. As Wang Xian emanated his dragon power, the large yellow croaker shuddered and stayed still immediately. At level 2, his dragon power not only covered an area of 10 meters, but the marine animals within 10 meters, which were lower levels than him, would be oppressed and controlled by him. At a size of 1 meter, Wang Xian opened his mouth and gulped down the fish. The sea was about 5 to 6 meters deep. No one would discover Wang Xian at the bottom of the sea. Come, get some workers along with me to the sea and bring some fish up. When the partners from the two countries are here, we can also introduce the fish to them. Just then, Wang Xian seemed to hear Director Li's voice. The sea water could not blur his vision as he looked up. Director Li and a middle-aged man boarded a fishing boat, and one of the workers drove the boat to the center of the sea. Bring a few fish of different varieties up. Director Li ordered the worker at the side. Yes, boss. The worker nodded. He brought out a net and threw it into the fish farm casually. Soon, dozens of bred fish like sea bass, yellow croaker, groupers, and puffer fish were caught in the net. They were some of the goods from the fishery. Boss, the fish are good. I'm sure they can fetch a good price this year, said the worker holding the fish. Good. Not bad. Haha, Director Li laughed out. When the people from the two countries are here, I'm sure our cooperation will be a breeze. I'm sure there will be no problem. After signing this contract, we can have our own supply channel. For the next few years, we will only earn big money. The middle-aged man fawned over Director Li. Yes. Director Li stood on the fishing boat and looked out at his fishery with excitement. From now on, this place would be his Aladdin's cave. Sign the contract. Wang Xian, who was at the bottom of the sea, revealed a tinge of coldness upon hearing their conversation. He turned his vision to the densely packed yellow croaker fish, sea bass, grouper, and puffer fish around him and showed a faint smile. The massacre triggered by a bun is just about to start. This should let you know the consequences of offending me and also not to be so arrogant in your actions. Wang Xian shifted his body and activated his dragon power. Different types of fish gathered tightly around him. Shifting his body again, all the fish were gathering towards him. This place was different from the sea as the fish were all packed in a small area. Close to 300 tons of fish were being bred in this confined area and they were free for him to devour. The extractable dragon energy from bred fish are a little lower than those from the other fish. However, their strength lies in their large numbers. Wang Xian got agitated and opened his mouth widely to devour fish after fish in a frenzied manner. There were several hundreds of fish around him. Even if he was devouring one with each mouthful, it would still take a long time under normal circumstances. Wang Xian's dragon energy was increasing at a terrifying pace. His body size was also growing rapidly from 1 meter at the beginning to approximately 1.5 meters. As for the fish in the fish farm, they were decreasing at a rapid pace. Great, this feels really great. His strength was increasing rapidly. After an hour, Wang Xian's body size had reached close to 2 meters. His devouring speed had increased by 10 times and was able to devour a dozen fish per mouthful. And at this moment, Director Li, who was on shore, still had no idea what was happening within his fish farm. There were 6 to 7 men standing beside him beside the shore. These people were clearly not Chinese and Director Li was accompanying them with a cheerful grin. Hello everyone. This is my fish farm. It is the largest and the best fish farm in the entire river town. We are different from those fish farms who do seine fish by the sea. Our farm is 5 meters deep and the fish we breed have qualities similar to those from the wild. We have yellow croaker fish, puffer fish, grouper, and sea bass being reared right here. We have some of them right here and you are free to come and take a look at the quality. Director Li spoke confidently to the group of people. Among this group of people, 2 old men walked over. They squatted down, took a look at the fish in the sea and nodded their heads slightly. The quality looks great from the exterior. However, if we are going to sign a long-term cooperation agreement, we've got to understand more and in more detail, one of the old men said to Director Li. Naturally. Director Li nodded his head. We can catch some fish from this place and ask the chef to cook them right away. Since we are going to work together, we should help each other. There would definitely not be any problem. Great. I appreciate Director Li's honesty. If the fish are of top grade, we are willing to sign the contract with you, a middle-aged foreigner replied with a smile. In that case, please follow me. I believe that the fish from our farm will not disappoint you guys. Director Lee made an invitational post to the group, and the group of people boarded the fishing boat by the sea. Go to the center and catch a dozen fish to show our clients. Director Lee walked forward and said to the worker at the fish farm. All right, boss. The worker nodded his head, operated the fishing boat and headed towards the center of the fish farm. This fish farm is pretty big and could possibly produce quite a number of types of fish each year. If their fish meet our requirement, we could work with them. After all, their offer price and quantity are pretty attractive. On the fishing board, the group of foreigners conversed softly in their own language. Director Lee noticed their expressions. He continued, my fish farm could breed 400 to 500 tons of fish. For this year, this number is about 300 tons. The number would be even greater next year. Director Lee, your fish farm is great. Let's hope that we can work together, a foreigner replied. It is also my wish to work with you guys. A burst of excitement flashed past Director Lee's eyes. I have a restaurant just some distance away. Let me be a good host and treat you guys to a sumptuous meal during the afternoon. Definitely, definitely. The crowd smiled and nodded their heads. The fishing boat arrived at the center of the fish farm. Director Lee signaled to the worker and instructed, get some fish for us. All right, boss. That worker nodded his head, took out a huge net and threw it ahead of him. The crowd moved to the front of the boat to take a closer look. Swish! The net fell quickly into the water and the worker quickly pulled it back. However, he was shocked when he noticed that the net was empty. I didn't catch any. The worker was a little embarrassed. He smiled at Director Lee and explained, Director Lee, let me do it again. The fish are not concentrated here. It's all right, it's all right. Director Lee shook his head and wasn't too concerned. He looked to the crowd and explained, in order to let the fish have a better environment for growth, the fish in our fish farm aren't very concentrated. The crowd smiled and weren't too concerned either. The fishing boat moved ahead by several dozens of meters. The worker took out the net and threw it ahead of him once again. Swish! As the fishing net fell into the water, the worker started pulling the net back immediately. However, to his astonishment, he still hadn't caught a single fish. Eh? What's happening? The worker mumbled to himself in shock. When Director Lee saw what had happened, he also frowned. What's the matter? Didn't we easily catch a dozen fish just this morning? Boss, I'm not too sure. Let me give it another try. The worker frowned, sorted out the fishing net and threw it to the surroundings once again. The fish net scattered perfectly on the water. The worker smiled and remarked, there should be fish this time. However, when he pulled the net up, there still wasn't a single fish. This time, the worker was even more shocked. Director Lee also frowned and said, what's the matter? Why isn't there a single fish in this area? What's wrong? Why aren't there any fish despite scattering the net several times? This shouldn't be happening. What's wrong? Doubt surfaced on the foreigners' faces. They took a glance at Director Lee before looking at the fish farm. Perhaps the fish are all gathered at another location. Xiao Hua, let's get closer to the edge. The worker was confused as he spoke to the young man operating the boat. The fishing boat approached the edge and that worker threw out the fishing net immediately. Splash! The fishing net fell into the sea. After pulling the net up, there was still not a single fish. How could it be? How could it be? The worker was full of shock and surprise. He scattered the net to the surrounding areas several more times but still came up empty-handed. Director Lee was stunned. He frowned, looked at the surroundings and was clearly embarrassed. How can there be no fish? There were still a lot of them in the morning. Why isn't there any now? Director Lee asked with a ghastly expression. Boss, I have no idea either. Logically speaking, we should be getting a lot of fish by just pulling up our net. This type of thing shouldn't be happening. The worker looked like he was wronged and was clearly displeased. What just happened? How can there be no fish in such a large fish farm? Director Lee, where are your fish? The group of foreigners frowned as they asked Director Lee. Fish? They already converted to dragon energy. You would have never expected to pay such a hefty price for snatching my buns away. Wang Xian overheard their conversations in the sea with a faint smile on his face. He looked around him. Currently, only one school of fish from the fish farm was left, controlled by him. Wang Xian opened his mouth wide. He swung his tail slightly and darted out like a sharp arrow. A few hundred fish were devoured by him easily as he passed through them. Extracted 0.09 dragon energy. 10,000 dragon energy completed. Evolved to divine dragon level 3. At the same time, Wang Xian sensed an immense dragon energy charging and strengthening his body. The dragon scales, amid golden glow, were even more firm and secure. His pair of dragon claws were stronger and tougher. Every single strike of the claws contained a daunting amount of destructive power. His body weighed even more with two imposing dragon beards at the side. Name, Wang Xian. Race, human, able to transform into a dragon. Level, 3. Dragon energy, 1/100,000. Superpower, dominate the marine animals, ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than own existing level. Devour any form of marine animals, for extraction of dragon energy. Art of cultivation, divine dragon transformation. Level 3. With my current physical body, I guess even a bullet would not hurt me. But according to my research, my human form is much weaker than my dragon form, Wang Xian thought to himself. He did a demonstration last night. He tried to knock himself against a boulder, and the dragon scales on him were unscathed. But his human form was weaker than his dragon form by 2 times. Wang Xian's current physical body could take a bullet from a handgun or even some guns that are more powerful. I still left with the last few thousand fish. I will devour them all and leave nothing here. Wang Xian moved his body at an extremely high speed. Within 5 minutes, the remaining fish left in the fishery were all devoured. The entire fishery was left with no fish. All of them were exterminated. Director Lee was on tenterhooks as he stood on the fishing boat. His body was shuddering, and his voice was shaking. Carry on with the search. Carry on. How could the fish be missing? Yes, boss. The worker on the boat wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had cast over 20 nets just now, and none of them caught any fish. This was extremely peculiar. How could the fish be missing out of the blue from a fishery with at least 300,000 kilograms of fish goods? Voila! The fish net was cast into the sea, and the same thing happened again. An empty net was pulled out from it. Director Lee was getting the creeps when he saw the same thing happening all over again. Director Lee, didn't you say you have 300,000 kilograms of fish in your fishery? Where are they now? Yes, Director Lee. For both parties to establish a partnership, we need to see your fish. But now. At this time, a group of foreigners on the fishing boat frowned as they looked at Director Lee in dismay. Without fish, how are they going to establish the partnership? Upon hearing what they said, Director Lee darkened his expression as his heart was racing in fear. The fishery had cost him $20 million to set up. $20 million was invested in the rental and manpower down to the setup, fry, and the fish food. Now, he was ready to use the fish goods in the fishery to recover that sum of money. But, all the fish goods in the entire fishery had vanished. Vanished. No doubt, this had impacted him significantly, and he was at risk of bankruptcy. Use a bigger net and pull them out. I don't believe 300,000 kilograms of fish can disappear without reason. Director Lee called out to his worker with a sullen face instead of answering to those foreigners. As the worker on the boat observed the expression on his boss's face, his blood ran cold. Immediately, he called upon all the other workers to harvest for fish with a purse seine. 3 fishing boats reached the center of the fishery and deployed large purse seine to encircle the school with a net. Time passed quickly, and the blazing hot sun was hanging in the sky. Sweat was breaking on Director Lee's forehead while the middle-aged man at the side handed a piece of tissue to him gingerly. The group of foreigners stood at the side, watching impassively. The 3 fishing boats began to harvest the fish, and the net was drawn up quickly. However, nothing. There were no fish at all. The entire fishery seemed to be completely empty without a single fished fry left. Let's go. We wasted a few days of our time. Yes, what a disappointing trip. Next time, we will not be cooperating with a fishery without any credential. The foreigners who stood at the side of the fishery shook their heads as they stared at Director Lee coldly. One by one, they turned and walked out. Why? Why? Director Lee's eyes opened wide as he murmured to himself while looking at the sea and the fishery. There was only despair left. He seemed to be in a trance-like state as he stumbled and fell on the ground. Director Lee, Director Lee? The middle-aged man exclaimed as he held Director Lee up. It's all over? Director Lee sat on the floor with mixed expressions. Director Lee, we can start all over again. Don't give up. The middle-aged man consoled him. It's over. All over. I need to pay back $20 million loans this year. Unless I sell away all my assets, otherwise. Director Lee was dazed as he sat there with his eyes empty. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and lost his tongue. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame it on yourself. Wang Xian glared at Director Lee, who was sitting on the shore with cold eyes. He rocked his body and swam towards the sea speedily. The 2-meter-long body gave off a mighty and imposing vibe. When he reached the steel wire mesh at the exit, Wang Xian stuck out his dragon claws and ripped the wire mesh into a large hole such that he could dive out from it. His speed in the sea was so fast that even the sharks were slower than him. In the sea, the marlins and the swordfish were the only 2 types of fish that could swim faster than him. At first, I thought I would need more than 10 days to advance to level 3. This is totally a surprise. Now it's only 2 p.m. I shall catch some seafood and do some outdoor cooking back at school. Wang Xian was feeling chirpy. Level advancement and the $10 million in his bank cheered him up. The only thing that was not going well for him was his empty stomach. He swam back to the sea and caught 3 lobsters and some swimming crabs before he came back to the shore. Emerging from the seas, Wang Xian put his clothes back on. Since his level had advanced to level 3, there'd been an invisible might of the dragon emitting from his body. At the same time, his body became slender and of perfect proportion. Through the strengthening by the dragon energy, his skin was fair and flawless without any marks. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. He stretched his back before looking for a string to tie up all the lobsters and swimming crabs. I'm going to have a good rest when I get back. Wang Xian clenched his fist as he felt the strength of his body. With a face of smiles, he headed forward. It's easier to get a private hire car nearer to the Summer Sun Resort. Therefore, he had chosen to walk towards the entrance of the Summer Sun Resort. The sun was hung high up in the sky during the early afternoon. When it was noontime, the sky started to darken. Wang Xian raised his head and took a look at the weather. Perhaps I might be able to summon clouds and make it rain as I wished one day. Wang Xian thought to himself. He smiled and arrived at the entrance of the Summer Sun Resort. There was a huge fountain in front of the main gates of the resort. At the sides of the gate, there were trees and other plants as decoration. These plants cast shadows over an area and there were some tables and chairs under the shade that was available for others to take a break. Wang Xian noticed that there weren't any private hire cars at the entrance. He took out his phone and started calling for one through the internet. It's raining now? However, at this moment, small droplets of rain started falling from the skies. Wang Xian immediately ran towards the shade of the trees. When he arrived at the shade, he saw a middle-aged and old man within it. The old man was wearing a white martial arts suit made of silk and looked just like the typical old people who practice taiki in the garden in the morning. As for the middle-aged man, he was wearing a shirt and standing by the side. He was looking at the old man with caring eyes. Wang Xian's arrival drew the attention of the middle-aged man. He took a glance at him and didn't pay attention to him thereafter. Wang Xian placed the lobsters and swimming crabs by the side before picking up his phone to continue his booking. Vroom, vroom vroom. At this moment, the revving sounds of the engine of a sports car sounded over. Wang Xian turned his head to take a look and noticed a teenager running out of a Ferrari towards him. Grandfather. The teenager looked very strong and healthy. With a simple jump, he leapt over the grass and started shouting excitedly towards the old man, "Grandfather, I've made the breakthrough." The old man looked at his grandson and revealed a satisfied look. "Not bad, not bad. You are much better than your father. Your father had only made the breakthrough when he was 27 years old. Grandfather, come and give me some guidance." The teenager rubbed his hands excitedly. The old man saw Wang Xian. He waved his hand and replied to his grandson, "Let's do it at night. It's not very convenient right now." The teenager was taken aback slightly. He took a glance at Wang Xian, who was standing just beside them, and knew that his grandfather was a little wary. He turned towards Wang Xian and said directly, "Hey brother, do you mind excusing yourself from here? We have some matters to attend to." When Wang Xian heard his words, doubts arose in his mind as he looked at the teenager in front of him. His demanding demeanor pissed Wang Xian off and thus he just ignored the teenager. The teenager frowned and a cold and murderous intent flashed past his eyes. He walked slowly towards Wang Xian. "Xiaojing, don't cause trouble," the old man reminded him when he noticed his grandson was walking over. "Grandfather, I'll just be inviting him away. I won't cause any trouble." The teenager seemed to be a little fearful of the old man as he turned around and replied to him. After which, he extended his hand over to Wang Xian and grabbed his shoulder. Wang Xian lifted an eyebrow when he saw the action of the teenager. Looking at his extended arm, Wang Xian moved his right arm and grabbed onto the teenager's arm. "What do you want?" Wang Xian lifted his head and said coldly to the teenager. "Eh?" The teenager looked surprised. Soon after, the corner of his mouth arched up slightly as he spoke. "Your reaction is pretty quick." Moving his arm, he reverse grabbed onto Wang Xian's right arm. "So fast. A normal person definitely couldn't achieve this speed." Wang Xian was slightly shocked as he looked at the teenager grabbing onto his arm. At this point, he recalled the conversation between them and the martial artist the boss robber had mentioned previously. Could it be that they are martial artists? "Hey, brat, please get out of our sight." The teenager looked at Wang Xian with eyes of mockery and disdain. However, he was gradually applying force with his palm. Pretty strong. Wang Xian was once again slightly shocked as he felt the strength of the teenager through his arm. At the same time, he started exerting a little strength onto the arm of the teenager. "Arg! You are seeking your own death." A horrifying shriek of pain propagated. Following which, the teenager growled furiously. The middle-aged man and old man were shocked when they heard the shriek and quickly turned around. "Xiaojing, stop it. Don't injure others," they shouted when they saw the teenager lifting his leg and sweeping it viciously towards Wang Xian. Feeling his arm going numb, the angered teenager didn't stop but instead attacked furiously with his right leg. "It's you who are seeking your own death." Wang Xian saw the vicious attack from the teenager. His expression turned colder and he reached out his palm directly. What seemed like an unstoppable right leg was grabbed directly and no longer pushed ahead. Similarly, Wang Xian lifted his leg and kicked towards the chest of the teenager. Bam! The strong impact force smashed the teenager onto the stone bench by the side. The teenager couldn't hold back and vomited blood, followed by a horrifying shriek. "How dare you injure my son?" Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. They had initially thought that this young man would be injured by the teenager. However, in just an instant, Xiaojing was the one who was so gravely injured that he spat out blood from the impact. The middle-aged man was stunned. However, he moved quickly subsequently and attacked Wang Xian like a leopard hunting its prey. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man and murderous intent started to build up. The speed of the middle-aged man was much faster than a teenager. However, it was still too slow in his eyes. Looking at the fist that was attacking towards him, he reached out his hand directly. He stopped the fist with one hand and stopped it from moving an inch. The middle-aged man was shocked. The punch he had put all his strength in was stopped as though it was being fixed in a position. Too weak. Wang Xian also lifted his fist and attacked towards the stomach of the middle-aged man. Bam! The mighty strength of the divine dragon sent the middle-aged man to his knees directly. Hey pal, this is just a misunderstanding. The old man was dumbfounded to see the young man defeating his grandson and son with just a kick and a punch. He quickly interrupted. Wang Xian looked to the old man and shrugged his shoulders slightly. I don't think that this is just a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, son. I'm sorry. I'm Shuelian Gran, please accept my apologies. The old man hurried over and said to Wang Xian with his right fist clasped in his left palm. Please forgive us. My grandson and son failed to recognize how mighty you are. If they have offended you, please allow me to apologize for them. The old man repeated himself. Cough cough. The old man was a little agitated and started coughing violently. He quickly took out a white handkerchief to wipe his mouth and his blood was all over the handkerchief. Wang Xian looked at the old man. He shook his head slightly and remarked, forget it. He wasn't a person with violent tendencies. If the teenager's attitude was better and he hadn't wanted to show his strength in front of him, he would not have retaliated. Moreover, he had not controlled his strength well when he attacked previously. He had father. The middle-aged man kneeling on the floor had cold sweat breaking on his forehead. He endured the pain and stood up as he saw his father spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then, he walked to the side of the old man. I'm fine. The old man waved his hand with an ashen face. Take a look at Xiaojing and call the ambulance. The middle-aged man nodded. He swept a wary gaze at Wang Xian and walked quickly to his son. Xiaojing, are you all right? The expression of the middle-aged man was awful as he placed his hand on the chest of the juvenile. Immediately, he fished for his phone and called an ambulance. How could this young man be so formidable? I don't think I was his match, even during my peak. Shuelian Gran coughed again as he observed Wang Xian with terror. It never rains, but it pours. Not only did he sustain serious injuries, but his grandson also encountered a formidable expert. He did not expect that the arrogant behavior of his grandson would bring such a disastrous consequence. If the other party insisted on going after them, that would be simply an undeserved catastrophe for the Xue family. The moment he thought of this, Shuelian Gran felt his injuries worsen. He staggered to a seat that had a briefcase on it. Without hesitation, he took out a checkbook and wrote $10 million on it. This was a gift of apology. Even if they could not befriend him, they could never allow themselves to provoke such a young and formidable expert at this time. Wang Xian did not bother about them as he peered at the three generations. If someone provokes me, I'll definitely pay them back. Otherwise, I would not provoke anyone without reason. This was Wang Xian's principle even though he possessed a powerful strength now. Of course, he knew he needed to remove all source of trouble if they were his foes. After all, he had seen and read so many dramas and novels. A good man died for his kindness while a scoundrel died for speaking too much. Young chapter. When Wang Xian was about to hop in a cab and leave, the old man came to him slowly. Her. Wang Xian raised his eyebrow when he spun and looked at the old man. My grandson was reckless and offended you just now. I'm here to apologize on his behalf. The old man took the check in both hands and handed to Wang Xian. $10 million. Wang Xian was shocked to see the figures on the check. $10 million. This is $10 million. The old man is offering this amount of money as an apology. He looked at the old man, stunned. Please accept it. Seeing no response from Wang Xian, he thought Wang Xian was not going to forgive them. Hence, he pleaded again with trepidation. Cough, cough. After he finished his sentence, he began to cough non-stop again. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, but blood was dripping off from it. Upon seeing this, Wang Xian took the check. "Thank you for forgiving us." The pale-looking old man had a faint smile on his face. "Father." When the middle-aged man at the side heard the coughing, he was so worried that he looked over and called to him. "I will not take this money for nothing." Wang Xian looked at the old man and said. He placed his palm on the chest area of that old man. Young chapter. The old man stiffened up when Wang Xian suddenly struck, as he was not able to resist him at all. Without saying a word, an amount of dragon energy entered the old man's body. Almost immediately, the condition of the old man appeared in Wang Xian's mind. There was a black spot at the heart. Besides that, he found unique energy in 8 extraordinary meridians which protected his heart. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Could this energy be so-called internal energy? Wang Xian was doubtful when he was examining the injuries in the old man's body. He pressed his palm against the old man's chest. As he gently pressed down his palm twice, the dragon energy traveled to the location where the black spot was. The dragon energy was the most formidable energy of all. It could strengthen the physical body and upgrade marine animals. As such, it had a tremendous effect in healing too. After consuming about 100 points of dragon energy, Wang Xian cleared up the black spot around his heart. He pressed his palm again when he saw the clotted blood in the old man's body. Just when the old man was freaked out, he suddenly felt a stream of warm energy envelope his heart. Soon after, he felt something gush out of his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of black-colored blood. "What are you doing? Don't hurt my father. Otherwise, I'll fight you out with my life." "Shut up." The middle-aged man had bloodshot eyes as he raged when his father spat out blood after Wang Xian placed his palm on his chest. However, the old man stopped him before he could finish his sentence. Different from his previous breathless voice, he sounded full of energy. "Young chap, you're my benefactor. Thank you. Thank you for treating my injury. Thank you." The old man bent his body with his fists cupped as he bowed to Wang Xian. His cheeks were blushed, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The moment he spat the blood, he knew he was fully recovered from his injury. The old man knew that this injury of his almost had his life. It was difficult to treat and recover from it. Yet, what the young man before him did was place his palm at his chest, and it was healed after some presses. What kind of ability was this? Even the disciples of the medical saint or one of the highly skilled doctors from the Sacred Followers Guild would not be able to get this cured at this speed. Is he the disciple of the medical saint? Or one of the disciples from the Sacred Followers Guild? This is freaking scary. You're welcome, this will pay for your medical bills. Wang Xian waved the check in his hand. He looked and walked over to the juvenile who was in a coma. Might as well do it together. In a nutshell, the juvenile could only blame his condition on his luck as he offended Wang Xian, while he had no idea of the strength he possessed. In the end, he spat blood after his kick, and it almost cost him a life. Since the old man gave $10 million, Wang Xian regarded it as their medical bills. Wang Xian did not want to take advantage of others. Spending more than 100 points of dragon energy in exchange for $10 million was quite a good deal for him. Wang Xian came to the juvenile and placed his hand on his chest. Under the scan of the dragon energy, he realized that a few of his rib bones were broken and one of them even pierced through his lungs. His injuries were rather severe. If not for his strong physique, he could have died by now. Wang Xian shook his head and healed the juvenile with his dragon energy. The juvenile opened his eyes as his injuries were slowly recovering. When he saw Wang Xian, he could not help but shudder. You should thank him for treating you. He forgave you and healed your injuries. You better apologize and thank him now. Xiaojing, apologize and thank him now. Our benefactor cured your grandfather and you. You should thank him. The juvenile was shocked when he heard what his grandfather and father said. He stared, terrified at the smiling Wang Xian, who possessed formidable strength that could kill him in 1 second. "Big brother, I'm sorry. I was acting impetuously just now. It's all my fault. Thank you. Thank you for your magnanimous actions." The juvenile quickly answered without the previous self-conceited attitude. "Blessing in disguise, blessing in disguise." At this point, the old and middle-aged men were looking at the recovering teenager excitedly. They would have never expected that this mysterious and strong young man would forego the past and treat their injuries. The old man couldn't help but feel fortunate about his initial attitude and the wise decision to give him $10 million. "It's done," Wang Xian stood up and said plainly to the old man. He had a rather good impression of the old and middle-aged men. When the teenager attacked him, the two of them immediately shouted at the teenager for him to stop. Subsequently, the old man even apologized sincerely. At that moment, Wang Xian had already forgiven them. After which, the old man even gave him $10 million. This was the main reason for him to help to cure their injuries. "Thank you, pal." Old man, Shuelian Gran, clasped his right fist with his left palm as he thanked Wang Xian. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, big brother." The middle-aged man and teenager also thanked him in succession. Although that teenager was probably older than Wang Xian, he still addressed Wang Xian as big brother. There's no way he could not be convinced of Wang Xian's capabilities. "It's all right, you have paid for your medical fees." Wang Xian waved his hand and said to the old man, "Pal, these medical fees are nothing compared with my injuries. If there's anything my Xue family could help you with, feel free to instruct us. We would not reject you." Shuelian Gran spoke sincerely. Wang Xian looked at the old man and smiled. He changed his tone before continuing, "There's something I'm curious about and would like to ask if you are willing to tell me. If I know, I would not keep anything back." The old man replied in a hurry. "When it comes to cultivating, do you mind explaining it in detail to me?" Wang Xian asked curiously. He had no knowledge about martial artists, cultivation, and internal energy at all. "Cultivate?" Shuelian Gran was a little shocked. However, he organized his thoughts quickly and said, "The current cultivation ways are known as ancient martial arts. Those who have stepped into the world of ancient martial arts are known as martial artists and are hidden within cities. Although there aren't a lot of them, the numbers are definitely not small. They exist in the forms of families or sects. Many large corporations are directly or indirectly controlled by martial artist families or sections. Martial artists could be segregated into 9 levels. Through absorbing spiritual energy, they are able to open their 8 extraordinary meridians. One could advance a level by opening 1 extraordinary meridian. When all 8 extraordinary meridians are opened, one would be at level 9. When one had sufficient and complete spiritual energy, they would be classified as inborn. Inborn experts are the real experts in the world. I, Shuelian Gran, am not too gifted. I was exposed to ancient martial arts by accident when I was young. Now that I'm 85 years old, I'm only at level 6 and am the number 5 in Rivertown. This allows me to support my small Xue family." "Oh." Wang Xian nodded his head in deep thought upon hearing what the old man said. The world is mysterious and he wouldn't find it strange that it had martial artists. "My son, Xue Jiwa, is pretty capable and is currently at martial artist level 5. My grandson, Xue Jing, is even more gifted and is at martial artist level 4, the old man added. He looked at Wang Xian and continued, "With your strength, you are probably at martial artist level 7. You are really insanely gifted and a once-in-a-million years talent." "Level 7? Wang Xian was slightly shocked. His current level was only 3. However, his level 3 was based on the Divine Dragon's classification. In other words, he could fight with human martial artists 4 levels above him. Level 4 martial artists could dodge a bullet and level 5 martial artists could survive under gunfire. When one reaches level 6, ordinary bullets would not be a threat anymore. At level 7, one could ignore bullets. Only concentrated cannon bombardment could kill you. As for level 8 and 9, one would be even stronger. When one reached the inborn stage, one could be the ruler of a region. Shui Liangran explained this slowly. Wang Xian nodded his head and broke into laughter. Thank you for the information. I have some things to attend to and I'll be leaving now. Eh? Hey, pal, I'll get Jiwa to send you back. The old man replied in a hurry. It's all right, I'll just call for a car. Wang Xian shook his head and rejected the offer. Big brother, let me give you a ride. My car is just right there. Xue Jing spoke immediately and pointed to his sports car by the side. Yeah pal, let Xiao Jing give you a ride. It would be quicker. The old man seconded. All right. Wang Xian saw the private hire car left from the entrance of the resort and therefore didn't reject this time. Come, big brother, let me help you carry this. You can just get into the car. Xue Jing acted sensibly as he took the large lobsters and swimming crabs at the side before running towards the sports car quickly to open the car door. Wang Xian nodded at Xue Jing and sat in it directly. Xue Jing smiled and closed the door carefully. Xiao Jing. At this point, Shui Liangran and the middle-aged man walked over and shouted at Xue Jing. Grandfather, father? Xue Jing walked up immediately and greeted. This is the family membership card for our Summer Sun Holiday Resort. Please pass it to that pal. You must definitely treat him well. This might just be an opportunity for the Xue family. Remember this. Our Xue family is still very weak. Shui Liangran instructed Xue Jing sternly. Rest assured, grandfather. I know what I have to do and I won't be rash. Xue Jing nodded his head solemnly. Get this pal back quickly. Shui Liangran patted him on the shoulders. Yes. Xue Jing got into his car immediately. Big brother, where would you like to go? University of Rivertown, Wang Xian replied with a smile upon hearing how Xue Jing addressed him, seeing the bloodstains on his clothes. All right, big brother. Big brother, are you a student at the University of Rivertown? I graduated from that university in the past, Xue Jing said with a smiling face. He started the car and saw Wang Xian nod his head. At this point, he took out the family membership card for Summer Sun Resort that his grandfather had passed to him. This was a family membership card. Although it might sound cliché, it was much more valuable than the platinum or diamond cards that they gave to other customers. Family membership card was representing the Xue family. Up till this point in time, the Xue family had only issued 2 such cards. One who possessed this card could enjoy the best service in Summer Sun Resort without any cost forever. Moreover, family membership card gave the impression of closeness and could help them shorten the distance between them. Big brother, this is a family membership card for our Summer Sun Resort and is our highest grade card. With this card, you can enjoy the most premium service at no cost forever. If Big brother has the time, you can drop by. Feel free to bring your friends along. Xue Jing held the card beside Wang Xian as he explained. Summer Sun Resort. When Wang Xian saw this card, he was a little surprised. Summer Sun Resort is your family's property? Yes, big brother. We have another Summer Sun International Hotel in the city too. This card could also be used there. Big brother, please accept this, replied Xue Jing. It's all right, it's all right. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He had not expected the family of 3 generations would be the owner of Summer Sun Resort. This explained why they could take out $10 million as compensation directly. Big brother, you have to accept it. I'm under the orders of my grandfather and father. Otherwise, I will be beaten by them when I get back. Xue Jing turned around and acted pitifully. What the? Wang Xian was speechless when he saw how he acted. Acting cute? You are a grown-up now. Is it fine to act cute in front of me? And keep calling me big brother. Big brother, take care. Xue Jing sent Wang Xian to the school gate and waved to him zealously. Wang Xian nodded. He swung the bag of lobsters and swimming crabs back to school. Phew! Xue Jing let out a loud breath as he looked at Wang Xian's back view. He then added Wang Xian on his WeChat immediately with a thrilled face. Boom! Once Wang Xian returned to his room, he threw the lobsters and the swimming crabs into a basin. Then, he looked at the family membership card of Summer Sun Resort and that $10 million check. I'll bank in the money first. The time was 4 p.m. Wang Xian placed the family membership card into his wallet and headed out with a check. He rode his Harley motorcycle to the nearest bank. After depositing the check, his balance had broken the $20 million mark. Such a young age with $20 million assets. Sigh. Wang Xian tossed his bank card into the air as if he was some big shot before he got back on his motorcycle. Then he bought new utensils, sauces, etc. when he was at the supermarket. After everything was done, it was already past 5 p.m. Wang Xian took out his phone and dialed Guan Shuking. Hello, Wang Xian. Upon receiving Wang Xian's call, Guan Shuking, who was upset with her father's call earlier on, turned gleeful. Are you free tonight? I got some lobsters and swimming crabs. Want to do some outdoor cooking? Wang Xian asked Guan Shuking with a grin. When Guan Shuking treated him to dinner last night, he told her that it would be a seafood feast from now on. Tonight? Sure. Are there any huge lobsters? Asked Guan Shuking smilingly, who brightened up her eyes when she heard Wang Xian's question. Of course. I still have big lobsters and some swimming crabs. I'll change the menu for you a few days from now, Wang Xian chuckled and replied. Hee. Then I shall not stand on ceremony with you. From now on, I'll get to have great food from the nouveau riche. Guan Shuking could not hide her happiness from her face. Sure, no problem. Come to Eastern Hill after work. Wang Xian nodded. Okay. Guan Shuking nodded and hung up with a face full of smiles as she held her phone. Shuking. Just then, a young man interrupted her imaginings. Her? Director Joe. Guan Shuking spun and quickly called out when she saw the young man. There will be a small gathering tonight. Come along too. It's a celebration for closing the international deal. The young man looked at Guan Shuking with a tinge of greed flashing in his eyes. Her? Tonight? Director Joe, I don't think I can make it. I promised my friend to have dinner together. Guan Shuking was slightly stunned, and she quickly shook her head and declined. She had already promised Wang Xian. Her? Why? The young man frowned. 8 of us from the business operation team and the translation team will be gathering tonight. Although you are temporary staff, you should not miss it either. Come on, Shuking. We are going to the nearby famous restaurant, first-grade restaurant. But, Guan Shuking had a look of difficulty on her face when she heard his tonality, but I already promised my friend. If I don't go. Are there many of them? Why not this? If there aren't many, you can bring your friend over since all of us are young people in the company, said the young man after observing Guan Shuking's expression. Just one, but, Guan Shuking knit her eyebrows tightly as she hesitated. No worries. Get your friend to come over. We'll have dinner together since your friend is the top student from the University of Rivertown. In the future, I might go to your school to scout for talents too. Just nice, I can get to know your friend and probably all of you can join my company. The young man gestured with a big-hearted smile as he spoke. Upon seeing his attitude, Guan Shuking knew it would be a slap in his face if she continued to decline. Hence, she hesitated and nodded her head. I'll ask my friend. Okay, give your friend a call. Shuking, you can't miss the gathering tonight. The young man chuckled while straightening his suit. Okay. Guan Shuking nodded. She fished out her phone and walked to the side. The young man drew his lips. It's better if her friend is a girl, but it doesn't matter even if it's a guy. He smiled confidently before heading back to his office. Wang Xian wondered why when he saw Guan Shuking's number on the phone when they just ended the conversation not long ago. Why do you call again? He questioned. Wang Xian, there's a gathering with my colleagues tonight. My boss wants me to go no matter what, Yuan Shuking said. Before Wang Xian could say anything, she quickly added on, I already turned my boss down, but he asked me to come with my friend. Why don't you join us as well? I don't think this is right, is it? Wang Xian was slightly stunned by her words. Straight away, he shook his head and rejected her. This is your company's gathering. It would be inappropriate for me to go. Wang Xian, can you come over? I've only been here for 2 days, and I'm not very familiar with the rest of the colleagues. Besides, I won't be working here for too long. If you are here, I can have someone to talk to. The venue is at the first-grade restaurant near our school. Yuan Shuking dragged her last word out as she seemed to be pleading with him. Wang Xian was hesitant, but he finally nodded his head. Fine. Hehe, thank you. When I get my pay, I'll give you a treat. Upon hearing his consent, Yuan Shuking was so happy that she laughed. Still, my treat. Wang Xian smiled. They arranged a time and hung up the phone. At most, I'll foot the bill since it's her colleagues' gathering. Wang Xian put his phone back in his pocket and shrugged. Since he had over $20 million on his card now, he was full of confidence. Buzz. After he stored his lobsters and the swimming crabs and changed his clothes, his phone buzzed again. Lan Qingyu. Wang Xian opened his WeChat and was shocked to see her message. Lan Qingyu asked me out for dinner. Looks like I'm quite popular after all. He touched his face as he was feeling himself. However, he turned her down with a reply, I'm having dinner with my friend tonight. Sorry, next time then. At the same time, Lan Qingyu was a little uptight as she sat on the sofa in the luxurious villa. This was the first time she asked a guy out for dinner. As she recalled the figure who hugged her, she was looking forward to it while feeling nervous. Hence, when the notification sound rang, she quickly checked on it. Rejected. He actually rejected me. Lan Qingyu was dazed as she looked at the message. She felt something special within her. She did not expect she would get rejected the first time she asked a guy out for dinner. Bzz. Wang Xian rode his heavy-duty motorcycle towards first-grade restaurant. What he didn't know was that his casual rejection previously had a huge impact on a cold and noble lady. Welcome. When he entered first-grade restaurant, the 2 greeters at the entrance spoke passionately. Table 4, a waitress walked over and asked. I'm waiting for a friend, Wang Xian said to the waitress. In that case, please wait here at the moment. I'll get you some tea. The waitress was well trained and pointed to the sofa at the waiting area. After which, she went to get a cup of water. Wang Xian nodded his head and sat to the side. He took out his mobile phone and started playing while waiting for Yuan Shuking to arrive. Clap clap, clap clap. Where's Director Li? At this moment, a group of people appeared at the entrance. A young man asked his question with a smile and a cigarette in his mouth. You guys are? Do you have an appointment with Director Li? The greeters at the entrance looked curiously at the group of 4 men who walked over. Director Li was the one who asked us over. Where is he? The young man replied. He scrutinized the 2 greeters and commented flirtatiously, pretty, beautiful. The 2 greeters frowned. Director Joe. Your guys are here. The office is a little small, shall we sit here? At this moment, the slightly plump Director Li walked out from a small room beside the cashier. There was a middle-aged man following beside him. Upon hearing Director Li's voice, the edge of Wang Xian's mouth arched up. He turned his attention over. At this moment, Director Li was no longer looking as rosy as he had been in the morning. In fact, he looked a little pale and seemed to be fatigued. The middle-aged man beside him wasn't looking pleased either. Oh, Director Li, you aren't looking too well. Hehe. The young man looked at Director Li and it was clear that he was mocking him. I caught the flu in the morning and am not feeling too well. Director Lee walked over with a straight face and invited him into the restaurant. Hee. The young man smiled. Together with the 3 other men who came with him, they headed directly to the sofa in the waiting area. Sitting upright, he looked at Director Lee and said, "I'm really surprised to have received Director Lee's call. Just a month ago, I invited you over for a sumptuous banquet and requested to acquire your restaurant. However, you rejected it. What's the matter now? Did you change your mind?" "Yeah, I've changed my mind. I have a better business plan to execute and therefore am preparing to sell first-grade restaurant." Director Lee sat at the side, lifted the teacup served by the waiter and squeezed out a faint smile. "Oh, is it? In that case, how much is Director Lee looking to sell it to me for?" The edge of the young man's mouth arched upwards. He leaned back on the sofa and seemed to be seeing this as a joke. "Let's go with Director Joe's previous offer, $23 million. Director Lee looked at him and said, "What, $23 million? The young man pretended to be shocked. "Director Lee, the $23 million offer was when I came to you and offered to buy. Now that you have come to me to sell, how could it still be $23 million? Moreover," the young man paused and looked coldly at Director Lee, "I wanted to buy this place but Director Lee wasn't willing to sell in the past. I just purchased the restaurant just a stone's throw away from here and am renovating it. I am still intending to compete with you directly in the future." Upon hearing the young man, Director Lee's expression turned ghastly. He replied resolutely, "My first-grade restaurant has been around for 5 to 6 years and its reputation has already spread throughout Rivertown. Even if you would like to compete with me directly, we will not be afraid. As long as my first-grade restaurant is still around, your restaurant would also be greatly and negatively affected. Director Lee, what you are saying is that I shouldn't open the restaurant that I have already spent over $10 million on, and should spend more money to purchase yours." The young man looked at him with contempt. "It's over $10 million because you bought the building with it. I believe that simply losing some renovation costs to guarantee your business would be a great deal." Director Lee replied with a frown. Hee. The young man laughed again. He stared at Director Lee and replied, "Director Lee, since I have decided to do it, I'm not afraid of your first-grade restaurant. It's still uncertain who will win in the end, but I can guarantee that your losses will be severe. Now that you would like to sell first-grade restaurant. Great. $13 million. If you would like to sell, I'll buy. If you aren't willing, we shall see how it goes. $13 million? Impossible. Just the building alone is worth close to $10 million. To ask me to sell my restaurant to you for $3 million. When Director Lee heard his reply, he raised his voice and his face turned dark. At most $15 million. If you want to sell, then sell. If you will not, you can just sell to others. The young man sat there confidently. With Longxian Restaurant's publicity and strength currently, this would be the most you could get from any other buyer. Upon hearing what he said, Director Lee had an embarrassed look. Just as the young man had said, the profit of his restaurant each year was only $4 to $5 million over the last few years. The asking price of over $20 million wasn't high at all. However, there was a strong competitor coming up along the street. The young master of Rivertown Distant Sea Fishing Group would be entering this business. His family business was in distant water fishing and had ample resources. He would also be able to basically obtain all kinds of seafood. Seeing how this young man in front of him was willing to spend and was daring, it was hard for him to tell who would emerge victorious in their future competition. It would be impossible for him to sell his restaurant for over $20 million. In fact, it was still uncertain if he could even sell it for $17 to $18 million. Despite his considerations, he knew he would be filled with indignance if he had to sell to him for $15 million. Director Lee's expression was changing constantly. He was considering all his options, and this incident today was a lethal blow to him. All the fish in his entire fish farm had disappeared without a reason. Fish that were worth several tens of millions had just vanished into the air. At this moment, he had to return the bank loan as soon as possible. Otherwise, his mortgaged home might be taken over by the bank. The only option he had was to sell first-grade restaurant. He was out of other options. The young man sat there confidently and said to Director Lee, "I can give you cash. As long as you are willing to sell, $15 million will be transferred to your account immediately. You should know that there aren't many people who can come out with so much cash at one time to invest at this moment. Director Lee, it's better if you sell first-grade restaurant." Those who are slightly capable would know that buying first-grade restaurant at the moment might not be profitable. In fact, my brother might even lose from this investment. There aren't many people who can bear this. The 18 to 19 years old juvenile, who was sitting beside the young man, remarked excitedly. He lifted one of his legs and rested it on the other leg in a cocky manner. Looking at Wang Xian, who had been listening to their conversation, he laughed. "Don't you agree with me, pal? Will you buy this place if you have $15 million? The juvenile was exhilarated. He would be in his freshman year when the school reopened and was an incoming student to the University of Rivertown. With his brother's restaurant right here and it being the most luxurious in the vicinity, it would be a fantastic experience for him when he brought his classmates over to show off to them. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. "I will buy." The three words that sounded suddenly from the side shocked the juvenile. He saw Wang Xian had a serious look to him and was instantly stunned. Following which, he burst into laughter. "Haha, my friend. You will buy? Can you even afford it? All you could do is to fantasize about it. Wake up. Director Lee, do consider the offer price of $16 million. Wang Xian looked nonchalantly at the juvenile and took out a platinum card from the Agricultural Bank of China. One had to have over $5 million deposited in order to get such a card. Although this card might not have $16 million on it, it was still a symbol of one's strength. Capitalism. When the juvenile saw Wang Xian take out a bank card, he was stunned, as his eyes were filled with disbelief. All the people around, including Director Lee, looked at Wang Xian with astonishment. The money on the card is sufficient to fork over $16 million. I'll buy first-grade restaurant. What do you think, Director Lee? Wang Xian asked Director Lee with a smiling face. When they were talking just now, Wang Xian's attention was drawn when he overheard Director Lee was going to sell away the first-grade restaurant. At present, he had some money obtained through special ways, but he had no stable source of income. If he bought the first-grade restaurant, he could manage the restaurant in the future. Moreover, he had a great advantage of catching his own seafood if he took over the restaurant. Perhaps it might be a waste of time for him to catch his own, but he could get his subordinates from the Dragon Palace to do it. Till then, his procurement of seafood would be at zero cost. The restaurant just had to pay off the staff wages and the necessary expenses. The business would not lose out. It's 100% profitable. Wang Xian wanted to wait until they left before he discussed with Director Lee. Who knew the juvenile beside him would lend him a helping hand? What a kind person he was. $16 million, are you really going to take over? The juvenile pointed at Wang Xian in disbelief and asked with a shaky voice. The boy before him was just as young as him. Yet, he could actually fork over $16 million to buy the restaurant. How could this be possible? Wang Xian looked at the juvenile before he fixed his gaze on Director Lee. Director Lee saw Wang Xian and recognized him. With a mixed expression, he asked, "Are you really buying the restaurant?" "Of course, I will not joke around when it concerns millions of dollars. $16 million. Are you selling or not? If you are selling, we can sign the contract and make the payment tomorrow." Wang Xian nodded with a solemn face. Director Lee had a change in his expression before he cast his gaze to the young man at the side. At this time, the young man fixed his gaze on Wang Xian. "Young chap, are you sure you want to buy the first-grade restaurant? Think it over again. Depends on the price. If it's too expensive, I'll not buy it. I'm offering $16 million. Aren't you going to counter-offer?" Wang Xian smiled at the young man. Bang! Suddenly, the young man banged his hand on the table. Think again. If you are buying over the restaurant, be prepared to challenge Longxian restaurant. When the time comes, don't lose your pants and go bankrupt. Sensing the threat from him, Wang Xian picked up the teacup slowly from the table and said indifferently, I love challenges. If you want to fight it out, I'm all in for it. But who will lose his pants? Hee, it'll not be me. Fine. The young man stood up straight away, I can do without the first-grade restaurant. Since you want to have a game, let's do it. Lad, you're still an amateur. If I take over here, Wang Xian stood up slowly, you will not be my match. A tit for tat. He displayed the shining edge of a divine dragon against his opponents and gave off an invisible imposing demeanor. The young man felt embarrassed by the faint oppression. Fine, fine. You're ridiculous. We'll wait and see. The young man glared at him with a ferocious look in his eyes. Anytime. Wang Xian looked at the young man with a smile on his face. I'll make sure you lose big time. The young man left after he made those harsh remarks as he stared at Director Li coldly. You're doomed, said the juvenile as he jumped up and pointed at Wang Xian with an angry face after he saw his elder brother had left. Wang Xian threw him a nonchalant look and ignored him before he turned to Director Li. People like the juvenile were not qualified to speak to him, except for his brother. Young lad, are you really buying the first-grade restaurant with $16 million? Director Li did not look at those young people who left. Instead, he questioned Wang Xian again. 100% positive. Wang Xian nodded. Upon seeing Wang Xian ignoring him, the juvenile walked out, feeling embarrassed. Brother, that fellow was extremely haughty just now. We cannot let him off just like this. The juvenile caught up with the young man with an infuriated look on his face after he walked out of the first-grade restaurant. Okay, I got it. The young man brushed him off without any patience. If his younger brother had not provoked that guy, he would not have expressed his interest in buying the first-grade restaurant. If he could take over the restaurant at $15 million, it would be the best choice for him. There was no risk, and it was a profitable business. Now, he would have to fight it out. Anyway, Longxian restaurant has completed the renovation. We can open for business soon. Till then. The young man darkened his expression as he thought of that fellow's haughty look just now. Just wait and see. I'll let you have a taste of regret for offending me. We'll discuss the transfer of ownership at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Back at the first-grade restaurant, Director Li was smiling at Wang Xian. He was already content to sell the restaurant at $16 million. Sure, 9 tomorrow. Wang Xian nodded. I'll get the things prepared first. Let's have dinner together. Director Li said as he stood up. No, it's fine. I'm meeting my friends. Wang Xian shook his head with a smile. Apart from this business deal, he had nothing to chat with Director Li about. Sure, enjoy your dinner. This place will be yours tomorrow. As soon as Director Li finished his words, he looked at his restaurant and sighed as he was unsure if he could make a comeback in the future after selling the restaurant. He walked into the office at the side with low spirits. He would probably never find out that the person who landed him into his current plight was right in front of him. Everything was to blame on his arrogance. Buzz. Wang Xian's phone rang after waiting in the waiting area for 10 minutes or so. Hello? I'm here, in the waiting area. Wang Xian received the call and told Guan Shuking. Wang Xian. As his voice trailed off, he heard Guan Shuking's voice at the door. She waved at him and walked towards him. Wang Xian gleamed and walked forward to greet her before he saw a group of people behind her. The one leading the group of youngsters was a 28 or 29 years old young man who was wearing a trendy summer clothes series from Armani. He was 1.8 meters tall and rather good looking. When Wang Xian was looking at him, the young man was observing him too. A guy wearing Versace on him. His family should be quite well-to-do. Director Joe narrowed his eyes and observed Wang Xian from head to toe. He raised his eyebrows, but he was not bothered by him at all. In his opinion, Wang Xian was still inexperienced. "Shuking, is this your friend?" "Hello, I'm Zhou Yuanhao." Zhou Yuanhao walked over and extended his hand to introduce himself with a face full of smiles. Wang Xian looked at him inquisitively. "Hello, I'm Wang Xian." "Hey, young lad. Not bad, not bad." Zhou Yuanhao looked at Wang Xian, extended his hand towards his shoulders and wanted to pat on them. Hee. Wang Xian had his eyes fixed on this young man as he avoided his palm fluently. He had the feeling that this dude was up to something. Zhou Yuanhao's arm stiffened. Following which, he smiled and said, "Let's go. I've made a reservation and we can go straight to the private lounge. Misters, this way please." As Zhou Yuanhao spoke, the waitress by the side led the way for him. First-grade house could be divided into 2 stories. The lower level was the main hall while the upper story was where the private lounges were at. First-grade restaurant is a rather famous restaurant in Rivertown. You can get to taste all types of seafood, abalone, shark fin, and sea cucumber. Sometimes, there is also precious seafood such as Atlantic bluefin marlin sashimi. Zhou Yuanhao was walking at the front of the pack as he explained to the group with a face full of smiles. He looked at Guan Shuking and Wang Xian, who was beside her, and said, "Shuking, your school is around this area. I'm guessing you know about this restaurant." "Of course I know about it. This restaurant is known to be expensive," Guan Shuking smiled and replied. "Hee, I came here once previously when a friend of mine was giving me a treat. I have to say that the food here is really expensive. A meal in a private lounge will cost at least 7,000 to 8,000. This is the level of a 5-star hotel. Since Director Joe is paying today, we are in for a treat. First-grade restaurant is known for its seafood. Although they are delicious, their prices are too expensive. I heard about it previously but this is still the first time I've come here. I have to thank Director Joe for your generosity." The 2 young commented with intentions to flatter Director Joe. Hee. As long as everyone works hard and we do well, such a gathering will be common in the future. Zhou Yuanhao said with magnanimity, "Although first-grade restaurant is expensive, the food they serve is really delicious. I have always liked their food and often patronize this restaurant. In that case, we've got to stick close to Director Joe in the future. There aren't many bosses who are as generous as Director Joe," a girl smiled and said to Director Joe. "Naturally, I wouldn't treat you guys badly." The edge of Zhou Yuanhao's mouth arched up. Guan Shuking and Wang Xian followed behind and didn't comment as the group arrived at a private lounge. "Shuking, you can sit beside me?" Zhou Yuanhao sat at the seat of the host as he spoke to Guan Shuking, who was just beside him. Guan Shuking was taken aback slightly before nodding her head and sitting down. She looked to Wang Xian and said, "Wang Xian, why don't you sit beside me?" "Huh? All right." Wang Xian nodded his head. The few young men and women took a glance at Zhou Yuanhao and Guan Shuking before sinking into deep thought. "You guys, take a look at the menu and see what would you like to have. Come. Just order as you wish." Zhou Yuanhao passed the menu to Guan Shuking and asked, "Take a look and see if there's anything you would like. You can just order it directly." "It's okay, Director Joe. I'm not a picky eater and I'm fine with anything." Guan Shuking waved her hand and handed the menu back to him. "You. All right. In that case, let me order a few dishes. This sea cucumber porridge with lotus seed is good for the complexion. Let's get a bowl for Shuking and the ladies here." Zhou Yuanhao looked and spoke to Guan Shuking and the few other ladies. "Our Director Joe is such a gentleman." Hee, one of the ladies laughed and said. "That's true. After all, Director Joe attended a famous university in the UK for 3 years. He's definitely the role model of a gentleman," a young man commented as he tried to get on the good books of Director Joe subtly. "Haha." Zhou Yuanhao smiled. "All right, let's get a bottle of champagne and white wine to go along with the seafood. All right, mister, please wait a moment. The waitress by the side nodded her head, collected the menus and walked out of the lounge. Shuking, do you have the intention to come to our company to work after you graduate from school? Zhou Yuanhao asked as he poured Guan Shuking a cup of tea after filling his own cup. Director Zhou, I can do it myself. Guan Shuking tried to take the teapot and pour for herself in a hurry. I still have 2 years until my graduation. It's alright. You can come over to the company during the weekends or when you have no classes. I wouldn't scrimp on your salary. Our company business is growing larger and we still need some talents, Zhou Yuanhao remarked. This, Guan Shuking was a little tempted. Now that her father had declared bankruptcy, her family conditions weren't too great. Currently, she had to settle her own living expenses. I think it's fine. Shuking, this is a good idea. After all, the curriculum of university isn't that tight. You definitely could gain some working experience during your free time. This is a good thing. Yeah, just take a look at how well Director Zhou is treating us. It's hard to get a good boss like him. You might not be able to get such a good job even after you graduated. The two young men by the side tried to convince Guan Shuking. This would work too. Guan Shuking took a look at Wang Xian who was beside her and nodded her head. When Zhou Yuanhao heard her reply, a joyous feeling surged. Haha, let's welcome Shuking for joining us officially. As they were chatting, the dishes were being served one by one. Zhou Yuanhao kept trying to chat with Guan Shuking. As for Wang Xian, he just sat there alone as he ate the food. Shuking, do you have a boyfriend? Suddenly, Zhou Yuanhao asked Guan Shuking. This question shocked Guan Shuking. Her eyes were wavering as she turned her head over and looked at Wang Xian. Zhou Yuanhao saw her action and frowned. His vision fell on Wang Xian as he tried to change the topic. Oh, Shuking, you haven't introduced us to this friend of yours. This is my classmate, Wang Xian, Guan Shuking replied immediately. Hello, everyone, I'm Wang Xian. Wang Xian remarked. Don't just eat, let's have a chat. Zhou Yuanhao looked at him and squeezed out a faint smile. Brother Wang Xian, your family conditions should be pretty good. What is your family like? Family. When Wang Xian heard him, he laughed. I only have a sister as kin. Zhou Yuanhao was slightly stunned and shocked. A smile appeared as he continued, I'm sorry to ask about something that I shouldn't have. However, please allow me to say this. Brother Wang Xian, life isn't easy. You should be making plans for life after graduation. Similar to Shuking, you are from the University of Rivertown. It's clear that you are a capable man. Why don't you come and work for my company? If you work for me, it would definitely be better when you try to look for a job after graduation. That's right. We will be working for Director Zhou in the future and he would be our leader. Haha. A young man laughed and said. Hee. It's alright. Wang Xian shook his head. It's better to just enjoy my university life. Oh, Xiao Wang, that's not a good mentality to have. You should be working hard starting from university. When you say you want to enjoy your university life, what are you actually thinking of? I'm guessing it's not playing games and is about finding a beautiful girlfriend. However, you need to be rich to find a beautiful girlfriend. Buying a bag for your girlfriend would set you back several tens of thousands. Similarly, buying clothes, jewelry and gifts would also be in the range of several tens of thousands. As a young man, one should have goals. This would then give you motivation. If you can't rely on your family, you can only then rely on yourself. For example, if you want to get a girlfriend as beautiful as Shuking, you can't be just giving her a bag that costs a few hundred. Moreover, you can't even get one at a few $100s nowadays. It can't be that you are thinking of bringing her to the canteen for meals all the time. All of these would cost money. If I had a girlfriend as beautiful as Shuking, branded bags and clothes are a necessity. As for other gifts or even a house or car, these are needed in the future. The company my family owns has just started. Despite that, our annual profits are in the range of $5 to $6 million. Even so, I feel that my conditions in Rivertown are still below average. Therefore, a young man like you should be looking to start working hard from a young age. Xiao Wang, you can consider working for me in the future. You can still expect to easily earn $3,000 a month in a part-time role. Director Zhou lit a cigarette and smiled. In his words, he had lifted himself up subtly and bashed Wang Xian. Work part-time for $3,000 a month? $3,000 a month. Wang Xian wanted to laugh when he saw Director Zhou pretending to be a kind senior, offering advice to a junior. On seeing the yearning in Director Zhou's eyes, Wang Xian finally understood his intentions. Director Zhou wanted to woo Guan Shuking and regarded him as a potential rival. He must step on his rival when he met one. But he could not do it directly to avoid leaving a negative impression with Guan Shuking. Hence, he could only give a tall hat to himself and lower the status of Wang Xian indirectly. Be a follower of his? Become his employee? Wang Xian smiled and shook his head gently. Director Zhou, the students in our school are not that materialistic. We can get a bag at a few $100s, and date at the school canteen. Her. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Director Zhou had a change in his expression. He did not expect Wang Xian to be sarcastic about him being materialistic. Director Zhou's eyes glimmered with displeasure. Xiao Wang, you can't put it that way. Campus love is pure and innocent, but you'll leave school and enter society after all. Director Zhou said all this for your own good. Don't take his words for granted. A young man said and frowned at Wang Xian when he saw the expression on Director Zhou's face. That's right. What can you do when you don't have any money? Girls are all looking for rich husbands who dote on them and love them. Too bad I'm married. Otherwise, I'd woo Director Zhou instead. A girl also glanced at Wang Xian. Xiao Wang, you're still young. They had been working in a society for many years, and they could sense something from their boss's expressions. They could tell that Director Zhou wanted to shame him. Naturally, they needed to give him a hand. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Wang Xian's eyes when he heard their remarks. We're still schooling, and we don't have many troubling matters. We just need to pursue what we want, and that will do. Guan Shuking spoke with a smile when she felt something was amiss with the atmosphere. Shuking, you are still young. Listen to me. I'll nag at you in the future, said a girl to Guan Shuking. She was pleased to see the kindness in Director Zhou's eyes as soon as she finished her sentence. Waitress. At this time, Director Zhou got an idea and called for the waitress at the door. Sir, how may I help you? Asked the waitress who walked over. Do you still have that limited caviar? Asked Director Zhou to the waitress. I'll need to check with the kitchen, the waitress answered with a smile. Okay, please check for me. Director Zhou nodded unconcernedly. Subsequently, he told everyone, truffle, foie gras, and caviar are the three most renowned overseas dishes. Caviar, in particular, is extremely precious. The caviar sold in first-grade restaurant is limited edition and costs $4,000 per portion. Just enough for 1 or 2 people to share. The taste is superb. I'll see how many portions are available. We can order more, subject to availability. Director Zhou, you're way too generous. The caviar is just too expensive. That's right, Director Zhou. These dishes are enough. Why don't you order for Shuking? You don't have to waste your money on us, said several sensible youngsters. We will see how many portions are available. Director Zhou was satisfied with them after hearing them. I'm sorry, sir, but our caviar is all out today. Soon, the waitress walked over and apologized. Her? Sold out? Oh, is Manager Huang around? Asked Director Zhou with a frown. Yes, sir, do you have any requests? Asked the waitress quickly. Nothing, I'll give him a call. Director Joe gestured at the waitress and fished for his phone. Director Joe, do you know the manager from the first-grade restaurant? Asked a young man with surprise. We met each other over a couple of meals, Director Joe said without any emotion, but his eyes glimmered with arrogance. I still know some people from during the few years after returning from overseas. Director Joe, you really befriend many people from all walks of life. That would give you the convenience to do anything. A young man at the side was licking his boots. Network is essential in society today, said Director Joe smilingly as the phone on the opposite side rang. Hello, Director Joe, how are you? A middle-aged man's voice was heard on the phone. Manager Huang, are you busy? Asked Director Joe with a smile. Not really, is there anything I can help you with, Director Joe? How was your dinner today? I'm quite pleased with it. I'm calling you with regards to this too. Manager Huang, do you think you can get some caviar for us? Your staff said it is out of stock, but I have a craving for it. Do you think you can get some for me to host my guests? Haha. Sure, the kitchen should have set some aside. There should be some left. Great, sorry to trouble you, Manager Huang. Director Joe deepened his smile as he hung up after making a few courtesy remarks. Well, the first-grade restaurant will set aside some every day just in case. There are some left. Director Joe chuckled. He cast his gaze at Guan Shuking. Give it a try later, Shuking. The taste is great. Director Joe, thank you for your treat. It must be expensive for this meal, Guan Shuking said with a smile. It didn't cost that much. Perhaps less than $10,000. Director Joe shook his head. So long as you enjoy the meal today. By the way, where did you and your friend plan to have your dinner at just now? We were planning to cook outdoors at school, Guan Shuking said with a smile. Outdoor cooking? Director Joe paused and raised his eyebrows. Such a hot day and you're going for outdoor cooking? There are many mosquitoes outside. Xiao Wang, you're not being understanding. Besides, it is not good for their skin if girls are smoked by the barbecue. If you're treating a girl to dinner, you must at least go for a decent restaurant. What kind of restaurant? Wang Xian noticed that Director Joe was looking back at him, so he took a sip of water and asked impassively. The first-grade restaurant may be expensive for you since you are a student. But you should at least go to a franchise restaurant for a meal that is around $200 to $300. Outdoor cooking is inappropriate, Director Joe looked at Guan Shuking as he spoke. Besides, outdoor cooking is not safe. Shuking, you better not go. Heh heh. Upon hearing his remarks, Wang Xian sneered at him. Director Joe showed displeasure in his eyes when he heard the scornful laughter. Director Joe, let's dig in. It's getting late. Seeing that Wang Xian was unhappy, Guan Shuking quickly tugged at his arm under the table. While doing so, her palm was caught in his palm nicely. A current seemed to run in her body, and she withdrew it immediately. Wang Xian peered at Guan Shuking and chuckled. He did not persist further and laughed, have some food. The seafood in the first-grade restaurant is the best. Oh, then have more food. You might not have any chance for it in the future, Director Joe jeered. Yes, thanks to Director Joe for the treat today. Wang Xian drew his lips slightly and nodded. He picked up his chopsticks and continued with his food. Guan Shuking was relieved when he saw Wang Xian enjoying his food. She hesitated and picked a piece of crab claw. With a smile, she said, "Try this. This is delicious." Sure. Wang Xian looked at her and nodded. Really? I'm afraid you might not have the chance to try it again after this, a young man muttered when he saw Wang Xian's look. The voice was soft, but it was audible. However, Wang Xian was not bothered at all. He did not want to quibble with him since they were all Guan Shuking's colleagues. At the same time, Manager Huang hung up Director Li's phone call and spoke to Director Li, who was clearing up his stuff at the side. By the way, Director Li heard him and said, "Turn that customer down. After that, go to the kitchen, get the additional caviar, and follow me to that private room. We're delivering to someone else. Her? Director Lee, who are you giving it to? Manager Huang was slightly stunned as he asked in surprise. Your future boss. Director Lee looked at him and said, the first-grade restaurant will belong to this person from tomorrow onwards. You should get to know him first today. My future boss. Manager Huang was surprised. He knew that Director Lee had a deal with this person for taking over the first-grade restaurant. But he did not expect that his future boss would be having dinner here today. Okay, Director Lee, I'll explain it to the customer. Manager Huang quickly nodded and walked to the kitchen. He would be asking the chef to prepare it with utmost effort. After all, this was prepared for their future boss. The atmosphere was a little heavy within the private lounge of the first-grade restaurant. Guan Shuking felt a little awkward while sitting there and eating. At this point, she could already sense the animosity Director Zhou and the surrounding colleagues had towards Wang Xian. He could also sense that Director Zhou had other thoughts about her. This made her unable to help feeling remorseful for not rejecting the invitation to today's gathering. Bzz. At this moment, Director Zhou's phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at it. It's a phone call from the manager here. It should be about sending the food over. He smiled and accepted the call after explaining. What? No more? Not a single bit is left. When Director Zhou received the call, he asked in shock. I'm really sorry, Director Zhou. We don't have any caviar left in first-grade seafood restaurant as they have been ordered by some distinguished customer, Manager Huang explained over the phone. I will definitely reserve as serving for Director Zhou for your next visit. Forget it then. If it's sold out, so be it. Director Zhou shook his head slightly and hung up the phone. We probably won't get the chance this time. Manager Huang said that all the caviar has sold out. He shrugged his shoulders and said to Guan Shuking, this time we didn't get it, next time I'll bring you along to get some. Guan Shuking smiled and didn't reply as she didn't know how to. Bzz. At this moment, Wang Xian's phone also rang. He took out his phone and saw a phone call from Director Lee. He accepted it immediately. Brother Wang Xian, which private lounge number are you in? 203. Is there anything Director Lee has for me? Oh, nothing. I'll just come and disturb you for a moment. Just as Director Lee finished his sentence, someone knocked on the door of the private lounge. Following which, the waitress opened the door. Sorry for the interruption, Brother Wang Xian. I'm here to serve you a specialty delicacy of our restaurant. Director Lee stood at the entrance of the door as he smiled and spoke to Wang Xian. Behind him was Manager Huang with the plates in his hand. As they walked in, Manager Huang looked towards Wang Xian and put on a radiant smile. Director Wang, this is the specialty caviar of our restaurant. There are 5 servings in the kitchen and I have brought all of them here for you and your guests. Director Wang, you can call me Xiao Huang. I'm the manager of first-grade seafood restaurant currently. 1. The middle-aged manager Huang kept a very low profile. He carried the plates and placed the servings of caviar on the table in front of Wang Xian. Wang Xian was slightly shocked but quickly smiled and nodded his head. He looked at Director Lee and said, Thank you for your kind intentions, Director Lee. Please enjoy yourself, Brother Wang Xian. I shall not be interrupting you any further. Director Lee smiled at him. Thank you. Wang Xian nodded his head. Director Wang, please enjoy yourself. Feel free to ask for me if there's anything. Manager Huang bowed down. From the very beginning to the end, he didn't look at others and had his attention fixed on Wang Xian. Even as he left, he lowered his stance before turning around and walking out of the room. Director Zhou was dumbfounded and his eyes were opened widely. Just as he was about to say something, he noted that Manager Huang had not even looked over at all during the whole process. Suddenly, he felt a little embarrassed. As for the other young men and women, they were also shocked by what they had just seen. What's the situation? Who were those 2 people previously? That guy who served the caviar said that he is the manager of this place and Wang Xian could just call him Xiao Huang? Is he the same manager Huang that Director Zhou had mentioned? They quickly turned their heads over and looked at Wang Xian. They saw 5 bowls of caviar beside him with each serving costing $4,000 and a total of $20,000. Moreover, this was something that even money might not be able to get. Even their director Zhou had failed to order any despite giving manager Huang a call. Yet, the manager sent over 5 bowls with profound reverence. This? How can this be possible? Isn't he just a student? Guan Shuking, who was just beside Wang Xian, also looked at him with astonishment. She noticed that she had more and more things that she couldn't understand about him. He was a poor student that had to work part-time frequently to earn his school fees and living expenses in the past. Currently, he rode a heavy-duty motorcycle and the clothes he wore weren't cheap either. However, this wasn't the most surprising thing to her. What really shocked her was the manager's attitude previously and the free food that was worth $20,000. Wang Xian. You, Guan Shuking looked at Wang Xian and had a huge basket of questions to ask him. However, she did not know where to start asking. Let's eat. Let's see how the limited caviar of first-grade seafood restaurant will taste. Wang Xian smiled and passed over a bowl to her. Wang Xian. This? Why would the manager of this place bring these over? Guan Shuking looked at the caviar Wang Xian placed in front of her and asked blankly. I bought this place. Wang Xian looked at her and continued, Director Li, who came in previously, is the previous owner of first-grade seafood restaurant. We have reached a preliminary agreement and I'll be the boss of first-grade seafood restaurant at this time tomorrow. Therefore. Wang Xian smiled. As for Guan Shuking, she was staring at Wang Xian with her eyes opened widely and filled with surprise. First-grade seafood restaurant. You bought it? She asked again in disbelief. Yeah. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. If you have something you would like to eat in the future, you can look for me. I'll just treat you to it. This, Guan Shuking was a little dumbfounded. How can this be possible? At this point, a young man sitting by the side couldn't contain his surprise and showed his disbelief. This student sitting right here bought first-grade seafood restaurant? This is first-grade seafood restaurant. How much will he need? $10 million or $20 million. This is first-grade seafood restaurant. How can anyone buy this place with just $10 million? The other young men and women around also showed their disbelief. They recalled what they had said to him previously, I'm afraid you might not have the chance to try it again after this. Thinking back now, they felt a surge of heat over their face. This was a tight slap to their faces. Not only could he try it again, he even bought the whole restaurant. Their attention turned slowly to Director Zhou and they realized that Director Zhou's expression was even more dramatic. His face was twitching constantly and his body was trembling slightly as he looked to Wang Xian. Playing a sucker and acting poor? What an obnoxious person. Director Zhou stared at Wang Xian and had various phrases surfacing in his mind. He gritted his teeth tightly. To be able to buy first-grade seafood restaurant, he definitely had several dozens of millions in assets. As for his family, they only had $50 to $60 million in assets. Moreover, these were all under his father. Wang Xian glanced faintly at Director Zhou before saying directly to Guan Shuking, I'll be taking over this place tomorrow. I wouldn't make changes to the manpower of this place but I might need a reliable person to manage the accounts of this place. I couldn't possibly be cooping myself up in this place. Will you come and help me out? When Guan Shuking heard his words, her eyes flickered. She glanced at Director Zhou beside her and remarked, but I've already. However, when she looked at Wang Xian once again, she still nodded her head in hesitation. All right, since you have asked, how could I reject your invitation? Great. With you helping me out, I'll be saving myself a lot of trouble. Wang Xian smiled. As for Director Zhou who was just beside her, His eyebrows twitched violently and he clenched his fist tightly upon seeing Guan Shuking being poached away right in front of him. However, he couldn't just flare up. This young man in front of him was able to buy first-grade seafood restaurant directly. He might have a strong backing. Damn his answer of having only a sister. Who is he trying to fool? End note. One literal translation of Xiao is little. Manager Huang added Xiao to his surname to make Wang Xian feel less distant to him. At the same time, it's to show deference to someone more senior or with more authority. I guess you really made Director Zhou enraged tonight. You saw it too. He was the one who started it. If it weren't for you, I would have asked them to get lost. The last thing you said was simply. I'm speechless. Wang Xian and Guan Shuking walked out from the first-grade restaurant exchanging words happily on the old street. The gathering was not over yet. But when Wang Xian handed the leftover caviar to Director Zhou just now, he smiled and said, Director Zhou, this is the caviar that you asked for. Try it. Welcome to my restaurant in the future. Oh, this restaurant is not mine yet. So, you've still got to pay for tonight's dinner. After he finished his sentence, Wang Xian called Guan Shuking out. At that time, Director Zhou's face was looking extremely sulky. Hey, I need to apologize to you for offending your superior. Looks like you won't be getting your 2-day wages. I'll compensate you for that. Wang Xian said with a smile. Of course, you have to compensate me? Guan Shuking chuckled and looked over her shoulder at Wang Xian as she felt her heart warming. This was the first guy who made her happy, comfortable, and heartwarming. The feeling was not immense, but she was addicted to it. Hop on. Wang Xian rode his Harley motorcycle over and called out to Guan Shuking. Okay. Guan Shuking felt her heart thumping as she looked at him on the bike. She got on the bike. With some hesitation, she held out her arms and wrapped them around Wang Xian. Sensing a warm body closing up on him, Wang Xian's body stiffened up. Subsequently, he revealed a smiling face. Sit tight, we're leaving. He stepped on the accelerator and headed back to school. Soon, they arrived back at the female dormitory. See you tomorrow. I'll pick you up over here. Wang Xian waved to Guan Shuking. Okay. Guan Shuking nodded and waved back to him. Happily, she skipped her way back to her room. Wang Xian chuckled and drove back to the male dormitory. During that night, Wang Xian did not do any cultivating. Instead, he slept soundly. When he woke up the next day, it was past 8 a.m. Wang Xian got up quickly and freshened up. When he picked up his phone, he saw an unread message. Lan Qingyu again. Wang Xian was taken by surprise when he saw the WeChat message. It was Lan Qingyu again. The same thing, she wanted to buy him dinner in appreciation for the previous incident. The message was sent out 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry, Chairman Lan. I've been busy lately, and I really don't have time. Wang Xian declined politely. Today, he was going to take over the first-grade restaurant. In the next few days, he would be too busy for anything. He needed to handle the internal issues of first-grade restaurant and its management issues. The Longxian restaurant is going to open soon beside the restaurant, and it was an outright act to steal business from him. After hearing the conversation between Director Li and that young man yesterday, Wang Xian knew that the other party had some capacity. Hence, he needed to prepare himself for it. After Wang Xian sent out the message, he packed up and brought the lobsters and swimming crabs downstairs. Within a room in a villa, the entire place was loaded with pink color. All the men in the river town would not have imagined that the renowned ice queen, Chairman Lan Qingyu, would paint her room with such a girly color. Someone once said that every aloof girl fantasizes about fairy tales. Lan Qingyu lay with her stomach on the bed with a big-sized, pink teddy bear beside her. Ding. When her phone rang, she quickly opened her WeChat. Rejected. He rejected me again. Lan Qingyu was a little lost. Yesterday, she guessed that he might really have something going on, and that was why he turned her down. Hence, she asked him again early in the morning, but little did she expect that she was being rejected again. On top of that, he replied that he would be busy lately. Does he dislike me, so he doesn't want to see me? Or is he really that busy? Lan Qingyu frowned and got up from the bed immediately to stare at herself in the mirror. Despite the fact that she just woke up without any makeup, her refined profile and her perfect figure were extremely seductive. Is my charm not attractive to him at all? For the first time, Lan Qingyu doubted her own charm. Let's have breakfast. I want to eat steamed dumplings. After fetching Guan Shuking on his bike, together with Wang Xian, they headed towards the old street. Sure, whatever the beautiful lady wants. What a glib tongue you got. If I wanted to eat your meat, would you cut yourself for me? You are not that cruel. I'm not the trippy Taka from Journey to the West. But I'm the wicked female monster. Haha. As they cracked jokes, Wang Xian and Guan Shuking reached a steamed dumpling shop. After breakfast, it was time to meet Director Li. When they reached first-grade restaurant, the door was already opened. Director Li and Manager Huang were already here. Director Wang. Upon seeing his arrival, Manager Huang went up to him immediately and greeted him with a beam on his face. Good morning, Manager Huang. Wang Xian nodded and looked at Director Li, who was standing at the side. The property deed and the deed of ownership transfer are ready. Apart from the past profits, everything in the restaurant belongs to you. We will be busy for the entire morning since we are going to the Property Management Bureau for the transfers of the property and other stuff. Director Li smiled when he saw Wang Xian. Great, let me see the contract first. Wang Xian nodded. Here, I'm sure there's nothing wrong with the contract. Director Li handed the contract to him. Wang Xian took it and studied it carefully before he casually nodded his head. Next, they took Director Li's car to the Property Management Bureau, State Administration for Industry and Commerce, some departments in the bank to expedite the transfer procedures, including business licenses, and so on. After running around for the entire morning, Wang Xian transferred the balance amount to Director Li's account. Both of them shook hands, and the deal was sealed. Boss, Director Li did not take anything with him when he left. Everything is operating as usual for now. I'll take you over to meet the rest of the staff. After coming back from the bank, Manager Huang, who had been following around the entire morning, spoke to Wang Xian with enthusiasm. Sure, let's get to know the restaurant. Also, all the staff positions will remain as they are now. Wang Xian nodded. It was lunchtime when they reached the restaurant. Wang Xian called for Manager Huang and Guan Shuking to have lunch at the first-grade restaurant. Manager Huang knew Guan Shuking too. She had worked as a greeter for more than half a month. When they met again, Manager Huang guessed she could be the lady boss in the future. Hence, he was proactive to serve Guan Shuking. As such, Guan Shuking felt lost when her previous manager fawned upon her in such a way. All these were because of the guy beside her. After lunch, Wang Xian toured the entire restaurant. Looking at the first-grade restaurant, he felt a sense of achievement. This was his restaurant, and he would definitely make a name for this restaurant in the entire river town, and it would be the best restaurant ever. I believe everyone would have heard some rumors yesterday regarding first-grade restaurant having a new boss. Let us welcome our new boss, Director Wang. Within first-grade restaurant, Manager Huang gathered all the employees after they were done with their work in the restaurant at approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Xian and will be the boss of this restaurant in the future. Wang Xian walked up and smiled faintly at the crowd. The entire restaurant had 50 employees currently. The employee count was considered to be high among restaurants. Just the number of waitresses alone had reached 30 people. Similarly, this helped to guarantee service quality. So young. A female waitress looked at Wang Xian and exclaimed when she couldn't contain her bewilderment. All the employees looked inquisitively at Wang Xian. Indeed, Wang Xian was too young to the point that he didn't look like a boss. They were all older than Wang Xian. Seeing this, Wang Xian lifted his head slightly and released a surge of dragon power towards them. The restaurant will operate as always. Since I'm taking over this place, I have to make some changes to this restaurant. The first change will be to increase all employees' base salary by 10%. Other rules will remain the same as for now. Don't think that I'm easy to fool just because I'm young. When I have to fire someone, I won't be soft. I have inquired about your jobs and salary. What I'm trying to say is that your compensation will definitely be better now than it was with Director Li. I'm more generous than Director Li. As he spoke, he revealed a faint smile. If you encounter any issues, you can look for Manager Huang or look for me directly. Everything could be discussed and I'm easy to talk to. However, if anyone makes a mistake, I wouldn't be kind with my words either. As Wang Xian spoke, the aura he emitted from his body made the atmosphere around him seem to have solidified. It was as though everything under the skies had him as the focus. The waitress, kitchen personnel, front desk personnel and other employees were all listening attentively. They could feel a sense of might that originated from the soul from the young man in front of them. All right, you guys can go and have a good rest. Head chef, bring along another chef and Manager Huang to come and see me for a while. Wang Xian looked towards them and instructed them. Phew. They felt like it was as though they had received an order and dispersed immediately. As they walked away, they were commenting softly. What the? Why does it feel like our current boss has an aura around him? He had a stronger majestic aura around him than Director Li. The new boss is indeed generous to directly increase our salary by 10%. This is equivalent to $400, $500. What a young boss. He's probably just about 20. However, the boss has a majestic aura around him. Could it be that he is a rich second generation from a large family? The boss is so handsome. Young, handsome and rich. So cool. Director Wang. Director Wang. The head chef brought a chef along and walked over as they addressed him with smiles. However, they were still a little reserved. Wang Xian was listening to the comments of his employees as he looked at the two chefs. He smiled and nodded his head. This was the impact he had envisioned. As a boss, he had to be able to control his employees first and make his employees respect and fear him a little at the same time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to manage the company effectively. Currently, he had achieved the impact he wanted. Come, I'd like to know more about the operations of our current restaurant. Wang Xian sat down with him at the waiting area by the side. Director Wang, these are our supply channels and these are some unique dishes we offered. Manager Huang took out a booklet and passed it to him. Wang Xian nodded his head. He had found out a little about these previously. What was outstanding about first-grade restaurant was that the variety of seafood it offered was large. Moreover, the chefs had great culinary skills and the restaurant had great service quality and a good environment. For example, the caviar, two-headed abalone, and some precious seafood had a specialized purchaser. 1. It was the uncle of Director Li previously who was the specialized purchaser. Now that Director Li had left, he had also resigned. Nonetheless, the purchase channel was still intact. Precious items like caviar were purchased directly from overseas and the costs were high. As for ordinary seafood, they were purchased from the seafood market. Yellow croaker fish, true tunas, and other precious seafood would have to be obtained from auctions by the sea. It would also be dependent on luck. Director Wang, our contract with Golden Lobster Managing Company is about to end and will not be renewed. We have to find other channels quickly. Besides that, we have to purchase a batch of caviar soon. Also, we are running out of top-quality ingredients in the restaurant, Manager Huang said to Wang Xian. Although there weren't many customers who could afford top-quality ingredients, they were a symbol of strength and were a good publicity stunt. For example, if one restaurant has two-headed abalone, Atlantic blue marlin, yellow croaker fish, Australian lobsters, large lobsters, and other kinds of top-quality seafood put up as display, and therefore, Wang Xian had to find some top-quality ingredients for now. The supply of large lobsters from our seas is too little each day. Besides that, we don't have ingredients such as caviar. Wang Xian shook his head slightly. Boss, we have to go to the seafood market early in the morning to get those ingredients. As for top quality seafood, they aren't in ample supply in the seafood market. Disregarding the high price of large lobsters and crabs, the quantity is limited too. Sometimes, we might not even be able to get it. If we use frozen ingredients, the taste would be a little worse off, the chef explained. Leave the supply of seafood to me? Wang Xian nodded his head slightly and continued, as for the rest, everything shall be the same as before. Besides that, Longxian restaurant would be opening soon. When they open for business, they will definitely organize some event. At that time, we must be able to keep up and play around with them. Boss, even if they wish to gain market share, we still have an advantage as our reputation has spread. As long as we can obtain sufficient top-quality seafood to attract traffic and maintain the quality of ordinary seafood, they would definitely not be a match for us. Manager Huang spoke confidently. Great. Let me handle the issue of top-quality ingredients. Head chef, I'll leave the issue of the quality of ordinary seafood to you. Wang Xian nodded his head. Rest assured, boss, and leave it to us. The kitchen will ensure the quality of the seafood, guaranteed the head chef. All right, if there are any issues in the future, come and look for me. It's fine too if it's relating to your everyday life. Wang Xian smiled and patted on the head chef's shoulders. Thank you, boss. The head chef smiled. Get rid of these fish tanks for ornamental fish in the middle. I'll get bigger tanks and some ornamental fish, Wang Xian instructed as he looked at the empty fish tanks in the middle of the restaurant. The ornamental fish in them had been taken away by Director Li. It was initially used to keep the arowana that Director Li had borrowed from others. It was an easy task for Wang Xian to get these ornamental fish. At this point, he was considering if he should get some expensive ornamental fish to be used as a display. End note. 1 two-headed is a measure of the size and weight of abalone per catty. 1 catty is approximately 500 to 600 grams, i.e. if the total weight of 2 abalones is 1 catty, they are two-headed abalone. I didn't expect that you would look like a boss when you are really one. After talking to Manager Huang and the main chef, Guan Shuking beamed at the serious Wang Xian. Haha, really? Do I look like a professional? Wang Xian chuckled and asked in vain. Yes, a little. Looks like you're going to be busy in the next few days. Where are you going to find top-quality ingredients? Do you want me to go with you? Guan Shuking asked him with a smile. Not really. You have to run around to find them. Besides, the weather is hot. You will stay in the shop and keep a tab on my money. Wang Xian looked at her smilingly. Well, what's the matter with that? I can take hardship well. Guan Shuking rolled eyes at him. I still cannot allow the belle of the University of Rivertown to run around outside and get tanned. Otherwise, I am committing a sin by doing so. I have ways to get those top-quality ingredients. Don't worry. You'll get food tasting first after I got them. Wang Xian spoke with a smile. You better be careful if you're asking me to try. I'll eat so much that your restaurant might go bankrupt, Guan Shuking said with some slyness. Haha, if you really did it, then I have nothing to say. Wang Xian said with a smile. I'll be leaving in a while. Later, you'll learn the daily revenue and expenses from Manager Huang. After which, check on the inventory. I'll need you to look after my money in the future. He continued joking. Sure, go get busy. Guan Shuking nodded to him. Okay, I'll give you your wage in advance. Let me know if you need more in the future. Wang Xian stood up and fished for his phone. He transferred $10,000 to her through WeChat. Guan Shuking took out her phone immediately when she heard it buzz. However, Wang Xian took away her phone and received the money on her behalf. He smiled and said, if you work for me, you'll get to enjoy life. Wang Xian returned her phone to her and spoke teasingly. Guan Shuking froze for a moment as she looked at the transaction on her WeChat. With a slight blush on her cheeks she said, that would depend on my mood too. If the boss is nasty, I'll quit too. Okay, I'm leaving. Wang Xian grinned and waved to Guan Shuking. Get going, Guan Shuking looked at him and said. Director Wang, see you. I'll take care of everything in the restaurant. On seeing that Wang Xian was about to leave, Manager Huang immediately walked over and saw him off. Okay, call me if there's anything. Work together with Guan Shuking too. Wang Xian nodded. Rest assured, Director Wang. Manager Huang nodded. After he left first-grade restaurant, Wang Xian rode his Harley motorcycle to the seaside while thinking of ways to fish for the seafood. The restaurant required top-quality ingredients every day. Hence, he would need a large volume of seafood. There were many top-rated seafoods available in the domestic waters. Take lobster as an instance. Those who knew something about seafood would understand that the Australian lobsters were one of the average-priced lobsters. However, the price was jacked up to $200 to $250 for every catty in recent years. 1. Within China, several kinds of lobsters were more expensive than Australian lobsters like the scallop spiny lobsters, ornate spiny lobsters, and striped spiny lobsters. But too many locals were foodies. Hence, the number of lobsters in China's domestic waters were left with very few of them. As such, they were too overpriced. In particular, the Chinese ornate spiny lobsters, also known as the divine lobsters or the rainbow lobsters, were jacked up to $5,000 to $6,000 for every 4 to 5 catties. In addition to the lobsters, the wild giant yellow croaker fish, and Chinese bahaba fish found in China were expensive as well. 3 catties of wild giant yellow croaker would cost about $8,000 to $12,000 for every catty. While the Chinese bahaba fish cost a few million for each, its fish gelatine could fetch a scary price of hundreds of thousands of dollars. These fish could be found in the nearby waters around the country, but it had become so scarce that it was hard to find one in a few years. If I can catch fish like wild giant yellow croakers and Chinese bahaba fish, it would give us some great publicity. Wang Xian pondered to himself. Very soon, he came to the seaside. He parked his Harley motorcycle at the side and walked to a remote spot. He took off his clothes. With a swift movement, Wang Xian jumped into the water. Transform into dragon. Splash. In just a move, Wang Xian turned into a 2 meters long divine dragon. The divine dragon exuded strong and powerful strength as it swished its tail and dived into the ocean. I'll check out the clam girl first. She should have some transformation after the 2 days cultivation, Wang Xian thought to himself and headed to the spot where the clam girl was. The golden tail swung, surging strong currents. On seeing Wang Xian swimming over, some of the surrounding marine animals were shuddering and dared not move. Some even fled in terror. Soon, Wang Xian arrived around the remote island in the middle of the ocean, sensing the position of the clam girl. Moving his body, he swam to the clam girl. Queen Clam, Level 6. Art of Cultivation, Water Dragon Transformation. Superpower, ability to control clam race whose level is lower than own existing level, water control. No changes to her level, but she has cultivated her own superpower. She can control her own kind whose level is lower than hers, and water. Wang Xian was surprised to see the clam girl's attributes. On top of that, the name of the clam girl was changed to Queen Clam. Dragon King. Sensing Wang Xian's arrival, the clam girl opened its shell and revealed the flesh inside. He was surprised to find that the flesh had gradually become humanoid. However, there were no limbs and face except for a simple embryonic form. Does that mean the clam girl will change into a human when her level gets higher? Wang Xian secretly thought to himself. He looked at the clam girl and commanded, Clam girl, show me your water control ability. Yes, Dragon King. After sending the message to the clam girl, he found that the water around him began to surge. The surge was extremely powerful. Soon, he noticed that the sea water at the bottom of the ocean began to freeze. Boo! At this time, he saw a solidified water body appeared beside the clam girl. With her mind control, the ball of water was hurled forward. The ball of water was thrown off on the boulder at the side, leaving a dented mark on it. Not bad, the clam girl possesses a fair strength now. With her sturdy clamshell, the sharks might not necessarily be able to beat her. Follow me to the sea farther out, Wang Xian ordered the clam girl. Yes, Dragon King. Wang Xian nodded. He took the clam girl to the waters farther out. To his surprise, the clam girl was moving at a breakneck speed. Her water control ability allowed her to control the flow of water around her and accelerate her pace. She just cultivates on the water dragon transformation. As time goes by, she will be more powerful than now. Wang Xian looked and sped forward. A golden divine dragon, along with a knot and a huge sea clam, were swimming freely in the vast ocean. Endnote: 1 catty equals 500-600 grams. Grouper. Wild grouper costs approximately $100 per catty currently. Tiger grouper. Wild tiger grouper costs approximately $200 per catty currently. While swimming in the seas, Wang Xian would spot precious fish from time to time. However, all these fish were devoured by him directly. As the quantity was too low or only one, it wouldn't be useful even if he had brought it to the restaurant. The truth was that within the seas, there was still a lot of fish that had a high value. However, the less common they were, the higher the value. High-value fish were often not available in large quantities. The Bohai Sea was one of the most shallow sea regions in the country and was only several dozens of meters deep. Currently, Wang Xian could dominate all marine animals that were within 20 meters of him using his dragon energy. The resources in nearby regions of the country are too scarce and couldn't be compared with the sea regions of Europe and the Americas. With such a large population and uncontrolled fishing, many marine animals were on the brink of extinction. The marine animals within the seas couldn't be compared with regions in other countries. There's a small school of fish right ahead. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and looked at the several hundreds of fish in front of him. Those should be black sea bream, a common fish found in the Bohai Sea. Moving his body, he dominated the school of fish using his dragon power before the school of black sea bream could react to the situation. Devour. Wang Xian opened his mouth and started devouring the hundreds of black sea bream one after another. Name: Wang Xian. Race: human, able to transform into a dragon. Level: 3. Dragon energy: 323/100,000. Superpower: dominate the marine animals, ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than your own level. Devour any form of marine animals, for extraction of dragon energy. Art of cultivation: divine dragon transformation. I still need a lot of dragon energy to reach level 4, but let's put aside the issue of leveling up and focus on finding some top quality ingredients first. Wang Xian looked at his attributes and thought to himself. He looked at the clam girl behind him before heading forward. The place right ahead is really beautiful. The sea floor of the seas was broader and more magnificent. They also had a stranger landscape than those on the land. After swimming for about an hour, other than finding several large lobsters, he didn't see any other top-quality seafood. He looked ahead and noticed colorful reefs ahead of him. The entire seafloor was decorated with different colors. Under the illumination of the faint sunlight, it looked very magical. However, the landscape was very chaotic in that area with protruding rocks from time to time. Wang Xian also noticed that there were many torn fish nets around that area. If one drove a fishing boat over to fish in this chaotic coral reefs region with lots of sharp rocks, it would be over if his net got caught on the rocks and was cut open. Wang Xian accelerated and swam over and found fishing nets on many rocks. What Wang Xian didn't know was that this area was known as the chaotic coral reefs region by experienced fishermen in the Bohai Sea. The reason why it was known as such was that there were many submerged reefs in this area. It was also considered as the restricted ground for fishing. The resources around these areas are clearly more abundant. As Wang Xian approached the area, he immediately saw a school of pomfret. There were approximately 400 to 500 of them that were swimming in the vicinity. Moving his body, he encountered schools of fish and still chose to devour them. Boom! Wang Xian charged over and dominated the school of level 0 pomfrets directly. After which, he turned them into dragon energy. It's pretty here. After devouring the school of pomfrets, Wang Xian turned his attention to the entire coral reef region in front of him. Although the landscape wasn't smooth, it was of different colors and one couldn't hide the magical feeling this place was giving off. Wang Xian wiggled his body slightly and looked to the surroundings. He noticed that there were quite a number of jellyfish around. Jellyfish were poisonous marine animals. Strong jellyfish could even poison a person to death easily. However, only uniquely horrifying jellyfish would pose a threat to Wang Xian. As for ordinary jellyfish, Wang Xian wasn't wary at all. Wang Xian swam slowly towards the inner regions of the coral reefs. That should be scallop spiny lobster. The current price of it is about $200 per catty. Wang Xian saw a lobster that weighed over a catty passing by. With just a thought, he controlled it with his dragon power and made it swim towards him. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a horrifying living animal emerged from the seafloor and bit on that scallop spiny lobster directly. Crack crack! That monster bit onto the head of the lobster directly. In just a short while, it had killed the lobster. Wang Xian was slightly shocked and quickly turned his attention to that monster. This is conger eel. Wang Xian squinted his eyes. Conger eels were considered as violent animals just like an electric eel. Similarly to an electric eel, a conger eel was capable of discharging electricity. In addition, a conger eel was more horrifying than an electric eel. Conger eel was known for his tenacity and would even attack other types of fish. Wang Xian was scrutinizing this ingesting conger eel. It had a body that spanned 2.5 meters and a hideous-looking head. With just a single bite, it broke the shell of the lobster. Conger eel, level 3. Extractable dragon energy, 231. A level 3 conger eel. Wang Xian opened his mouth slightly. At level 3, his dragon power would not have a huge influence on the conger eel. He wiggled his tail slightly and opened up his claws. Jerking ahead, he attacked the conger eel directly. Swoosh! Just as Wang Xian charged over, the conger eel, which was 10 meters away, immediately lifted its head and looked at Wang Xian with a cold stare. At the same time, it was emanating a violent aura. At the same level, the divine dragon isn't afraid of any living animal. A cold look surfaced on Wang Xian while he did not reduce his attacking momentum. Growl! The conger eel opened its mouth widely and charged towards Wang Xian without hesitating. Go and die! Wang Xian extended his dragon claws and grabbed onto its head directly. SSS. However, at this moment, a blue ray of light emitted from the conger eel's head. Within the glow was a strong electric current. At that instant, Wang Xian could feel his dragon claw going numb. His entire body even started shivering. SSS. The conger eel opened its mouth widely and bit towards Wang Xian's head. Growl. Giving out a soft roar, Wang Xian opened his mouth too and charged ahead. Crack, crack. He ripped the conger eel's head out with a bite and quickly devoured it. Seeking its own death. Wang Xian showed disdain at the level 3 conger eel which was being arrogant. At this moment, only a level 5 or 6 conger eel would be able to deal with him. The coral reefs in this region are chaotic and everywhere. It's very suitable for lobsters and conger eels to survive. If there are more lobsters here, I wouldn't have to worry about getting top quality lobsters in the restaurant. Wang Xian looked to the surroundings and instructed Clam Girl to search the surroundings. Dragon King, there's a lobster right here. Clam Girl quickly brought him the news. Moving his body, he swam over directly. He saw Clam Girl had captured a lobster that was over 1 meter long. Ornate spiny lobsters. It is the expensive ornate spiny lobsters and weighs about 2 catties. It seems like there would be quite an amount of lobsters in this area. Looking at this colorful lobster, excitement started filling Wang Xian. The market price for this lobster can hit more than $1,000. The unit price is more expensive than the Australian lobster. Ornate spiny lobsters were of the highest value within the domestic waters, followed by the Chinese lobsters, a name of a lobster. You will control this lobster and continue with the search. Wang Xian commanded the clam girl and continued the search in their surroundings. The colors of the surrounding corals were very close to that of the lobsters. Hence, it was not easy to spot them. If the lobsters remained still and hidden among the coral reefs, it would not be easy to spot them. After all, Wang Xian was only a tiny divine dragon. Without divine sense, he could not scan and check the surrounding situation. Should I upgrade my eyes with dragon energy so that they can have the Byakugan effect in Naruto's anime? 1. Wang Xian pondered to himself. He could use dragon energy to upgrade and strengthen any parts of his body, including the eyes. However, it would require a lot of dragon energy to do so. After some considerations, he gave up. His current level was too low, and he had too little of dragon energy. Wang Xian observed the surrounding with his sharp eyes. Some of the colorful fish were swimming around him. There is a lobster over there. It should be the painted spiny lobster. The price for this is about $300 per catty. Not too low for it. The dragon power enveloped the area, and Wang Xian commanded that painted spiny lobster to swim over. Looking at the 20 centimeters lobster, a smile surfaced on Wang Xian's face. Perhaps the lobsters here were suitable to supply for the use of his restaurant. There is a conger eel. A cold smile surfaced when Wang Xian saw an eel roaming slowly between the corals. That was a level 2 eel which was smaller than the previous one just now. He swam over and devoured the eel which did not put up even the slightest resistance. Carry on with the search. One by one, Wang Xian found the lobsters and caught 20 of them. All of them were controlled by the ability of the clam girl. It only took about half an hour to catch 20 of them from this corner of the area. This entire zone with reefs and rocks seems like a treasure land. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. He moved forward and saw a huge coral reef in front of him. The entire reef was protruding out from the seabed for about 5 meters, and it was covered with colorful corals. We should be able to find lobsters over there. With a swift movement, Wang Xian swam over. When he was over there, he was stunned. Filled in between the crevices of the coral reefs were at least a few dozen lobsters, including painted spiny lobster, ornate spiny lobsters, and Chinese lobsters. Among those, the biggest lobsters are ornate spiny lobsters. That must be at least 5 to 6 catties. This is a breeding ground for lobsters. It was difficult to come across ornate spiny lobsters of such a size for decades. This was a region that had yet to be fished by anyone. As such, the number of lobsters here was beyond his expectation. Wang Xian was thrilled. With a jerk forward, he enveloped the area with his dragon energy and commanded the lobsters to follow behind. As the lobsters were moving slowly, Wang Xian had to reduce his speed too. He continued to swim forward and spotted a larger reef area ahead. Based on the experience just now, that might be a breeding ground for the lobsters. Wang Xian's eyes brightened up as he led the lobsters to the coral reef. This is... When he arrived at that reef, he was stunned by what he saw. Not many lobsters resided here. Instead, it was an ornate spiny lobster. Beside this lobster was a conger eel, and it was even larger than the one he met previously. The conger eel was about 3.5 meters long and was considered to be a giant conger eel. Its body was bulky and looked like an underwater monster. However, the eel was not the only one that shocked him. There was an ornate spiny lobster as well. The size of the lobster of at least 1.5 meters was beyond his expectation. In history, the largest lobster recorded was only 1.2 meters at 40 catties. The ornate spiny lobster before him should weigh about 50 catties at least. Its body seemed durable and robust, especially the pair of colorful lobster claws which looked like a sharp weapon. The colorful body seemed exceptionally noble too. However, this lobster was a little terrified as it was confronting the conger eel before it. Conger eel, level 4. Extractable dragon energy, 548. Ornate spiny lobster, level 3. Extractable dragon energy, 346. A level 4 conger eel and a level 3 lobster? Wang Xian was shocked by this terrifying conger eel. Not even any of the ordinary sharks would dare to provoke it. This level 3 ornate spiny lobster was also out of his knowledge. The ocean is really amazing, occupying a 70% surface area of Earth and with areas that were unknown to mankind. Besides that, various unbelievable species can be found in it. Just as Wang Xian exclaimed, the giant conger eel struck at the ornate spiny lobster swiftly. The giant ornate spiny lobster lifted its claws hastily and lurched forward. SST. At this time, the body of the conger eel gave off blinding blue sparks. The ornate spiny lobster retreated speedily as it was fearful of the blue sparks. The conger eel spun its heavy body around and lurched forward again. This time, the ornate spiny lobster raised its claws and clamped at the eel's body. What is the value of such a large lobster? It could be the greatest asset of the restaurant. Wang Xian stared at the ornate spiny lobster with bright eyes. On seeing the offensive conger eel, he moved his body and attacked it. Roar! Before the conger eel could launch its attack, it quickly turned around and glared coldly at Wang Xian, who struck. Wang Xian did not care. He was not afraid of a level 4 conger eel. Bang, bang, bang. The conger eel looked at Wang Xian with fear. Yet, its eyes were full of greed. With its body flashing with blue lights, it swept out to Wang Xian. If the voltage from a level 3 conger eel can cause numbness, the voltage from a level 4 conger eel should be much stronger. Wang Xian moved away and dodged the attack from the conger eel. He extended out his claws and scratched the body of the eel. SST. The sharp claws drew a long and bloody mark on the body. Roar! The conger eel spun its head fiercely and rapidly. It opened its mouth, which was full of teeth, and bit on Wang Xian. Wang Xian raised its claws and charged forward. Crack! At the same time, blue sparks were flickering from the mouth of the conger eel. Wang Xian was startled and ducked quickly. Shoo! Just then, he saw a water ball fired right into the mouth of the conger eel. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He knew it was the clam girl who had made her move. With a swift movement, the dragon claws grabbed the conger eel by its neck. He opened the dragon mouth and bit down. Extracted 548 dragon energy. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. He looked at the ornate spiny lobster again with a sudden thought. The lobster was fleeing in horror when it saw Wang Xian swallow the mighty conger eel in one gulp. Don't think of escaping, little lobster. Seeing that you're gifted by nature, I'll keep you as one of my crawfish soldiers. Within the seas, a 1.5-meter gigantic ornate spiny lobster was scampering away rapidly in the water. Its actions looked extremely comical. Still trying to escape. Wang Xian swayed his tail and caught up with this ornate spiny lobster directly and pointed his dragon claw at it. This lobster held up its large pincers in fear and looked at Wang Xian in horror with its pair of tiny eyes. He was petrified. That horrifying conger eel was its natural nemesis and was eaten by this golden-colored monster just a while ago. How could it possibly go up against this monster? Growl! Wang Xian let out a roar as he shrouded this lobster with his dragon power. The timid ornate spiny lobster shriveled immediately. If its intelligence had manifested, it would definitely beg for mercy and claim to have parents and kids to take care of. Submit to me, the Dragon King. A supreme intention was directed into his mind. The ornate spiny lobster shrank its body instinctively and placed his large pincers down as it squatted in front of Wang Xian. That's the way. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile and opened his mouth gradually. A drop of dragon blood flew out from its mouth. The essence blood was emitting a golden glow and fell on the head of the ornate spiny lobster. Don't resist it. Wang Xian directed the words into his mind. The ornate spiny lobster didn't dare to move recklessly and simply stayed there without moving as the golden-colored dragon blood entered its body. Success! Wang Xian smiled. This ornate spiny lobster had become his second subordinate. This lobster hasn't got its intelligence manifested and couldn't cultivate. I have to use dragon energy to upgrade it and manifest its intelligence for him to pick up cultivation arts. Wang Xian thought to himself. This lobster was different from the clam girl. Clam girl already had her intelligence manifested. Therefore, Wang Xian didn't have to use dragon energy to manifest her intelligence after subduing her. Manifesting intelligence would exhaust a large amount of dragon energy. Wang Xian placed his dragon claw on the head of that ornate spiny lobster. Streams of dragon energy entered its body and strengthened its intelligence and body. Crack crack, crack crack. Cracking sounds came from the body of the ornate spiny lobsters. Glows of 7 colors shimmered on its body as its body grew gradually to 2 meters. It does look like a divine lobster. Wang Xian laughed as he saw the glow of the lobster. Dragon King. Just as he had exhausted about 700 points of dragon energy, Wang Xian heard a faint will reach him. Wang Xian immediately stopped the upgrade using dragon energy and looked at the ornate spiny lobster. Little lobster, is that you? Dragon King, it's me. The ornate spiny lobster moved its long antennae as a response. Haha, great. I shall impart you a cultivation art. Your claws are pretty sharp. In that case, I shall impart to you the cultivation arts of Metal Elemental Divine Dragon. With just a thought, the cultivation arts of Metal Dragon, a part of Divine Dragon transformation, was imparted on the ornate spiny lobster. Crawfish Soldier, Level 4. Art of Cultivation, Metal Dragon Transformation. Superpower, ability to control lobster race whose level is lower than own existing level. Through the upgrades using dragon energy, ornate spiny lobster's level has increased by 1. Moreover, its body also looks much stronger. This was because I have used dragon energy to upgrade it directly. This also allows it to awaken its first superpower to control a lobster race whose level is lower than its own existing level. Wang Xian looked at the superpower of Crawfish Soldier and excitement flashed in his eyes. This surprise was within his expectation. After subduing Clam Girl, he did not use dragon energy to upgrade her abilities. She relied on herself to gather dragon energy and awaken 2 superpowers. One of them was the ability to control a clam race whose level was lower than her own existing level, and the other was water control. As for Crawfish Soldier, Wang Xian used dragon energy to upgrade its abilities directly. This awakened its first superpower directly and allowed it to control a lobster race whose level was lower than its own existing level. This was the strength of the Divine Dragon that could suppress all things. With the Divine Dragon's bloodline, animals which practiced Divine Dragon transformation could all possess the horrifying strength of suppressing its own race whose level is lower than its own. Now that I have 2 marine races subdued, let's just give you all a name. Clam Girl shall be called Roving Girl and you shall be called Roving Lobster. Hee. Wang Xian smiled and looked at the roving lobster in front of him. He immediately instructed, go and gather all the lobsters in the vicinity and bring them over. Yes, Dragon King. Roving Lobster nodded his head before moving his body and scampering out. Although Roving Lobster looked a little comical while moving in water, its speed was 5 to 6 times faster than before. After the upgrades of dragon energy and obtaining the cultivation arts of Metal Dragon transformation, this lobster was destined to roam the 9 skies in the future. With Roving Lobster, it would be more convenient to capture lobsters in the future. Excitement flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. This was one of the reasons why he didn't mind expending a large amount of dragon energy to upgrade a single Crawfish Soldier. Wang Xian waited quietly on the spot. After 40 to 50 minutes, he sensed Roving Lobster rushing over from a distant place. After another 10 minutes, he saw a 2 meters rainbow lobster headed towards him with 2 long antennae like a divine lobster. Behind him was a pod of densely packed large lobsters. 4 species of lobsters, namely ornate spiny lobsters, scallop spiny lobsters, Chinese lobsters, and painted spiny lobsters, were separated into groups in front of him. The scene was grandiose and there were at least 10,000 of them. Wang Xian looked at this huge pod of lobsters in disbelief. Dragon King. Roving Lobster swam to the side of Wang Xian and stopped on the rock respectfully. Great. Haha, so many lobsters. I'm rich. Just these 10,000 lobsters alone could be sold for several tens of millions. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. Just these lobsters in front of him would bring him astronomical profits. These are just lobsters in the vicinity. There are more at places further away, Roving Lobster said. Haha, Wang Xian laughed in ecstasy. These lobsters were marine animals without intelligence. Therefore, Wang Xian didn't feel a tinge of guilt for selling them for money. In the world of marine animals, large fish fed on small fish and small fish fed on shrimps. These were the primeval rules of survival. I won't be lacking supplies of lobsters for first-grade restaurant in the future. Also, I'll be able to go look for other top-quality ingredients. Wang Xian looked at the large pot of lobsters in front of him and revealed a smile. Within first-grade restaurant, he had settled the supply of top-quality lobsters. However, this wouldn't be enough. He still had to look for other top-quality ingredients in order to make first-grade restaurant become the best and most famous restaurant in Rivertown. Roving Lobster, cultivate diligently at this place. Roving Girl, follow me and continue with our search, Wang Xian said to the Roving Lobster. After which, he brought Roving Girl along and started exploring the surroundings. At this place, there were quite a number of other marine animals other than the large number of lobsters. Moreover, he wanted to see how large this region was and the approximate number of lobsters in the area. That is. After roaming around the chaotic coral reefs area for 2 hours, Wang Xian still hadn't covered the entire region. Based on his estimates, this place had a radius of at least 30 kilometers. Wang Xian finally found several precious fish after devouring and looking for top-quality ingredients for hours. They were wild giant yellow croaker fish. A total of 5 yellow croaker fish had a golden glow on the surface of their body and each one weighed 3 to 4 catties. I'm so lucky today. Moving his body, Wang Xian swam over directly. He shrouded the 5 precious yellow croaker fish with his dragon power and suppressed them. Wild giant yellow croakers, in the present, were almost extinct. Any one of them with a weight of 3 catties and above could fetch a price of $30,000 to $40,000. $10,000 per catty would definitely be the top quality fish in the world. Wang Xian looked at the 10 wild giant yellow croakers that he dominated with a faint smile on his face. Having stayed in the ocean for more than 17 hours, the biggest benefit that he reaped was Roving Lobster and the lobsters. Besides that, he also acquired 10 wild giant yellow croakers. These wild giant yellow croakers were worth at least $300,000. Wang Xian did not bring all the lobsters up. Instead, he brought those wild giant yellow croakers back to shore. He got Roving Lobster to guard the entire lobsters area and commanded Roving Girl to look for top-quality ingredients during her free time. Wang Xian transferred the image of abalone's, wild giant yellow croaker, and Chinese bahuba fish to Roving Girl so that she could search for them. After coming out of the sea, it was 9 a.m. the next day. He touched his empty stomach, as he had already missed 2 meals in a day. Wang Xian put on his clothes and headed to the place where he had parked his Harley motorcycle. How nice it would be if I had a house by the sea. In this way, I wouldn't have to go through the trouble. It would be best to have a fish farm or fishing boat at sea. Next time, I can better explain the source of the seafood if I put them on the fishing boat. Wang Xian was pondering to himself. He took out his phone to check the price of fishing boats. There were several messages on the phone. In addition to Guan Shuking's messages, there were messages from Xuejing. Xuejing sent him a message asking if he had time to meet. Subsequently, he followed up with some warm greetings again. Wang Xian chuckled after he saw these and returned a few polite replies. He rode all the way back to first-grade restaurant and saw Guan Shuking and manager Huang exchanging conversations as soon as he entered the restaurant. On seeing him, Guan Shuking was displeased and grumbled, "Where did you go? You didn't reply to my messages since yesterday." Wang Xian saw some resentment flashing in her eyes. He chuckled and said, "I have been busy, and I was too busy to look at my phone." "Who will believe you? You're so busy that you can't even look at your phone." Guan Shuking stared at him with disbelief. "It's true. I'm not lying to you." Wang Xian walked over without a word and swung the bag of wild giant yellow croakers in his hand. To get some seafood back, I was busy throughout the night. I didn't even sleep well last night. Manager Huang, bring it to the kitchen and keep it. We're not selling these for the time being. He smiled to Guan Shuking as he spoke to Manager Huang. Yes, Director Wang. Manager Huang trotted over with curiosity as he took over the bag in Wang Xian's hand. This is... When he saw the giant yellow croakers, his eyes were wide open as he was taken aback. Director Wang, these are giant yellow croakers. Yes, wild giant yellow croaker. Keep them properly. They should be dying. Wang Xian nodded. Sure, Director Wang. You're awesome. Wild giant yellow croaker is so rare that it is hard to catch even one. You have got 10 of them, and each of them is at least 3 catties. Director Wang, you're simply superb. Manager Huang spoke with surprise. Then, he quickly took the fish back to the kitchen. When the main chef saw the fish, he was also shocked. The new boss was awesome. He had managed to get 10 wild giant yellow croakers in just a day, and these are all the priceless top-quality ingredients. You got 10 wild giant yellow croakers? Asked Guan Shuking shockingly as she knew about the scarcity of the giant yellow croakers as well. Yes, I got them through tremendous effort. Wang Xian nodded. Wang Xian, you're now superb, said Guan Shuking with her mouth agape. Heh, it's nothing. You'll be well fed if you follow my lead. Wang Xian smirked. You're such an outstanding man now. I'm sure many girls will take a fancy to you in the future. Suddenly, Guan Shuking looked at him, feeling lost. Her. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. Subsequently, he joked and said, that's for sure. Just that I'm not sure if there is anyone as pretty as our Guan Shuking who will take a fancy to me. What a glib tongue. Guan Shuking heard his words and chuckled. Well, I'm going to check and make a comparison with the old data. I cannot take your salary for granted. I will also take a look at the office. Wang Xian came to a small office with 3 tables, among which, there was one desk that belonged to him. Wang Xian picked up the old data and studied it. The daily sales figure of first-grade restaurant was about $150,000. Such turnover is considered to be high, at $50 million a year. Yet, the profit margin was minimal at 12% to 13% of the revenue. Expenses include taxes, staff wages, in-store expenses, and the procurement cost. With 50 employees, the staff wages cost almost $20,000. Procurement expenses were even higher than this. Take caviar for instance, there was basically no profit in selling it. The first-grade restaurant could enjoy its reputation because of the excellent quality in the ingredients and the culinary skills of the chef. Director Li was a very enterprising person. He hired 3 award-winning gold medalist chefs. The so-called gold medalist chefs were chefs who were qualified to be the main chefs in 5-star hotels. The yearly salary of these 3 cooks was around $500,000. With the increase in cost, the reputation of the restaurant was on the rise too. 5 to 7 million profits in a year was considered high to a restaurant. An average restaurant would make more than 25% of profits. The first-grade restaurant's profit margin is still relatively low. If we can double the profits, we will have $13 to $14 million in income. Wang Xian was thinking to himself. He remained confident with first-grade restaurant. Once their top-quality ingredients were ready, they could make at least 35% profits. By that time, the yearly earnings could hit over $20 million. During the day, Wang Xian had been staying in the restaurant to study how to make money. Guan Shuking was also looking at the various data. Ring. When Wang Xian was about to get Guan Shuking for dinner at 6 p.m., Guan Shuking's phone rang. Soon after, he heard the reluctant voice of Guan Shuking. Wang Xian, I had to make a trip home. After she hung up the phone, Guan Shuking had a troubled face. She apologized to Wang Xian. I might not be able to come tomorrow either. I'm sorry. I just started my work for a day. Her? What's up? Anything wrong? Asked Wang Xian with concern. He was slightly stunned when he saw her expression. Something about my parents. I'm sorry, Guan Shuking replied with guilt. It's okay. Get going. Wang Xian shook his head and assured her. Well, I'll come back the day after. Guan Shuking nodded. Wang Xian nodded as he did not take it to heart. Guan Shuking's house was situated within an old district of the Eastern River District in the river town. They used to be staying in a high-end, duplex residential building in the city's center, but they had to sell their house to return the debt after her father's company encountered some problems and went bankrupt. Dad, Mom. When she opened the door, Guan Shuking saw her parents sitting on the sofa. The middle-aged man was smoking, and his hair was a mess. The fact that he had turned from a billionaire to a penniless man had struck a huge blow to her father. Even her mother was impacted by this significantly. Shuking is here. The middle-aged man put out the cigarette in his hand immediately. He stood up and said, Get yourself dolled up. We're going to have dinner. Come, Shuking. Wear something nice today. We have an important dinner, Guan Shuking's mother said to her too. All right. Guan Shuking nodded with bitterness on her face. The midsummer night was cooling down. Guan Shuking walked out from a hotel. A chilling breeze blew past her body, causing her to shiver a little. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, she suddenly felt a little helpless. Brother Wu, please be careful. At this moment, her father's voice sounded from behind her. He was walking in front of a middle-aged man and was constantly trying to get on the good books of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded his head arrogantly and patted on the shoulders of his father. All right, brother, if I can help, I'll definitely help you. Thank you, Brother Wu. Thank you, Brother Wu. Please be careful. Sister Wu, you too. Guan Shuking's father was full of smiles as he spoke passionately at them. Shuking, see you in the morning tomorrow. Behind the middle-aged man and woman, a juvenile stared at Guan Shuking fervently. Guan Shuking felt uncomfortable at the gaze of the juvenile but still nodded her head slightly. The edge of the juvenile's mouth arched upwards as he said, I'll go and fetch you in the morning tomorrow. Guan Shuking and her family saw the middle-aged man family leave. Guan Shishan looked at her and frowned. From here on, be a little more enthusiastic around Wu Chen and don't be so cold to him. Dad. Guan Shuking looked at her father with displeasure and answered resolutely, I don't like him. When Guan Shishan heard her, his face sank. It's fine that you don't like him now. Feelings can be developed over time. Upon hearing her father's reply, Guan Shuking's body stiffened up. Shuking, Wu Chen is still a pretty good guy. Moreover, Wu family's conditions are good. Guan Shuking's mother tried her best to convince Guan Shuking. Mom, are you all going to sacrifice the happiness of your daughter for the company? Guan Shuking asked in a pitiful tone. After raising you to this age, you should be thinking about your father. Could you bear to let us stay in that old house till we die? It's time for you to think about us after raising you to this age, Guan Shishan said to her in a solemn tone. If Wu Chen doesn't reject the idea, have the wedding completed as soon as possible. What? When she heard her father, she looked at him with disbelief. Dad, I'm still studying and am just 21 years old. Are you asking me to get married now? You are going to get married eventually, so what's wrong with getting married now? Guan Shishan stared at her. No, definitely not. I won't marry someone I don't like. Guan Shuking shook her head incessantly and her body started leaning back. I don't like him and I will never marry him. Shuking. Guan Shuking's mother saw how her daughter reacted and couldn't help but feel her heart aching. She walked over quickly and said, Oh daughter, we are not asking you to get married to him right now. You guys can try to develop feelings for each other first. Guan Shuking looked at her parents, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, I already have someone I like. What? When Guan Shishan heard her words, he stared at her intensely. I have someone that I like. Guan Shuking gritted her teeth and said resolutely. Someone you like? Great. If the guy that you are fond of has family conditions that are as good as Wu family and could help us, I won't object to it. If he doesn't, I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. After raising you for 20 years, can't you just help out the family? Let me tell you this. Don't even start having second thoughts about this. My words are final. Guan Shishan looked at her and growled angrily. Guan Shuking's expression turned pale and tears were welling up in her eyes. Shuking, your dad and mom are doing this for your own good. Mother Guan walked over and patted the shoulders of her own daughter. For my own good? Asking me to marry someone I don't like is for my own good? Using me as chips in exchange for benefits is for my own good? Guan Shuking felt that her heart was in pain suddenly. Since the unfortunate event happened to her family, she felt that her parents had changed greatly. Wang Xian! She shouted helplessly in her mind. If Wang Xian's family conditions are better than Wu family, then my parents. But Wu family had assets of $400 to $500 billion. Although Wang Xian is rich, there's a clear difference between him and the Wu family, not to mention helping my family. No, I definitely wouldn't marry someone I don't like. Guan Shuking sat in the car and her brain was cluttered. It was when she was back in her own room that she finally regained some consciousness. A determined look appeared on her face gradually as she took out her phone and tapped on WeChat. Wang Xian, are you there? She sent the message over anxiously. At 10:30 p.m., Wang Xian had just returned to his dormitory room after bathing and happened to see Guan Shuking's message. He immediately replied. Yeah, what's the matter? Are you alright? He asked, concerned. Not fine. Guan Shuking replied. After which, she asked anxiously, do you like me? What the? When Wang Xian saw this message, he was completely surprised. What's her intention behind asking this question? His expression changed rapidly and didn't know how to reply. He would be lying if he said he had no feelings for a beautiful girl like Guan Shuking. Did you have too much alcohol? However, Wang Xian didn't reply yes directly. He sensed that Guan Shuking was acting a little weird and wasn't her normal self. There's always a reason behind an abnormal behavior. Therefore, Wang Xian cleverly did not answer her question directly. Guan Shuking was a little disappointed at this reply and she added immediately, if you could earn $50 million within 3 years, is it okay if you marry me? Cough cough. What the F *CK? Wang Xian was drinking water when he saw the reply and choked on it immediately. If he was surprised before, he was shocked now. What the F *CK? What's with Guan Shuking today? Why is she speaking so weirdly? Is this a joke? Wang Xian was making guesses in his mind and felt that the weather was a little erratic the last few days. He answered in a jokingly manner, forget about 3 years. It shouldn't be a problem for me to earn $50 million within 2 years or perhaps even within a year. At that time, will I be able to take a great beauty like you as my wife? He. When Guan Shuking saw Wang Xian's reply, she finally had a faint smile on her face. Yes, you can. Haha, then you will be too simple. Wow. If the guys in school knew about it, wouldn't they die of envy? The goddess of the school would be marrying me. Wang Xian answered in a comical manner. Yeah. When Guan Shuking saw his reply, she smiled wider. She lay on her bed and replied, my parents are asking for a guy I dislike to go out with me tomorrow. At that time, please accompany me. Sure, absolutely not a problem. Wang Xian answered directly despite feeling that the message was a little strange. Then we have agreed on this. This baby is going to sleep now. Good night, Xiao Xian. I'll call you again in the morning. Remember to wake up early. 1. When Guan Shuking sent that message out, her face turned red. Although Xiao Xian isn't as successful as Wu family right now, if he could earn $50 million in 2 to 3 years and I use death to force my parents would definitely not pressure me further. Moreover, they would also likely agree to us being together. After all, Xiao Xian is so capable despite his young age. Oh my god! When Wang Xian saw Guan Shuking's last message, he could no longer hold back his emotions as he jumped upright. Although their relationship wasn't bad, they were still addressing each other using their full name. He would address her as Guan Shuking and she would address him as Wang Xian. With Guan Shuking's personality, she wouldn't call him Xiao Xian and address herself as baby to him. The last message made Wang Xian's heart palpitate violently. He scrolled through the conversation log between the two of them and started pondering the details. Firstly, something must have happened to Guan Shuking on her way home. Secondly, he. Could it be that Guan Shuking really likes me and that this was a confession? Ho ho ho. Wang Xian was in ecstasy. I'm drop-dead handsome. The next morning, Wang Xian stood in front of the mirror, looking refreshed after a bath. Looking at himself in the mirror, he was pleased. While fiddling with his hairstyle, his phone suddenly rang. Wang Xian spun around and picked up his phone quickly. When he saw Guan Shuking's number, a smile surfaced on his face. Hello, pretty Guan. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and said. Have you woken up? Yes, where are we going? Do you need me to pick you up? Wang Xian said with a smile. No, I'll be going with the annoying guy. Oh, I forgot to tell you yesterday that you're acting as my boyfriend today. Do you have any issues with that? No, I'm sure. Wang Xian chuckled. He had a sleepless night as he was thinking of what Guan Shuking meant by what she said yesterday. He was rather into Guan Shuking. But he was neither someone who could chat with girls easily nor the proactive type. Otherwise, Chi Chu, whom he had been working together with, would have become his girlfriend. Wang Xian did not put much thought into this, but that did not mean that he did not have the desire. Now, he was fired up after Guan Shuking tempted him. I'll send you the address. See you then. Guan Shuking hung up after talking to him. Soon after, an address was sent to his WeChat. Guan Shuking is back to herself today. That's odd. Women are always unpredictable. Wang Xian shook his head. He knew Guan Shuking must have encountered some problems. Otherwise, she would not have said such a thing yesterday. However, he still remembered that she promised to marry him if he earned $50 million. That was not a difficult task for the present Wang Xian. Her Summer Sun Resort? Isn't that the property of Xuejing and his family? Upon seeing the address sent by Guan Shuking, Wang Xian was taken aback by surprise. What a coincidence! Wang Xian laughed as he headed outside. He rode to the old street and had his breakfast before he rode off to the Summer Sun Resort. When he arrived at the Summer Sun Resort, it was only about 9 a.m. He came to the car park at the entrance and parked his motorcycle there. Should I tell Xuejing? Wang Xian hesitated. After some considerations, he decided to let it go to avoid unnecessary troubles. He put the keys back in his pocket and headed to the entrance. Kite, don't run, stop. At this time, Wang Xian heard a shout and a cheerful cry from a kid behind him. I want to play. A kiddish voice was heard, and Wang Xian felt someone knocking into him and hugging his leg from behind. Watch out, watch out. Wang Xian turned around and saw a little boy hugging his thigh nervously. I'm sorry that I knocked into you. I almost fell too. As Wang Xian turned around, the little boy lifted his head and looked at him shyly. It's all right. Wang Xian looked at the cute and well-mannered boy, he could not help but to rub his head. Little Kite, why are you running so fast? Wait for your dad and grandpa. A middle-aged man and an elder walked out from a campervan. Along with them were two young men who looked like bodyguards in suits. Grandpa, Dad. Let's hurry up and play. The little boy released Wang Xian's leg and continued to run inside. You rascal. The middle-aged man sped up his pace and chased after him. He caught him in his arms. Listen to me. Stop running. Don't run, don't run. Following behind, the old man came along with a cane. Wang Xian smiled when he saw the cute little boy staggering as he ran. Then, Wang Xian headed for the resort. Brother Qin, old Qin. At this time, another middle-aged man greeted them at the entrance. Isn't he the father of Xuejing, Xuejiwa? Wang Xian was a little surprised to see the middle-aged man. As Xuejiwa was ushering the three people, he also saw Wang Xian. He was slightly taken aback before he walked over. Benefactor Wang Xian. Just call me Wang Xian. Wang Xian chuckled at the way he addressed him. Sure, are you here for leisure? Asked Xuejiwa with a smile on his face. Yes, I came here to look around. Wang Xian nodded. Why don't I get Xiao Jing to accompany you around? Answered Xuejiwa hurriedly. No, it's okay. I have to wait for my friend. Mr. Xue, you can ignore me. Wang Xian smiled as he declined. Sure, then I shall not bother you anymore. Enjoy yourself and let us know if you need anything. Xuejiwa nodded hurriedly. All right. Wang Xian nodded and headed inside. Xuejiwa watched as Wang Xian entered. With a slight hesitation, he fished out his phone and texted his son to entertain Wang Xian eventually. Brother Xue. Just then, the middle-aged man, not far away, knit his eyebrows and called out for Xuejiwa with a little boy in his arms. Just now, Xuejiwa was supposed to greet them, but he cast them aside when he saw a young man. Such a way of doing things was impolite. However, they did not say anything. After all, they were here to ask for a favor. Old Qin, Brother Qin, I'm really sorry. Xuejiwa quickly responded to his calling by walking over quickly. In Rivertown, not many people were qualified for him to greet them personally. Old Qin was exceptional. Qin family was much more influential than Xue family. Hence, he did not dare to be a poor host. I'm really sorry. Just now, I met my benefactor. So I had to greet him personally. Xuejiwa explained with apologies. Oh? A benefactor. The middle-aged man looked at the figure in front of him with curiosity. Never mind, I heard that old Xue not only regained his health, but he also made some improvements. I'm here to check on him. Old Qin shook his cane, not minding at all. Sure, old Qin. My father is waiting inside. This way, please. Xuejiwa looked at the little boy in the arms of the middle-aged man. Naturally, he knew the purpose of old Qin to come personally over here. Hence, he quickly led the way. Summer Sun Resort is quite a posh place. An usher was leading in front of him as Wang Xian observed the surroundings with slight surprise. The entire resort was luxurious, surrounded by rockery, streams, and a few trails. There were streams of crystal clear water on both sides of the road with a myriad of fish swimming in it. Refined and posh-looking housing could be found ahead. Summer Sun Resort was situated near the sea. He could vaguely see the beach that was full of various activities like surfing. Not only that, there was a small restaurant on the sea with several tourists having their beverages. Surrounding the resorts were tall trees which made the place beautiful. There were some ponds with crystal clear water too. The entire place was relaxing, and the environment was elegant. It's a 5-star resort indeed. The environment is really awesome, Wang Xian exclaimed softly. Sir, if you are waiting for your friends, you can rest in the waiting area for the time being. The usher brought Wang Xian to a waiting area. Wang Xian sat at the waiting area within Summer Sun Resort and the usher brought him a cup of water. He gave Guan Shuking a call and informed her about it. Moreover, she hadn't left her house. Wang Xian took out his phone and started playing to kill his boredom. Big brother Wang Xian. At this moment, a voice sounded. Under the astonishment looks of the ushers in the surrounding, their young boss was running towards a young man. Wang Xian lifted his head and saw Xuejing running towards him. He smiled and thought that Xuejing was probably here under orders of his father. Big brother, why didn't you let me know that you are coming? I would have come to pick you up at the entrance, Xuejing ran over passionately and said. A friend invited me here so I didn't disturb you? Wang Xian smiled and answered Xuejing. As the other party was so zealous and warm to him, he naturally would treat him with sincerity. You aren't disturbing me. Not at all. I happen to be here anyway. Xuejing laughed as he walked. Big brother, are you waiting for someone? Yeah, I'm waiting for someone. Wang Xian nodded his head. Big brother, why don't I bring you around for a tour since you are free now? Moreover, my grandfather has asked me to thank you again. Since my grandfather was treated by you, he has made a breakthrough in his cultivation level, Xuejing said with gratitude. Really? In that case, I'll have to congratulate old Xue. Wang Xian nodded his head with astonishment. Dragon energy was a top-grade type of energy. While treating old Xue's injuries, he also strengthened his heart. This was what allowed him to achieve the breakthrough. Big brother, let me bring you around for a tour. I'm guessing this is your first time here at our Summer Sun Resort. Let me introduce you to the various sites. Xuejing asked. Alright, I'll be troubling you then. Wang Xian hesitated before nodding his head. Not at all. Xuejing shook his head, stood up and led the way immediately. This resort is pretty good and the area is pretty big, Wang Xian remarked while following behind Xuejing and listening to his explanation. This resort of ours is the largest in the entire province. Our Xue family invested $1 billion to build it in the past. Currently, our Xue family are relying on this resort and the 5-star hotel in the city center, Xuejing explained. Wang Xian nodded his head. Looking at this, Xue family's assets should be at least $1 billion. There were many rich people in the country and many of these rich people were not known as they kept a low profile. Xue family could be considered as a family that kept a rather low profile. They didn't have a lot of properties but their properties weren't small. The scenery by the seaside was extremely beautiful after modification. The resort houses in the vicinity were all luxurious and exquisite. Large trees and a clean swimming pool. There were various kinds of entertainment. The restaurant by the sea was a great place to go to in the resort. When winter came, there would even be a hot spring. This place was great for tours for all seasons in a year. Big brother, would you like to go to the room at the side to take a break? My father and grandfather are both here today. If it's convenient for you, let's have lunch together today. The Xue family would like to make Wang Xian a friend. Xuejing had also witnessed his strength and therefore tried to invite him and make him closer with them. Wang Xian also knew about the thoughts of Xuejing and the Xue family. Even though the other party wanted him as a friend, he wasn't against the idea. To him, there were still a lot of benefits from getting to know an additional friend. Sure, my friend hasn't arrived yet. However, let's talk about lunch again later. If I have the time, I will definitely agree to it. Wang Xian nodded his head. Alright, big brother Wang Xian, this way please. Excitement flashed past Xuejing's eyes as he replied quickly. Big brother Wang Xian, the two most luxurious rooms of our resorts are here. One of them is this and the other just beside. You can come over directly with your family membership card. Xuejing pointed at the two luxurious rooms as he explained. Wang Xian looked over and nodded his head. After which, he walked into one of the luxurious rooms. Within the room, Xuejing was sitting in the main hall with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was smoking and had a worried look on him. Brother Wang Xian. When Xuejing saw Wang Xian walk in, he was filled with surprise. He stood up immediately and went over to welcome him. Mr. Xue, please take a seat. Wang Xian replied immediately. Come, come. Xuejing smiled and nodded his head. He immediately took the teacup from the table, poured tea in it and passed it to Wang Xian personally. Brother Wang Xian, take a seat too. Sorry for disturbing Mr. Xue. Wang Xian nodded his head. He felt a little weird about his enthusiasm as he sat down. Not at all, not at all. Xuejing waved his hand immediately. Authentic Longjing tea, have a try. I won't stand on ceremony then. Wang Xian nodded his head. The middle-aged man by the side looked at Wang Xian with surprise. This was the second time he saw Wang Xian. He met him for the first time at the entrance and Xuejiawa left him aside just to greet this young man. Xuejiawa even poured him tea personally and addressed him with deference. Even when facing his own father, he had never been so enthusiastic. He looked over inquisitively. What? At this moment, the crying sounds of a child propagated over. Soon after, a guy with his upper body naked ran out of the room. Little kite, don't run. Grandpa will bring you out to play. Let's go. Behind him, an old man with a walking stick walked out and called to the little guy. Dad, so itchy and pain. The little guy looked at his father and ran over with tears all over his face. It's all right, everything will be fine soon, my son. The middle-aged man carried the little guy, patted his back and was consoling him. Wang Xian looked at the small boy inquisitively. He noticed that his entire body was strangely red. Brother Wang Xian, you are here? Old Xue walked out of the room and saw Wang Xian. He had a shocked expression as he quickly made his way over. Old Xue, sorry for bothering you. Wang Xian nodded at Xue Liangran. Clearly, he didn't know that Wang Xian had come. Father, we happened to meet while fetching old Qin previously. Therefore, I asked Xuejing to go and receive him. Xuejiawa stood up, walked to his father's side and spoke softly. Xue Liangran's eyes lit up. What? Dad, so hot, so hot. Let's go swimming, swimming. The crying sounds of that little boy sounded once again. He choked for a moment but soon started crying loudly again. Wang Xian's attention was once again attracted by that little boy. He frowned and hesitated before extending his hand over. Hey pal, come and let brother take a look. When the middle-aged man heard Wang Xian, he frowned. Old Qin, who had a walking stick with him, looked at Wang Xian with doubts on his face. However, Xue Liangran was stunned. He commented immediately, quick. Xiao Qin, come and let brother Wang Xian take a look. When the middle-aged man heard old Xue, he was slightly shocked and turned to his father. Old Qin also looked at old Xue in surprise. However, old Xue wasn't paying attention as he introduced the little one to Wang Xian. Brother Wang Xian, little kite is old Qin's grandson. He has a congenital illness and the symptoms are really strange. Currently, we can only use internal energy to alleviate the effects of the illness. Why don't you take a look at it?